Let me see. Now 16th. Come on, hurry up. What's up, Bradley?
Looks like Guns DC is going down, down, da 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 down, like Fallout Boy.
God, man.
My
All
God.
I gotta say is, oh my God, we Superman 2025 was shit. Why are we really surprised? And keeping it real, like I said,
I think this was even worse of a movie than even that. I think this even because you can tell this movie was cut down. It's only an hour and 48 minutes or 40 minutes or something.
Yeah,
not including credits.
No,
and there's no post credits on this movie.
Greg Gillespie said that he was fighting with Gunn the other day because he has a 3-hour cut of this movie.
Yeah, I'm like,
what the fuck?
Like, I feel like every director now, especially for DC now, are they being honest about that? Or are they making jokes? Or are they, because I'm like, now I feel like every director for DC says that we have like a 5-hour cut and there's 4 after the Snyder cut. We really trying to like get fans to. Well, we know for sure though the Flash had longer because we actually saw scenes cut the fuck out of that movie, and people actually saw multiple screenings of the Flash where they had multiple endings, and with Michael Keaton, with Sasha Calle, with Henry Cavill. So we know that the Flash, we know for a fact that movie has multiple different versions. But I thought this piece of shit, I'm sorry, nobody gives a fuck about seeing a 3-hour cut of this garbage.
All I gotta say is He-Man and Master Universe remains undefeated as the best movie of 2026. I don't say Toy Story 5 is garbage. It's the first. I thought Toy Story 4 was weak, but Toy Story 5 was garbage.
Pretty much the only movies I like this year are Masters of the Universe and Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, Mario Galaxy. Love that movie. Yeah. Said didn't Gunn say that the Supergirl is the greatest girl? Yeah, that's the thing. Thank you. Because remember bringing that up, Bradley. I don't want to hear fuck you, Eric's Reloaded, Eric's retarded. You the biggest fucking. I hate these motherfuckers that anything just because it's DC you're gonna say is good. This motherfucker makes a video defending any garbage DC saying is good. He's defending this shit too. He trying to be like he's disappointed, but it's still good. Well, shut the fuck up, you retard.
Same with Blue Gay Angel. He's another one. Oh, I'm being positive and was there problems with the movie? Yeah, but I'm just gonna focus on the good and I'm gonna say it's great and you should stop criticizing.
Yeah, you'll be the first motherfuckers to say there's problems with BVS and we can't redeem that. Shut the fuck. I'm tired of these fucking idiots.
Yeah, I have problems with BVS. There's certain little nitpicks with that, but I still love the movie, both versions. Like I don't like, for example, BVS. I didn't care that Zach was trying to say that Robin was killed. That was Dick Grayson and shit like that. I have stupid things like that, but I'm not gonna hate the whole movie because of that nitpick, because it was never really explained in the movie. It was just Zack Snyder's headcanon anyway, so I didn't really ruin the movie. So it's really Jason Todd.
Yes, they said, all of a sudden Supergirl killing the villain is awesome. LOL fucking, but Henry Cavill was wrong, right?
Yeah, and it's so stupid. It's pointless because she has a whole monologue to that girl Ruthie about, don't kill him because the revenge will only live with you, and makes her why. Then she just kills him.
Then she kills him.
I'm like, okay, why do you act like you're so morally superior? And she needs to be morally superior, but then you do it like, fucking stupid.
First of all, the source material was mid. I can't believe it's saying the movie made it worse, and the source material was already mid. You should have never adapted this fucking story in the first of all. Creme of the Yellow Hills, he didn't even look like the way they made him fucking. The actual actor looked like the character, and they made him to look not like the character. How did the fucking actor?
Looks like a Mad Max Pinhead. With piercings in his face, and what did he have, like a hole in his throat or something like that? Like
what the fuck? He didn't have that in the comic. He didn't have none of that shit. The hole in. He looked like a regular dude with red hair and a beard, like Oliver Queen.
Yeah, he had throat cancer or something. He had like a tracheotomy, like after.
Yeah, like was he trying to do a Bane thing? Was he trying to rip off a Bane thing or some shit like that?
Is that like an alien thing? Like something ripped off and that he turns that on in his throat to be able to speak
and
English
corny
to
lines,
people.
He took the family hostage. He's like, I like pie. What the fuck is all that dialogue? It's horrible. I like pie. What the fuck is this?
It's so stupid. It's so stupid because there's a scene where the little girls got him dead to rights and could have, and then Supergirl grabs her and takes her away and tells her, no, you can't kill him, and then he gets. I'm like, bitch, you literally could at least have like knocked his ass out and taken the antidote.
Yeah,
And she
yup.
needs the antidote for crypto. So I'm like, why didn't she just take the antidote for crypto right then and there? You don't even have to kill him there. Just arrest him, overpower him, take the antidote, and arrest him for all I give. That was so
Yeah.
stupid. The whole movie could have ended right there. Oh my god, this movie has so many stupid ass moments in it.
Slate 25 said the dialogue is atrocious, and it's like, I'm sorry, it's also stupid the way it starts too with crypto, like when the bottle and the freaking record player, but it's like she's just a fucking party whore. Like Supergirl's like, oh yeah, doing the mosh pit with crypto.
All she is she's just female Star-Lord. Literally, she even has.
This was literally Guardians 4. You stupid motherfuckers. How the fuck can any of you say that you think Craig Gillespie really directed? I'm sorry, because any of the movies that he directed, I'm sorry, they don't see. He directed the Fright Night remake. He directed I, Tonya. He directed Cruella. None of those movies.
I remember he directed there's this comedy movie he directed like with Sean William Scott and Billy Bob Mr. Woodcock, where he was basically his PE teacher. Billy, like,
that movie, Mr. Woodcock.
Yeah, Craig Gillespie directed that movie too, back in like 2007 or what. Yeah, none of those movies he's directed before feel like this. It feels like Gunn directed this. So I'm like, you can't fucking tell me he's just Gunn Shadow directed this shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he did. Yes, Ray said, "LOL, sup." All the shows hated. Gun hands are all over this movie. Yeah, and I just want to say, I don't give a fuck if Grace Randolph hated. Grace Randolph, you still a stupid bitch. Because even Eric Weber is calling her Grace Schizo bitch. Because she just says anything. Exactly. She'll say one thing extreme, and that's how because she's stupid. You retarded ass bitch, Grace Randolph. You have the nerve, and well, you're right about this. That she didn't act anything like Supergirl, but then you have the fucking nerve to say Rob Pattinson is the accurate.
Yeah, she said in her like movie match or whatever about the.
Shut up.
She said in her movie match shit. She said, "Oh, she said, and even people were, and even people had low opinion. Some people had low opinions on the Batman." And I'm like, and then she's like, "And how can anybody hate on the Robert Pattinson's Batman?" And I'm like, "Bitch, a lot of people hate on Pattinson's Batman. You dumb." She acts like nobody like how could you hate Pattinson Batman? Like it's like insane.
This is the same bitch that grew up in New York all her life and said there was never any Mario merch. Like, shut up, you retarded bitch. You just say stupid shit like out of nowhere.
The city where the characters are really you dumb bitch. You grew up at
when there's a fucking
Mario
Nintendo store in New York. You never heard
the first ever Nintendo store was there in New York, and they just barely opened one last year here in San Francisco on California. So,
and bitch, even before that, when I was a kid in the 80s, there was Mario merch everywhere. What the fuck you talking about? There was never no Mario merch.
There was a TV show, the movie, the first live action. What the fuck? You never heard of Mario before, you dumb bitch?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know anything of Mario. Literally, people who don't even play video games know who the fuck Mario is.
Exactly. How stupid
are you? He's iconic as Pac-Man. Like, people don't play video game like your parents or something, but oh, is that Mario? That's what they say when they think of a video game. Is that Pac-Man, Mario? Something like,
yeah.
That's how fucking iconic he is. And you got it's not like it's maybe if it was some obscure game like Last of Us or some shit, okay, maybe I can understand her not being a gamer, I'll let her slide, but fucking something as iconic that even people who don't play video games that have been around for years even know what the fuck that is.
Yeah.
Mario, you don't even know at least what it is. That's fucking retarded. You live under a rock.
Ray said Pattinson has already forgotten. There's no hype for the sequel. Oh, you know what's funny? You said the video, Mr. Grizzly. Mr. Grizzly's like, I don't care about Pattinson 2. They waited too long. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. And you know what's funny? A lot of people, this video that the world-class bullshitters, because they have these morons on there, and the other ones are Pattinson, and the other guy from world-class bullshit is like, I got to be honest with you. I didn't care for Pattinson as Batman. And they're like, oh, how could you? Like, I just didn't. I didn't care for him as Batman. So a lot of people are coming out saying this shit now. I could care less about him as Batman. I just didn't.
Because he's a wet blanket. He's got no fucking personality or anything. He has no character. He's just like a vessel in the movie. It's for a plot to happen. He just walks around. He's like a vessel for the audience. There's no. He doesn't feel like a character in that movie. He just feels like that. He feels like an object that's supposed to guide you through the story of whatever everything else happening in Gotham that's more interesting. What the like? He's not interesting. The least interesting character in a Batman movie shouldn't be Batman. He's the least interesting fucking character in
Yeah.
his own movie. That's how garbage he
They
is.
said
I'm like,
Reeves is slow as fuck. You got some get the fuck. You got some fucking retards talking about Matt Reeves should be given the DC. Get the fuck out
no,
of here. This
mother,
shit, nothing
that
will ever
retard
get done.
CJ shut the fuck up on Jarbo. He said
Who?
Matt Reeves is the future of it. No, he's not. People trash it like the film gob trash it. That's like, no, motherfucker. Matt Reeves is not no future of DC. First of all, Matt Reeves doesn't even give a fuck about the other DC characters.
And he's
He does.
motherfucker
You know,
slow.
he's
DC, you would never get done. Who take fucking 20 years for one movie or some shit? Fuck out of here.
Matt Reeves already said that he doesn't give a fuck about putting Superman in a Batman movie or anything. So he don't give Matt Reeves don't give a fuck about shared universe or anything. So
Yeah.
he's not going to come and save it. You fucking retards. He can't. It's going to be garbage anyway. But even if he was, even but thank God he doesn't because he doesn't even want that. Same with retards that WB so retarded. They before Gunn they try to give everything to Todd Phillips. Todd Phillips don't know shit about the. He doesn't
Yeah,
even
now
care
I
about
read
DC.
I read something, Bradley. I'm like, oh my god, these motherfuckers never learn. Now that Hollywood is trying to look to Reddit to see how to do movies, you looking at fucking Redditors?
Yeah, after
So,
Backrooms and Obsession, they're looking at YouTube now to find people from.
They always take the wrong, like, stupid shit. Like, for Redditors, they have the shittiest fucking taste.
Yeah, I'm sorry, fucking retard Curry Barker saying, "Oh, well, Gen Z, we don't like slop, and we'll go see movies." But I'm sorry, Obsession and that other shit was fucking just a rehash slop.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm sorry, because Obsession is just a rip off of the Tales from the Crypt episode.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They showed that one with Mario Hemingway, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a rip off of a fucking Tales from the Crypt episode. That's all that shit was. It wasn't even original. These fucking, it's only original to the dumb young people that don't never seen many movies and shit like that. I'm
Yeah,
different because I've seen a lot. I'm actually cultured. I've seen shit from over, so I
exactly.
actually know more than my fellow people my age. But that's why other people my age fell for that garbage because they're so stupid. They don't watch. So that anything you can show them anything and they'll fucking think it's some new groundbreaking shit.
Exactly.
But no, it's not. I've seen that. I've seen stories like horror stories like that. So no, to me that shit don't work on me. I've seen 50 million fucking movies and shows over the years from all different decades and shit. So no, to someone like me, that shit ain't new.
Yeah, exactly. So what are your thoughts on the Nightfall trailer? Looks fucking that's fucking up.
That
That's
looks
better
actually
than
better than that looks way fucking better than this garbage. My God.
These back-to-back flops, and you know what? I'm sorry, like that, but like I know that what's the name? Chris Gardner were trashing it, but he said one thing that I'm like, oh, get the fuck out of it. That this is his first bad movie. This is not Gunn's first bad movie. Fucking the Suicide flop that bombed. What are you talking about? His first bad movie.
Yeah,
Not
that movie fucking flopped.
Yeah, it made $167 million. That shit bombed.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about what you retards say. Oh, but the critical reception, no, motherfucker. I'm talking about box office. His Suicide shit bombed. I don't care if the critics gave it 1,000% Rotten Tomatoes bullshit.
Exactly. Mr. D said, Gun. Guntars think Ellison loves Gunn's work. Ellison, what is let me see. Ellison just seeing where the money is going and wondering where the profits. He didn't love Guns.
Yeah, see, Ellison, that thing, Ellison was just being nice to them and shit. Like, he's telling them it's going to be all right, guys. But you know damn well Ellison's going to cut their ass, especially after this. He's cutting their ass as soon as he gets control.
Yeah, it said all of Gunn's DC projects flop. Yeah, Creature made Mandos, Pissmakers. I'm sorry that
nobody talks about those shit no more. They didn't even talk about them when they came on.
Exactly, and he's
barely
talking about
watch the shit.
You know, I'm sorry. I wonder if that was a fucking distraction because you know all the critics review bombing it, and then all of a sudden you announce 8 animated projects to distract. Oh, Joker, half right about Batman being murdered. What kind of fucking animated series about?
But it's gonna be like anime style, so you know it's gonna look garbage and shit anime. And then the absolute Batman CGI. Who gives a fuck about? Oh my god! And then but then the Mr. Miracle shit is gonna have Darkseid. It's gonna be set in the DC, and the actor they're gonna cast the voice is gonna be in live action with that. But I'm like, motherfucker, why are you even casting for shit when Paramount's about to take over? You don't know, and this shit's bombing. You might be out of a job the next fucking few months.
And they're trying to say he's hinting pictures that after Man of Tomorrow is going to be a Supergirl Wonder Woman movie. Who gives a fuck? A Wonder Woman Supergirl team up movie?
Oh yeah, because this movie is doing so well that that's gonna happen. Fucking
Yeah, exactly.
my God, and the bitch they got to write this, she can't write worth a fuck. This is her first
Oh my.
movie she ever wrote, and she's the sole. You notice in the opening credit, she's the sole writing credit. Nobody else wrote this or helped. It's completely her name written by. I'm like,
See, now I'm wondering,
gives-
remember with Henry Cavill? Maybe Sasha Kaya dodged a bullet because she was going to write the Sasha Kaya Supergirl movie
yeah,
too. So
yeah, I'm like, I'm glad Sasha Kaya or Meg Donnelly didn't get this because I'm sorry, they couldn't have worked in this movie because this movie's completely fucking. This movie actually works for Millie Alcock because she plays the fucking fake Supergirl that this movie's trying to push.
Exactly.
She works because it feels like she's the kind of dive bitch. Meg Donnelly and Sasha Kaya are more classy than that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
This movie is below them.
Yeah, but you see the scene. I'm like, what the scene? Do you have actual Supergirl actually put in her finger in her mouth to make herself vomit because she put like what the fuck is?
Oh yeah, because she got poisoned and shit, and then the dude punches her in the stomach and she pukes again. She's like, "Thanks, I needed that."
Yeah, like what the fuck?
She drinks the poison and then she trying to vomit the poison back up or something. Like what?
Yes.
And then what the hell she? And he sees the scene where she's on the thing and she just like, I gotta take a piss, and she sits there on the toilet where the doors open and everything, and everybody, and she like passes. I'm like, what the fuck? Like she's a nasty. She just goes in front of everybody and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm sorry, any of you keeping it real who like Superman 2025, you're a piece of shit. You're a larper. You're a bandwagon motherfucker. Because I'm shocked now. Now Robert Meyer Burnett is trashing the way Superman act, and then Neurotic was like, but he acted like this in the last movie. Why are you surprised?
Exactly. They just took it to him extreme even in this movie. They even took him even more dorkier, he feels here. Because I'm like, he acts like a fucking goof. Oh, I don't know. Kryptonian, I don't know. Oh, you ever been to Kansas? You ever
I'm like, oh my gosh, man. This will piss me off. And I don't even, like I said, I don't even give a fuck about Tyler Hoechlin, but Superman also, you fucking moron. James Gunn, you never understood Superman, you dumb fuck. Superman also has super intelligence, you dumb fuck. Even like I said, Christopher Reeve in Superman 4, he talked Russian and Italian. Tyler Hoechlin went to Mexico and was talking Spanish to people in the fucking Superman Batman Apocalypse. When Supergirl, he already knew how to fucking talk Kryptonian, but this guy, what do you talk English? What the fuck? You made him a fucking moron, this Superman. He's supposed to have
and he's acting all social. He's all socially awkward and shit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is I think Robert Meyer Burnett just said this. Somebody's like, he turned Superman into Clark. He been doing that shit. That's the fucking problem. He's putting the Clark persona all goofy and making him act like that as Superman. Oh, gee, golly, shillikers. Oh, Crypto. Like, what the fuck, man?
Crypto, get out of the chocolate.
And these TikTok fucking morons be like, oh, that's adorable. That's Hope Core. Shut the fuck up, you corn.
Oh my god. That dumb Exo Spotlight. That's why David Cornsweet's the best Superman because he's really. No, you dumb bitch.
Because he's wholesome. Because we're emo facts. He's wholesome. Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm sorry. Henry Cavill was the perfect Superman because he was stoic, and he actually felt intelligent. He actually felt like intelligent.
I heard the stupid motherfuckers on YouTube say Henry Cavill was too stoic. Superman's supposed to be fucking stoic, you morons. He was too stoic.
He's not supposed to be fucking goofy. You fucking. I'm sorry. I don't. When that happens, I don't feel like. Doesn't feel like Superman. It just feels like some guy in a costume with powers.
Cosplayer in a Superman costume. Oh, gee golly willikers. He feels like a fucking parody of Superman.
He might as well be Blue Gay Angel in a Superman suit, as far as I'm concerned. A goof fuck like that.
Exactly.
Like, there's nothing to him. He just feels like a normal guy. He doesn't feel like
Grace Randolph, you're a
special.
stupid bitch saying, "Oh, his Superman is still excellent." His Superman was never fucking excellent.
No, it's not. And same with the Supergirl. She's another one. She just seems like some bitch from Earth. That's the
inverse.
She doesn't.
He acts like too much of a goofball. She acts like some kind of party girl, fucking stuck up bitch. I'm like, what is this shit?
Yeah, I'm like they feel nothing like they don't even feel like they just feel like regular humans. They don't even feel like super powered alien beings or anything like they should. Sometimes I watch them and I forget that they're superheroes. I'm like these
Yeah,
just seem like regular people to me. I don't feel nothing like
yeah,
oh an aura or anything. These just seem like regular motherfuckers in
exactly.
suits and shit.
Don't care about any of these random ass animated projects. As I said, didn't Gunn say he's not touching uh Dark Side? Fucking lying as usual. Henry and Sasha dodge a fucking bullet. Yeah, Henry wouldn't and never accepted that garbage Superman
Yep,
2025. He would never say. Yeah, she really did. Yeah. Remember when the part when
yep,
the snail thing is shitting out the thing, and then
yeah,
he
like
just
popcorn.
he's like shit. I'm like,
Yeah, dude,
duh.
yeah. It actually looked like she's scooping popcorn out of a popcorn machine and shit like that.
Yeah,
Like, what the fuck? I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
oh my,
So I have yet to watch Supergirl, but it doesn't sound too good. I think it's about to tank. Yeah, it's only got like 7 million. It made less than the Flash. It's,
yeah. Thank God because Flash is a better movie than this piece of
yo,
shit.
so
Oh
they
my
said
God,
Clarence Wood is the dumbest Superman that he is. I'm sorry, Superman. One of his powers is super intelligence.
my God, can Henry Cavill
He
come
could
back and
speed
get
read
rid of
through
this
something in
monster?
another fucking language. He could speed read a book in 20 seconds. And this motherfucker, he's that dumb. He's like, oh, well, I'm for Kansas. Oh, fuck out of here, man. This is bullshit.
Literally,
And how did
literally,
she learn
he's
to
like,
talk English then? They don't even explain that.
yeah. They don't even explain how she learned English when she came to Earth and
He
shit.
can't even fucking teach her how she learned English.
Yeah, how the fuck? Yeah, if he's that stupid, how did he teach her English and shit? He's like, what the fuck? That's
Yeah,
fucking so stupid.
because you remember
And
they had a scene where like he had her in a apartment in Metropolis. She's seeing the Daily Planet from the window. She still doesn't even talk English. She's on the
yeah,
headphones. She's
she's
like,
not. And then Crypto's ripping up the bed and stuff like that. I'm like,
oh my god, like so ridiculous.
and then and then it's stupid because I'm like, because I'm like, um, what's fucking retarded is the fact that Gunn he's so fucking stupid that he fails to understand that Supergirl is also supposed to be. Yeah, she's naive, but she's not a trashy bitch like that. No, I don't
Yeah,
even think even in the Woman of Tomorrow she wasn't even that fucking trashy in the comic.
exactly. I'm
Like
sorry,
he
but
goes over the top of shit.
this is the problem why James Gunn doesn't get Superman, because he just took the facade Clark Kent ball and he made that how Superman is. That's fucking retarded. He made that
Yeah,
how Superman actually is.
and it looked like you can
Is it? Can
tell.
we?
Can we define
What?
stoic? What are the tenets of stoicism?
Oh, you know what? The Stoic, Christopher Reeve, Henry Cavill, Tim Daly. That's how Superman's supposed to act stoic, not like. And I love that the Tim Daly Superman anime series, just like Dean Cain, he didn't act like even Dean Cain was say, oh, Dean Cain was on I think Friday Night Tights, and he said that he couldn't. He stopped. He was trying to watch the Gun Superman, and he said he shut it off at the scene when where he's sitting in the apartment and they're having that battle, whatever, outside.
Yeah,
Just sitting there, putting on his boots and letting shit happen. He said, I had to turn it off. He's like, what the fuck? So he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, they could take care of it. They're
yeah.
that's when DK turned it off. Because like Superman wouldn't just let them take care of
He
it.
wouldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't. He'd be like fucking bothered by that. I'm like, and I'm sorry, Crypto. I can't stand Crypto. And he's not. I don't find him cute or funny or even. He
He
could
never,
die for all I give a fuck.
Crypto doesn't act overly hype. He just took his fucking dog. Everything is a self-insert with James Gunn. He took his dog,
Yeah,
the way he acts, and made Crypto like that.
literally, Crypto could have died and I wouldn't care.
He's not even the right fucking breed. Crypto is a
Yeah,
big dog. He's not a small ass dog like that. He's
yeah,
like more like a mixed Dalmatian golden retriever type. He's not a fucking small poodle like type like that.
yeah. I'm like, yeah, because Crypto is not a kid. What is it about Crypto that's worth saving anyway? He's just a fucking dog that makes a mess and shit. He doesn't like
Yeah,
help
yeah,
them or do anything. He's a fucking idiot dog. Let
yeah,
that fucker be put
exactly.
down for all I give. That's the problem. Like you don't care about any of the characters.
Yeah, exactly. It said WB will make announcement changes after this second fly. So hello, people. Ranger, what's up, Ranger Black? Yeah, but it's like it just feel. You know what it reminded me of? Like how what the fuck is the what was the fifth Transformers? The one that was garbage.
The last night.
Yeah, it felt like a bunch of action happening and like really no fucking plot and shit like that. I don't know. Just like the plot was paper fucking thin and shit.
And I'm sorry, Krypton in this version looks garbage.
Oh yeah, people were saying Krypton just looks like New York City in another planet.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like New York on another planet, or like any big LA or any big city in the fucking. That's all that. I'm sorry, Man of Steel was way better with the Krypton and Man of Steel was accurate. I don't give a fuck what the haters say. That was the best Krypton in live action we ever seen was in Man of Steel. This shit was garbage. This is even worse than Donner. That's how garbage. It just looks, and I'm sorry, the Kryptonians they just seem like regular. They're not even using powers or anything or like doing anything. They just look like regular humans. Why aren't they using their powers and shit to fly and shit like they did in Man of Steel or on big ships
were like
or
on
anything?
The chunk of Krypton. Yeah, why didn't they use?
They don't show them like having any alien ships or creatures or anything like what the fuck? And Krypto was just some stray mutt that was just eating in the trash or so. Like what the fuck is on? This is
that's not even accurate because it was. Yeah, and you talking about accuracy? Shut the fuck up, you guntards. Nothing to that. Krypto was never Supergirl's dog to begin with anyway. It was Superboy. So it's not even her dog. So this whole stupid shit, these motherfuckers should be, no, there's not no fucking iterations where there's comics where you like Woman of Tomorrow where Krypto is with her, but it's not her dog. There's some issues that are, you see Supergirl and Krypto together, but it's not her fucking dog. He happens to go because that's his cousin, Superman's cousin, but it was always Superman's dog first. In the first ever issue, Krypto appeared was Superboy.
Yep. It was never Supergirl's first.
This motherfucker's talking about how he's accurate. He's not accurate to shit.
And it's also inaccurate because how the fuck Superman is not supposed to be 10 years older than her. She's actually technically supposed to be older than him, but she just stuck in a younger body because she came to Earth late. Yeah. But technically she's supposed to be the one that's older than him technically. But in this version, no, this stupid. They fucking made it to where he's 10 years older than her.
Yeah,
but then it's retarded because he tells the girl and here, oh, he's 10 years older, but he's immature but then she's like, but I thought you said he was 10 years older than you. It was like, oh, he's. And then she calls him immature and shit, and even but I thought he's supposed to be 10 years older than you.
Yeah, Flash. Fuck? Yeah, Ranger Black Flash kick more. Yeah, oh yeah, that don't say that. Slade X25 said, oh yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, what the hell is it? They doubled down on the Superman parents sent him to conquer Earth thing, and yeah, I wanna address it because I'm so tired of these fucking retards. They keep bringing up Smallville. Oh, well, Smallville, motherfuckers. It was a fucking misdirection and fake out in Smallville. It was a trick to make you think like that, but they never actually went through with it. These motherfuckers are going through with it. And guess what? It was a misdirection because Jor-El was never the one that wanted to conquer. Guess who it was the one that wanted to conquer? Supergirl's father, Zor-El, is really the one that wanted to fucking conquer. It wasn't Jor-El. So it was a misdirection. They were making you think it was fucking Jor-El, but it was actually Supergirl's father. And then, she was shocked, betrayed that her father was Zor-El was really the one in Smallville. So it was a misdirect in Smallville. So I'm tired of that bullshit excuse. They never actually went through and said Jor-El was the conqueror. Ended up being fucking Supergirl's father. That was the one that wanted to fucking conquer and dominate Earth and shit like that. So miss me with that shit. Oh, but they put the concept in Smallville. Shut the fuck up. Then, we said was Super Lesbo good? Super Lesbo said Krypto is a lab. Oh yeah, I forgot too. There was a Seth Rogen is in this movie. Guy, he looked like
a little. And Zillion.
Was he supposed to be a a deformed looking version of Space Cabbie, because Space Cabbie is supposed to look human in the comics, but then looks like a weird
No, he's like a tiny little fucking
me.
dude, alien with big eyes. It looks like fucking
Babu Frick.
like Babu Frick and fucking Mandalorian and shit. Like what the? I'm like, what? Like why? I don't even understand why they even had him do a voice role in this. Like, he's only like says like a few lines and shit, and then he's gone. I'm like, what?
Yeah, like
There are a lot of characters. Yeah, I'm like, what? Like, how much did they pay him for that? For those say those lines and shit. I'm like, this is stupid as fuck because and Lobo, he was okay, but he really didn't fucking need to be in the movie. He felt tacked on to this movie.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Because I'm like, in the trailers, he sounded more like Lobo than he did in the movie. I feel like he was trying to put on an English accent as Lobo. Like what? Like he sounded different in the actual trailer. He sounded more like he had the Lobo, like I don't know what, gruff, and he sounded like he was almost trying to put on a British accent, like I'm Lobo. Like what? I don't know. It sounded off to me. I don't know what it is.
But he basically is only there as a MacGuffin. He really doesn't. He just like appears out of nowhere, and then he leaves, and then he appears out of nowhere again, and comes back into the movie and helps them with the situation, and he's gone again. Like like you can tell. I heard something that Lobo originally wasn't even in the fucking movie. That WB execs told them to put more Lobo in the movie, so he basically was he's basically reshot. They basically shoehorned him in.
Yeah, but
that's why he feels like he comes and appears.
According to Tom King, he wrote Woman of Tomorrow, the comic, with Lobo in it, but the DC editors told him, "Oh, take Lobo out." So he said that Lobo was supposed to be in that story all along. He wrote the comic with Lobo in it, but the DC editors told him to take Lobo out and make it a more centered story. That's what Tom King claims, or something like that. Lobo was supposed to be in that story all along, or something like that. To me, like I said, Woman of Tomorrow is a mid-ass comic. But
yeah, I don't get the retards that keep hyping it up like that was a great comic. It's not. It's mediocre.
Somebody was saying, and they keep saying it's a claim, but somebody else on a live says like that comic didn't get no sales. They're talking about fucking acclaim. That comic didn't even sell. What are you talking
what's that dumb bitch Roxy Stryer saying? Oh, I reread it multiple times. It's a masterpiece, fantastic. Like you dumb bitch with it. I'm sorry, that comic.
They bad. Like I said. The only thing good about that comic is the art, but they couldn't even get the visual. The comic book art looked beautiful. This movie didn't look like shit. It looked like a Mad Max fucking bleak fucking shit stain area. Like what the fuck? It didn't even look like the way the art in the comic looked.
It did. It makes that ripping off. Basically, the villains are the Krem guy. He's basically just a Ravager from Guardians.
Yeah, he was a Ravager, exactly. Like
that's all. It basically looked like the gun reused the nowhere sets from Guardians.
Yeah,
for certain like locations in this fucking movie.
What's retarded because they were pirates in the book, and they actually looked like pirates on a pirate ship. They made them look like fucking space pirates in this fucking movie. They actually look like real pirates. Like
they made them look more like Captain Vikings than pirates.
Yeah,
they actually look like Vikings, not pirate. Like they sound like. But it's retarded. You sound like they look like Vikings, but they have like a Russian accent.
Yeah, what would that whole stupid scene? I forgot what the fuck they call these women that they're like female pirates and they have some devices make themselves invisible and shit. Like what is all that bullshit about? Like, and then Supergirl grabs the device and makes herself disappear because they stole the sword and shit like that. Remember that?
You mean the ones that like they attack they attack the bus or whatever, the space bus, and
yeah, it looked
they kind of look like the
mother or some shit. I'm not.
They also look like they just look like the Kree from Captain Marvel and Guardians.
Yeah.
The way they have blue skin and shit. I'm like,
it looked like one of them looked like Adam Warlock's mother and shit like that. What's that?
Yeah, they kind of did, like Adam Warlock's mom and all. This basically is done. Throw Guardians, throw some Star Wars in there. Hell, you know that first big alien that she fights at the beginning of the movie to get what's her name's sword back in the. That basically looked like an elite from Halo, one of the big aliens from Halo. I'm like, what the fuck? And like, I'm sorry.
You know, that was so retarded. I found that scene so fucking awkward. And it's retarded because Supergirl just learning English, but Superman, he's been on Earth 3s. He doesn't know any language, but she knows how to talk other alien language. Remember that was so awkward when that big Star Wars ripoff alien was screaming, and then Supergirl's going, ah, that shit
Oh
was so
yeah, she
fucking corny.
screeches. Yeah, she
That was
opens her mouth and
corny.
screeches like she knows how to speak.
Like that.
And yeah, it's like ah, like screamed, and then it went, and then yeah, that last Jedi alien, and it walked
Yeah,
away. And she told the girl, "Sit down. You just called your mother a whore."
yeah. And there was some aliens that look like rip offs of fucking Watto from the Phantom Menace. Was that dude
That's
with the
yeah,
what was that alien? I forgot the fucking
yeah. And
name.
they had like one dude that was sitting next to them on the bus. He was basically a rip off of one of the Jedi on the Jedi Council in
Oh
Phantom
yeah,
Menace. You know, like
yeah,
the dude in Phantom, the Jedi guy. I forget his name, but he's like a background character on the Jedi Council alien, where he's got like a beard and shit like that, and he's like kind of like a snake body and shit.
yeah,
They
yeah,
basically just did a rip off of his character, like him sitting it, and all these characters like it was basically generic alien Star Wars leftover designs.
yeah.
Like
It feel like they took ripped off from J.J. Abrams' Star Wars aliens and other shit. Deep Space Nine, Star Trek. Like, what is this? This is a
yeah,
mishmash, a mess of fuck shit, a clusterfuck.
it's like what did Gunn do? Did he go to the prop shop of like used props or rejected props that they made for like Star Wars and Star Trek and his other Guardians? Like grab a bunch of those and we'll just put those in this movie or a bunch
Yeah,
of
and,
aliens
yeah, and you know
rejected.
what? Somebody was saying, and I agree. I'm sorry. Fuck you, you pathetic shows. Fuck you, Blue Gay Angel, you retard. So, everybody's trashing Blue Gay Angel and Matt Soup's fuckface
Yep,
Ramos.
they're
They should.
tired of his ass.
And you know what? They said, and I don't give a fuck about the Odyssey. And they said Nolan get a tie because now he's banned all influencers for having any screenings to those movies. So Blue
Good,
Fag
good. I'm
Angel
like,
and all of them are not allowed to see the Odyssey earlier.
so they'll be disappointed. What losers?
Yeah.
Because we know that those idiots they hype up that Nolan garbage, so they're going to be disappointed.
Exactly. We said the bad. We said the bad guy in Supergirl looked like Gunn's brother. He did look like what's it? The
Yeah,
Krem. He does.
he looked like fucking Pinhead or some shit from Hellraiser or something.
Yeah. Let me see. Erase it. And the lapse in logic, it makes no fucking sense. Krem from the Yellow Hills, whatever shitty. He's from another planet. How the fuck does he know that kryptonite affects Supergirl and have a gun to
Yeah,
automatically shoot her? Like, what the fuck? How would he know that?
so like was Krypton. They don't establish that. Oh, because even the girl when she tells the girl Ruthie or whatever, she's from Krypton. The girl knows what Krypton is and that it exploded and stuff. So like, I guess you could say that Krypton was famous in throughout the galaxy or something like that, and everybody knows what it is. But I'm like, dude, so I could you make that logic that at one point Kryptonians it was known what their weaknesses were and all that, but they don't explain that enough in this movie.
Yeah,
They hint at yeah, Krypton people knew what that planet was. Even the little girl had heard of that planet that it was just like, but 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 how the fuck would the Krem dude? How would he know that she's Kryptonian? How the fuck did he find that out?
exactly.
Because the Ruthie girl didn't even know. She just believed that she was from Earth the whole time. Like basically until she told her she was really from Krypton.
Yup. Exactly. You said that Neurotic said Supergirl is ill-conceived intersectional gobbledygook. They double down on Jor-El sending Kal-El to Earth to conquer Earth for fuck's sakes. It's a day where I agree with Grace Randolph. The end is nigh.
Yeah, and Angry Joe, Angry Joe. How
Oh,
does
that bitch
that
crying.
shilling? You were shilling, but then you're shilling, telling everybody to watch the movie, and it was going to be great. But then you watch the movie and you get disappointed. You don't
Yeah,
like
how
it. You make an
stupid.
angry review. Oh my god, it's terrible. You're really yeah. We were right, bitch. That you retard. What does that make you look now? You look like a fucking fool now that the movie was actually trash, and you have
Exactly.
to
How
admit it.
stupid you. Oh, somebody put super lesbian. That's fine.
I'm surprised they didn't go there in this fucking movie.
Yeah, super. Oh god.
And what's with the whatever they're called, Krem's guys, whatever the fuck,
Who?
taking child brides? I'm like, what the
Yeah.
fuck is with Gun and the child bride shit? The harem shit with what the fuck is with all the aliens throughout the galaxy? All the aliens they just try to fuck kids or something, take
Yeah. I'm
child
like, what
brides is
the fuck is
every
that?
alien's philosophy. I like Gun. That's but it didn't and like that's why people say this is like Mad Max is basically like a Morton Joe in Mad Max Fury Road, you know how he had all those wives and shit like that? Like he
Yeah.
kept them in cages and shit, like his
Yup.
wives or some shit. I'm like, people saying like he's like a fucking low budget Immortan Joe ripoff or something.
Yeah. Look at this average James Gunn fan. Look at some weirdo fucking tranny. Like, what the fuck is this weirdo shit? I'm sorry, man.
A silhouette bucket.
The fuck?
I don't know. Just,
Those overpriced popcorn buckets.
Yellow and red, or whatever suits your taste.
Like those popcorn buckets are too fucking expensive.
Anyway, hope you have a good day. Take care of
what
yourselves.
the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Is he retarded or something? Was he in a Supergirl costume or a Superman costume?
Supergirl.
What the fuck? It has a skirt. Oh my god.
Typical James Gunn.
What the fuck is this?
Someone said, "Holy shit! What the fuck is this?" I think like people like, "What the fuck?"
I'm scared.
Someone said, "Let the bomb hit already. Let's get it over with."
Yeah, let Krypton so we can explode with this fucking flop box office.
Exactly. Somebody did a Homer gift. My eyes, my eyes.
What the hell even is? No, like that. What's that Psycho Dad? What the hell even is that?
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck even is?
Somebody saw Angry Joe said, "Nigga, why does every Supergirl fan like this?"
Oh yeah, fucking goofball that wears the costume and shit. I'm just like,
I'm
just
sorry,
corny.
that's so fucking cringe. I'm sorry. Someone said fucking wild. What the hell happened to masculinity? That's why they like cornball sweat beta bitch, because he's not Superman. You got a bunch of soy bitches and soy boys thinking, "Oh, he's such the best ever." I'm sorry. If you consider a Superman masculine that acts like a goofball in the costume, you're a fucking retard. To me, he's a parody. He's what they probably would have made Superman act like if the Adam West show made. The Batman back in that time was cool, but to take us basically, if they would have took Superman,
I think it wouldn't even be like that because even Adam West had more balls.
Yeah, he did. Yep, he did. Yeah. It's a hack gun, and the Guntars don't know DC. They don't. They LARP and act like they fucking do. You know what? They reused the little hoodie suit that Supergirl has on when she arrives on Earth. Gunn's wife had it in Guardians Galaxy 3. What
were those? What were those things that she gave her? Like they puts over your neck like a ring, and then it comes with like a space suit, like a.
Oh yeah, that looked like that big fluffy purple shit.
Yeah, like a perfect space suit
or whatever.
Like astronaut, like I'm like, what the?
Yeah, that reminded me of something that was in Guardians of Galaxy 3.
It did. Then in Guardians 3, they had big space. Like, it's so stupid when she fights those whatever pirates or whatever the fuck they are on the bus. She fucking tries to take why the fuck she need a spacesuit?
Yeah, that's retarded.
And then they show like, oh, it's because she's low powered because of she's been getting drunk and
they did a Last Jedi like when Leia gets frozen, like when Leia gets frozen in space in Last Jedi, like a Guardian shit. Chris Pratt.
Yeah, Guardians 3 they did that shit. Guardians 1 and 3 they did that shit with Chris Pratt out in space getting frozen. Exactly.
And shit. He just keeps repeating. Adam Finn, let me see. Zankor Screwnolan's out of Cisa Slate. Soy Boy Joe. Oh my god! And this fucking. I'm sorry. I think I tagged you. Fuck you, Crazy Joe. You're a retard. This motherfucker says, "No, we still love and we have in gun we trust." Motherfucker. No. You speak for your retarded ass self. You're retarded, Crazy Joe. Saying in gun we trust. You're fucking retarded.
Yeah, just because you're a fucking balding pedophile, that motherfucker doesn't mean that the rest of us agree, you fucking retard.
Yeah, so stupid. He's like, oh, what gun DC movie hasn't been a success? Are you fucking retarded? You're mentally retarded.
His first DC movie ever made, Suicide Bomb, literally one of the biggest bombs of all time.
167 million. That's a fucking bomb.
And don't give that shit a pandemic because literally months later, then when the Omicron came out, Spider-Man No Way Home had come out and it made $1 billion. So
yeah, exactly.
You fucking retards can't use the excuse of COVID. You fucking retards.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. He's begging people to watch Angry Joe. He's fucking begging people to watch Super.
Oh,
Yeah,
we should play. You should play his review on here and see what he thinks now. I didn't really watch his. I wonder what he thought. Like he's gonna cry like a bitch to see his because he was begging before the movie came. Oh, well, don't worry, guys, it'll be great. Yeah, how great is it now? You fucking retard. Now you got.
you know what? I like the shit. Somebody was saying, I agree. It seems like there was a fucking mandate. Get the fuck out of here. To like, oh, like even if you don't like the movie, that's fine. But just say Millie Alcock's performance was great. All these motherfuckers were like, you know, I have problems with them, but Millie Alcock's performance, even Chris Gardner was like, no, it wasn't. Her acting wasn't good.
Yeah,
they try to.
John Campia is full of shit. He said, "Oh, Millie Alcock, there's no other actress that can play super." Get the fuck out of here!
John Campia, this is how the little character was drawn in the comic. Get the fuck out of here. Millie Alcock doesn't look like this, you dumb bitch. This is a literal 3D printed translation of the actual comic book. You think this looks like Millie Alcock, John Fuckface Campia? You're retarded. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, he started his review off with that, and then he said that right before he went into trashing the movie and how bad it was. But he's like, first I got to start off with something good. I think Millie Alcock is the perfect casting and all that. Like, motherfucker, these retards all have a script.
Yeah, exactly.
If you don't like it, you have to start off your review with positive and say that Millie Alcock's the best casting ever, and that they need to go into trash. Like, what the fuck?
Don't put down a girl. That's misogynist. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to know. If the movie's garbage, she acts garbage is garbage. Fuck.
And now you have idiots like some idiot on behalf of all men, I apologize, Millie Alcock, for the way they're behaving towards you and all this stupid simp and people trashing them. Like, you fucking loser, you're a fucking simp. You're gonna make a tweet saying, "I'm sorry on behalf of all men. I'm sorry, Millie."
Yeah, that Joe Russo idiot. He said that.
Yeah, that Joe Russo fucking retard. What a fucking retard.
This fucking faggot account that was everything DCU piece of shit. Oh, all people going up. This motherfucker. He wrote a review of how great Supergirl was and all this shit, and how as though it's one of the greatest movies of all time. Then all of a sudden, when the Rotten Tomato scores was low, he was like, "We're fucked." Really? That's what a phony you are. You were talking about how great it is, and now you're saying, oh, maybe we should get rid of Anna and Girl. We're fucked. But I thought you just played the greatest movie ever, you fucking fake ass account.
That shows you they're reactionary retards.
Everything bullshit, you fucking faggot. You probably a Marvel chart account pretend to be a DCU account. Stupid.
Yeah. Hey, we love Masters of the Universe, but when the box office numbers came in, did we change our opinion? Oh no, the movie's terrible now because it made no. But no, motherfucker, I don't care. It's a great movie. It's gonna make money. It's selling out. Masters is selling out. Home video, physical media sales are through the roof for it. People love the movie of Masters of the Universe. Unlike this garbage. Again, Roxy Stryer, you're a fucking stupid bitch.
Yeah.
Let's compare Roxy Stryer, okay?
Yeah.
Roxy Stryer, she loves this garbage, but yet she had to admit nobody else in the theater was happy about it like I was.
Exactly.
And then the bitch, when she reviewed Masters of the Universe, she said, I was the only one in the theater that didn't understand what was going on, and I didn't understand why people were excited and cheering because I don't know anything about He-Man, so I didn't get it and I didn't like it. And so that shows you she has shit taste. When something's actually garbage, she's the only one that likes it. When something's actually good, she's the only one that doesn't like it. Stupid bitch.
Yeah. See, this is the one I'm saying. A lot of people see. So Robert Ryan Burnett, you're basically saying what I said all the time, that David Cornwell Sweat Superman is trash. You're acting like this movie is the first time they made him goofy. He was fucking goofy. Like I said, Supergirl turned Superman into Clark Kent. Exactly my fucking point. He doesn't make Superman act like fucking Superman. He makes him act like the goofball facade. He puts him in a Superman costume and makes him act like, gee golly willikers, boo. What the fuck? Superman don't act like that. He, like you said, Bradley, he's more stoic, and I don't give a fuck if some emo TikTok. That's the way Superman is. You never see George Reeves. He was the best. He didn't act goofy as Clark Kent. I'm sorry, the Donner thing was the one who created the goofy ass Clark Kent. Donner created that bullshit. Even when Dean Cain was on the Friday Night Tights, he said something about. He said, "I loved Christopher Reeve's Superman, but I didn't like his Clark Kent." Dean Cain said that. So I didn't do that. I went more by the George Reeves Clark Kent. because it's I didn't like that. That was fucking. That was always corny to me. I'm sorry. That's
And
too over the
then
top.
Gunn, he just makes that the whole character. There's no differentiating. He's just goofy
Yeah,
fuck
because these
cornball.
fucking losers like Kimmy Geeks on TikTok be like, "Oh, that's wholesome." Fuck you, you dumb emo bitches that think that's wholesome, acting like a fucking goofball all the
Okay,
time. That's why
Exo
they're like garbage,
Starlight,
like
the
Tom
other
Holland shit.
Exo Starlight. What's the Daffy's Comics
Oh,
bitch that you
you know
trash?
what? My friend told me, but I blocked that bitch, but I didn't see. Oh, now you bitch flipping because my friend was telling me that Dappy's Comics trashed it. But I thought you were a gun dick sucker, Dappy's Comics. Now you trashing it? I
Oh
thought you were
my
a gun dick
god.
writer. I
That
thought
just goes to show you, motherfucker, that these people are retarded and fake. That
yeah,
they'll
yeah,
flip on
exactly.
a dime as soon as public opinion changes. These motherfuckers, basically, it's like the Joker said in Dark Knight. He's like, when the chips are down, these civilized people they'll eat each other.
Eat themselves. Exactly. Yeah.
They'll eat each other. Like yeah, basically like well like when there's one sign of chaos or something fucking up, then they'll drop everything that they've been sucking dick for and just jump on
Exactly.
the hate.
Exactly. And I just have to say this again. Grace Randolph, you're a fucking retard. David Cornball Sweat was never an excellent Superman. And Robert Pattinson was never a good Batman. You're fucking retarded. You're the same retard that says there was no Mario merch in the 80s and you grew up in New York, you fucking dumb bitch.
And I'm sick of these people now that this is failing. They're trying to say that like a Chris Carr bitch on and Christian Harlow saying, well, maybe if this doesn't go, maybe they'll pivot to the Matt Reeves universe because people
Shut
like
the
that.
fuck up with Matt Reeves garbage. Shut up. I'm just, what you saying? Just tired of
It
hearing
was that
retards
dumb
say
bitch
that
Chris,
shit.
that bitch Chris Carr saying that. Oh, since this
Oh,
is not.
you know what's funny? Oh, remember we were talking about the Roxy Stryer, how she was
Yeah,
saying she loved it, and the people in her theater were saying it was horrible. This
yeah,
motherfucker, Christian Harlov, I'm tired of these fucking apologies. It was embarrassing. In his out of theater reaction, he was trying to cope and apologize for the movie and be like, oh, well, that. And then somebody in the background in the movie theater was like, this is horrible. They heard him in the background while he was trying to cope and make excuses. And someone like, this movie was horrible in the background and shit. You can hear him when he's doing an out of theater review and shit like that.
I'd laugh my ass off if that was somebody that knows who he is or recognized him and fucking crashed his review if he was saying that shit was great. I would have fucking done that if I seen Harloff out in public and I just do that shit and crash his video. Like this shit was like basically make him look retarded.
Yeah, exactly. That was it. The only reason I knew because somebody pointed it out in the timestamp in the YouTube, and I went out like, oh shit! I hear somebody's this was horrible. Why he's trying to apologize for it? You say, oh, it's not that bad. Shut the fuck up. Everybody knows it's garbage. He's such an apologist idiot.
This is one of those movies where if you've seen the trailer, you've seen the whole fucking movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Yes,
literally, you've seen the trailer, you've seen the whole goddamn. You already know how this movie is gonna go.
exactly. Yeah. See. Look. See when Robert Burnett says Supergirl turned Superman into Clark Kent, then Neurotic said, that's how he was, and that's how he was in Superman as well. What are you talking about? With the nerd.
Well, I'll be right back, future.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Neurotic said that's how he was in Superman as well. And then All Lee said, Corn Sweat might be the worst Superman of all time. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he is. He is. I'm sorry. And I don't even like Tyler Hacklin, but at least fucking Tyler Hacklin, my God, he know how to speak other languages. You're Superman. You're supposed to. I'm not even playing around. Superman, one of his powers is super intelligence. He could super speed read, learn any language. But this motherfucker didn't even know Kryptonian. My God, even Tom Welling, there was an episode where he would learn how to talk Kryptonian. So this is the dumbest Superman ever. Let me see. Honestly, I'm not interested in seeing any of Gunn's DCU. I'm not a fan of his style or his regurgitated we didn't speak. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Matt Reeves is trash and James Gunn is trash. Keeping it real, David Ellison, both are garbage. James Gunn and Matt Reeves are both garbage on the opposite end of the spectrum. Matt Reeves is too dull, pretentious, slow, pathetic, boring. James Gunn is too fucking goofy, cornball, cheeseball. You need to be somewhere in the fucking middle. Both of them are trash. And Matt Reeves is woke too because the what's that shit that's coming out the
The
fucking new
Kate Crusader trash.
the female fucking Mad Hatter and shit like who get oh my gosh fucking female Mad Hatter. Why
Yeah,
are you
yeah, that shit.
race swapping
That
and
shit.
changing? What happened?
That shit looks fucking shit. And I'm like too. I'm like, basically, basically, this movie feels like this can be interchangeable with the Marvels to me. I'm like, this shit like a
Yeah,
low tier, low budget, a low tier ass fucking MCU movie for all I give a fuck. Like this shit, I don't give a fuck what retards say. They were triggered when Man of Steel, BBS, those movies came out. Oh, it's not like Marvel. It's too dark, motherfucker. No, that was good because they had a distinct feeling to them from the fucking Marvel movies where they actually felt grand and epic. The gun shit just feels like this might as well be an MCU movie. These feel like they're cut from the same fucking cloth of movie. Like there's no differentiating on what the fuck. They don't have a distinct voice to it. It just feels the same shit. And didn't
yeah,
Gunn say, "Oh, we're gonna let the creators have their own distinct movies"? And no. So far, motherfucker, these all feel the same, like the same
exactly.
goofball type movies. Even the Clayface garbage.
I don't
That
give a
looks like
fuck.
that
You know
belongs
what
to
pissed me
Matt
off? 'Cause
Reeves.
that I know is gonna be a piece of shit, but I'm afraid because these morons make these fucking whack ass horror movies get money. I'm afraid that garbage is gonna make money because these fucking morons. A horror movie, I have to see who gives a fuck. Who cares? Even Grizzly was like, I don't give a fuck. I'm a Clayface fan in the context of him being in Batman. I have a Clayface figure, and I don't give a fuck about seeing a Clayface movie. Like, why? Who
Yeah,
cares?
I'm like, after seeing Obsession and Backrooms make that money, I'm like, oh fuck, watch these fucking idiots this year try to make everything about horror movies, low budget shit, and try to make that.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, that's actually the worst possible outcome for those movies to do good. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. It said, oh, I forget. Yeah, Ranger Jarrett OP Skeletor. Yep, he's the best Skeletor. Yeah, Slave said, if Reeves is so good, why didn't the Batman make a billion? Exactly. And you know what? This bitch, see what I mean? This fucking hypocrite bitch, because Grace Randolph, you stupid bitch, you say dumb shit about that piece of shit Patterson's accurate Batman, but then there was videos of you saying, oh, you know, Patterson, the Batman making 700 million. That's really not a good number for a Batman movie. So then what the fuck are you? So then BVS made more. You know that, right? It made 873 million. So how are you hyping up that garbage? You're like, that's not really not a good number for a Batman to make. Like, shut the fuck up. You're just
And
a
then
flip flop psycho bitch.
and then the bitch said, how can anybody hate Patterson Batman?
She's retarded. She's fucking retarded. She
She's
belongs in
acting
a
like he
asylum.
belongs in Arkham Asylum, fucking bitch.
Exactly. That's why the Eric Weber said Schizo Randolph. Schizo.
Throw her ass in Arkham, fucking put a straight jacket on her.
Yeah. Oh, Michael Curtis said, so far, not a big fan of James Gunn universe. I didn't love Superman. I thought Supergirl was pretty bad, terrible villain. Oh yeah, see, this was somebody actually agreeing with Rob Robert that said right. Eon one said right. I've been saying this. Christopher Reeve seems to be the only actor to understand Superman is the opposite of Clark in personality. Corn Sweat plays Superman like Clark, a nice dorky substitute teacher. Exactly. That Superman is not supposed to fucking act like that. And first of all, the whole Clark goofy persona, that's a Donner thing. But you're definitely not supposed to make Superman act like that in a Superman costume.
Yeah.
Gee Willikers, I have the Superman costume. Gee Willikers, Lois, what the fuck? He don't act like that.
He's acting all awkward, like socially awkward, doesn't know what. Have you heard of Kid? Oh, yeah, that's right. You probably didn't hear that.
Yeah, I never
like
seen a Superman in a costume that wasn't a facade act so fucking dumb. Like, why am I talking so loud? Do you not talk English? Are you not from Kansas? What the fuck? I never seen a Superman that's fucking dumb.
Yeah, he's fucking idiot.
What?
Fucking
Yeah.
retard. And it looked bad too. You could tell that they were on like a soundstage or something filming that.
Yeah, yo. Exactly. Oh, and you know what's funny? Because people would see. I don't give a fuck because I love the Flash, but while this movie's so bad that now everybody's saying, "Oh, I judge Flash too harshly. I want Sasha Calle back. Flash wasn't bad." Even though that Eric Weber, because they were trying to talk shit on the Flash and the Eric Weber, he said, I actually like the Flash. I don't know if people put it down. I like the Flash, so this was way better than the Flash. And people say, I mean, the Flash was way better than this movie. And then he was saying that Justice League Theatrical was a Scorsese masterpiece compared to this garbage. He was saying,
Exactly. Theatrical is better than this shit.
yeah,
What do you call
exactly.
it's better than this shit? Like my God, this shit is like bottom of the. This is like on Birds of Prey level for me. God
Yeah,
damn.
yep. I agree. Somebody said inside info. I think she was miscast. Yes, she was because this figure, McFarlane figure, is a 3D printout of the comic art. Does this look like Millie Alcock? You know who it looks like? More like Meg fucking Donnelly, who James Gunn is stupid and didn't cast, and she was the runner-up.
Yep.
This don't look like Millie Al Suckercock.
Like keeping it real, Meg Donnelly would have made this movie 1,000 times better.
Exactly. She wouldn't have acted corny like that.
Because she's actually fucking hot too. So is Sasha Calle is hotter.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at the Supergirl, I'm like, this Supergirl, she's not even attractive. She seems like a tomboy dude or something like that. She doesn't even seem
Yeah.
like nothing about her is attractive to me. I mean,
It's like why is she on? And it doesn't make sense because when she crashes to Earth, when Zor-El sends her to Earth and everything, she don't know how to talk English. She seems all nice. How all of a sudden she get an attitude and want to be a punk rocker bitch, and her whole personality changes? It doesn't even make sense.
yeah, how'd she become a fucking
And how does she all of a sudden have a Valley Girl fucking accent? Like, oh my god, like what the fuck? How do you get an accent from that for not even talking English?
yeah, she even does that in like the scene to fool Lobo into thinking that they're from Earth or something like that. Like what the fuck? She does a Valley Girl accent. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yes, inside info said, I think she was miscast as I couldn't see the character of Supergirl. I could only see the actor doing a performance the entire movie. It could have been her trying to pull off an American accent that affected her. Yeah, I kind of think because it like sound too much like corn. I don't know, just came off corny. Let me see. What somebody said, if Clayface flops, the Man of Tomorrow will never happen. But Man of Tomorrow's already almost finished filming and shit, unfortunately.
And then you see like on the red carpet, they asked her, I think if she ever saw the original Supergirl movie, she said she never did.
Yeah, that pissed me off. And you know what's
and then Helen Slater actually went to see it.
Yeah, today I was gonna say that.
Today.
Yeah,
I'm like, Helen Slater went to go see the movie, and Millie Alcock never even seen her movie. Yeah, that's some bullshit. What a fucking bitch. She comes out to support you, and you don't even like care. Didn't she have an attitude when they asked her if she talked to the other actresses who played Supergirl?
Yeah,
no, why would I do that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she's like, no, I don't really have to. It's not like we have any history. Like, shut up, bitch. She's like a dumb cunt.
It's called courtesy. When you take on an iconic role, you usually, talk to the people who have played it before and stuff like that. You fucking dumb bitch. You don't act like a stuck up bitch. Exactly. Why would I want to talk to them? Like, shut the fuck up, you dumb drunk whore. I'm like,
exactly.
The bitch is like butterfaced and unlikable. Like,
yeah. They said major flaw in this version of DC. Yes, major flaw is making Superman act like a fucking goofball when he's not supposed to. This is another thing too, because some people get that fallacy bullshit about Clark is who he is and Superman what he does. That's bullshit. There's layers to it. There's the Clark he puts on to the people at the office and Daily Planet, and there's the Clark who he is with Jonathan and Martha Kent, and then there's Superman. There's 3 layers to it. It's not just like like there's a Clark facade and there's the Clark from the farm and everything, and then Superman and shit. So it's like how Batman has different layers.
I think even Jarbo was saying something about Superman. He's saying like in Man of Steel, Jarbo was saying Man of Steel actually felt good. It was actually in BBS were actually good because Martha and Jonathan Kent actually felt like they actually cared for their son. He said Superman 2025. It feels like they're just fucking like bumblefuck idiots that can barely walk upstairs and shit. But I'm like, yeah, that's basically what it is. It's basically like you actually feel the characters in Man of Steel, BBS, and the Superman 20. They just feel like caricatures.
Yeah,
like some bullshit.
And the thing is, even George Reeves and Dean Cain understood that it was mild-mannered Clark Kent. There's no mild-mannered in Cornball Sweat. Super shit? You really get that? That's mild-mannered? Super
Yeah, he
shit.
loses his
You know
temper a
I hate
lot.
that, Lois. How the fuck is that mild mannered Clark Kent? What are you talking about? You know I hate that, Lois. The way he's
Like,
screaming at Lex and shit.
yeah, like Henry Cavill got that too. Because you notice how Henry
Yeah,
Cavill, like there are times when Henry Cavill would even threaten somebody, but he'd come off kind of like monotone about it, or like
yeah,
haphazardly, because he's supposed to be like mild mannered, like stoic and like confident about it. Like
yeah,
he doesn't
exactly.
like doubt himself. Like he's like knows what he's got to do and shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Nicholas Galiциan as He-Man was a better Superman than fucking David Cornball Sweat.
Yeah,
It's an indigenous gov. I'm saving my money for a brand new day. I'm not gonna. I'll see that on Bullet. I can't with Tom Holland. I'm sick of Tom Holland. I'm like, I only tolerate No Way Home because Andrew Garfield and all the villains would have been like, I just can't. I'm gonna see it because I'm gonna see it. I'm not gonna go pay for it. I'm gonna see it on because the Hulk and the Punisher. But it's like the guy. He's still. And so even that RKL post, he was saying something the other day. And I was like, it's like he's saying the same thing. Like I can't with Tom Holland. Like he's already like in his 20s, almost gonna be 30. He still sounds like
yeah.
he's
I'm
a
like,
12-year-old Spider-Man.
and what pisses me off
He has
is
a
in
better
this new
costume,
one,
but he still sounds like a fucking 12-year-old.
like there are elements of in this new one that look accurate
Yeah,
and decent, but I'm like, but still, it's Tom Holland. That's kind of I'm like. I like the way the suit look. I like how they're
yeah,
trying to recreate comic colors. I think that's pretty fucking cool. But I'm like,
yeah,
and some of the stuff is cool. But I'm like, it's interesting enough, but I'm still gonna see it. It's interesting enough to
yeah,
see. But I'm like, there's something like kind of like with all his. I think his worst one is Far From Home was the worst one he did.
yeah,
But I think
yeah,
Homecoming was good because well, it was only decent because of Michael Keaton was a good
yeah,
vulture, and
yeah,
of course No Way Home was good because of all the villains and shit. So I'm like this one I'm cautious about it because I'm like Far From Home was the weakest because it had nothing to really.
yeah,
It was Spider Man. What the fuck is Spider Man movie where he's not in New York? That's fucking retarded.
yeah. He's like on a European
He's on a
vacation.
European vacation. That was the weakest fucking, the most garbage one he's made. I'm
Yeah,
like, this one is like kind of half okay with it, but half like
yeah,
because of him, he's like kind of like fucking just the same. Like he hasn't developed. But I'm
yeah.
like, but I think that it will be better than this piece of shit.
Yeah, but it's like even like it's like when you see the trailer, I'm like, my gosh, he's not like Andrew Garfield. He said the quips and stuff from the comics, like the
Yeah.
jokes that he says even in this fucking thing. I'm like, did James Gunn write these jokes? Because they're garbage. They're like,
Oh, didn't
not even
James Gunn
funny.
ghostwrite Homecoming?
Oh yeah, I heard he did. Yeah, James Gunn, he goes for a
Yeah,
homecoming.
Kevin Feige gave him the Homecoming script so he could ghostwrite. Yeah, so no wonder. Go
Yeah,
fucking figure. I'm like,
yeah,
and I'm like too, but Andrew Garfield, when he did the clips, he felt confident in doing it. He felt like he was
yeah,
confident in Spider-Man. I don't know. Holland is just like kind of like Gunn's Superman, where he does when he's Spider-Man in the suit, he still feels like he's not confident.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like even when he's trying to joke with them, he
Yeah,
still feels like he's
that's the
nervous
thing
about saying a
that
joke to
is
them.
wrong with Holland garbage because it's like you're right when he's Peter Parker, that's when he doesn't feel confident. When he puts on the mask, that gives him the confidence to act. But Tom Holland, he doesn't. He still acts like a bitch with the costume on and shit like that. I'm sorry, he
He
does.
does. He's like acts like he's nervous to tell jokes to the with the com
Yeah,
like the Andrew Garfield. He was straight up just quipping with people and shit, and like quipping with people like the dude with the knife, and like he's quipping with Rhino and shit like that. And like he didn't give two fucks. Like he was like straight up clowning
it's
their
like when
asses and shit.
Peter Parker puts on the costume, it's almost like a defense mechanism, and it boosts his ego that he doesn't act like. Tom Holland still acts timid with the fucking mask on. That's retarded. And
Yeah,
so to me, that's not really. I think that RKL post said, he's never really been Spider-Man 2 because they never showed Uncle Ben's death. So you never really get. They don't even mention Uncle Ben and just
yeah.
like
They're using Aunt May as the fucking
yeah.
Uncle Ben for him, and I'm like, that's so fucking retarded. Like what?
And it's like everybody helped that Iron Boy Jr. gave him the Iron Man gave him the suit. Everyone else helped him, and now I mean then he finally I guess whatever did it on his own kind of I guess in the No Way Home, but it's
But that
a little too late.
But then still he used Iron Man's technology. They need to make the suit with that suit making thing that Tony left behind or something. Or
Yeah,
and I wonder, does he in this movie? I'm confused. Does he make this suit on his own too, or does he use help from the fucking AI, like the 3D printer thing that Tony's like Did he still get to keep that even though no one remembers him? Did he still
Oh
have
yeah.
that so he can
Oh,
still use that in secret?
he said that in this movie. There's one person that still remembers who he is, but he didn't want to say who it is. Some shit like that. But some people were like, "Oh, is it Hulk?" Because I think in the comics that Hulk still remember who he was when he turned to Hulk or some shit like that.
But only when he's Hulk, not Bruce Banner doesn't. But Hulk
Well,
does. Like
yeah, when he's Hulk,
so
yeah,
only so only the Hulk does, but not Bruce Banner doesn't know. But when he turns
yeah,
into Hulk, he does.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, where is it? But this is like, it pisses me off. The fucking I forgot. Even that guy, fake wizard. I agree. He was saying that anyone telling you that this movie is good, they're a fucking shill and a liar and a paid shill telling you this movie is good and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it is. You're the fucking gun dick rider. You're named Blue Gay Angel. Oh, don't focus on the negative. Focus on
Get
the
the fuck out.
positive and don't ask questions. Just consume product and get excited for
Yeah.
next product. That's all the fuck Blue Gay Angel. He retarded ass things. And what
Yeah,
the fuck?
just,
He said he saw it. They have that shit there, rooftop cinema. And
is that new? Because I think somebody sent me. I looked it up. Like, what the fuck? Is this new? That they
I'm
sit
like
on the
rooftop.
rooftops. And
You
shit?
never saw that for New York?
No, that let
I
me
don't.
see. That must be new because I never heard of rooftop cinemas till seeing that stupid ass video of him. Let me see. Uh,
Is that gonna be like the version of the drive-in for New York City or something like that? It's
yeah, like
just
what the?
since you guys can't have like fucking park out and you put it on a fucking screen on rooftops and shit of buildings.
Let me see. This says started in London. This is the first
The
modern
fuck?
open air rooftop cinema club opened in London in 2011. Following its success, the concept expanded to the United States and all the global locations with NYC venue located in Midtown. I never, what the fuck? I never heard this shit. 2011. I never heard of that shit till now.
The fuck?
In London, they started. So it must be like a London thing, I guess.
What the fuck? I'm like,
Let me see. Let me see.
that must be like that must be the big city version of drive-ins.
What happened?
I said that must be the big city version of drive-ins.
When did this? Oh, this is new. This shit came to New York when The Flash came out.
Oh, really?
2023. What the fuck? That's all. I never heard this shit. What the to New York? Yeah. What the 2023? Yeah, because I'm like rooftop cinema. I never heard that shit before. Yeah, for the first time NYC roots. Yeah, 2023. Yeah, I never heard. Have you ever heard of that in LA?
No, I never seen it in LA or San Francisco, none of the big cities. Sacramento, I don't. Well, there's one fucking theater some girl went to in Sacramento that I seen on a TikTok, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's like some fucking like weird. It's like at an old house. Like it looks like some old fucking house, like somebody's old house. It doesn't look like a theater on the outside, but it goes in, and then there's like a fucking movie theater in there. I'm like, they play like all these fucking old black and white movies and shit like they could see. I'm like, when the fuck did this happen? I'm like. It seems like it only plays doesn't play new, it plays pretentious movies
Oh my god, those
like
kind of
one of
indie
those
movies.
indie cinema shit or like old classic movie. I'm like, it doesn't play any new movies or mainstream shit. It plays like old black and white. Like who the fuck wants to see some old black and white or some fucking pretentious? And then she said when she came out, she's like, oh, that was the first time I've ever been to a theater and they played an ad for Letterbox. I'm like, oh god.
Oh gosh.
They're like, oh, go figure. Of course, a pretentious theater would be advertising Letterbox.
Oh, letterbox dog shit. Oh my gosh. And I'm sorry, Indy Never Red is beginning to annoy me because now she's showing up to
Yeah.
the Jackass premiere. Like, oh, who cares?
Oh yeah. I'm like, why the fuck? I'm like, would you stop trying to put her in everything? I'm like,
Yeah.
they're trying to attack, and she's in that somber
The
guy or
somber
whatever the
video.
fuck
Like,
video. I'm sorry, somber. He's another one.
Webbit.
Somber's another one where I don't think his music's that great.
I was liking it now, but now I'm starting to this new song is like whatever. Like
I'm sorry, Mr. Fantasy is way better.
yeah, Mr. Fantasy's
And he did a thing with Mr. Fantasy. He did a thing with Somber or something like that, where they're like fighting at the awards or something like that because he didn't want to like a few months ago at the MTV. I'm like, what the like? But I'm like, Mr. Fantasy music's way fucking better because his music is actually like a throwback to like old school R&B or like shit like that. So like even though he's
yeah,
like KJ Apple's kind of joke, he's actually music's not is actually pretty fucking good. I'm like, wow, this is actually pretty damn good. Like, because you
exactly.
don't hear that type of music that much anymore.
Yeah. Let me see oh yeah, they were gonna send you this. What the hell? Oh damn, it keeps dropping. They said I don't give a fuck, but these retards always like to bring it up when there's a movie. They said Supergirl has now dropped to 56 on Rotten Tomatoes, the lowest score in DCU thus far.
Uh, oh, did you
50.
see that? I saw something on Twitter too. Jenna Ortega, she's been doing a photo shoot. Where she's like showing her ass and shit.
I was like, what is that? Yeah, I was like, what the hell is that? I was like, what
Is
the
that
fuck?
AI or is that really her doing a
That's what I
photo
was
shoot with a
wondering.
close up of her ass?
Yeah.
I'm like, and so did Indy Navarrete. She did a photo shoot where she was acting all sexual and shit on the table, licking spoon. I'm like,
What the
what the
fuck?
fuck is with these girls once they become fucking whores and shit like that, doing like
Yeah.
slutty ass photo shoots and shit like that, like doing sexual. Like, what the fuck is all these bitches are the same. Once they get famous, they start being whores and shit.
Acting. Yeah. Yep. And you know what's funny? I saw some girl on X today. I'm like, oh, bitch, shut up. She shows her titties and ass all over, and like, then she's trying to expose David Spade because David Spade, I joked with him because I'm a comedian. Yeah, right. You're a comedian, showing your tits and ass out. And I sent him a DM saying maybe you could get me, put me in an extra in one of your movies. Like, maybe one day I will. And then it's like, oh, like he was like, the lady was like, I could play a tree. I'll even play a tree as extra for you. So she took a picture of herself dressed like a tree or something, and he was like, oh, that's funny. Retreat. What if you? Can you send me some nude pics or some shit like that? David Spade supposedly told her that and shit like that. But this bitch is acting offended when she shows her tits and ass on OnlyFans. But she gets offended that David Spade asked her for nude pics. Like, bitch, shut up, you hypocrite. And people
Yeah,
are commenting like, dude, you showing your tits and ass, and then you're trying to expose David Spade for asking for nude pics. Like, what kind of dumb bitch are you? Like, serious? And so you expected David Spade to just give you an acting job for free out of the kindness of his heart, just because you asked, bitch? She wanted an acting
yeah.
job from David Spade from DMing him and shit like that.
Oh my god, that's fucking pathetic. She sounds like the pathetic one. She's the one asking him.
Yeah, you're that entitled. Just DMing him. He's supposed to say yes. I'll give you a job. Get the fuck out of here. That shows how entitled these dumb bitches are. I'm keeping it fucking real. Like, let me see what. Oh yeah. Somebody said, "Stop trying to make the DCU happen." Exactly, it hasn't happened ever. Let me see. Just gotta send you. Oh, are you guys gonna see Evil Dead Burn? I'm on the waiting list to see early next week through Warner Brothers Pictures.
No,
Nah.
I'm not seeing that
I still,
trash.
I forgot the last one I actually saw with my girlfriend. What's the fucking one with the girl with the red hair and the fucking
Yeah, the 2013 one or something.
yeah, that's the last one I saw in the movie theaters. What's in the guy Fiddy Alvarez?
Yeah, the Fiddy Alvarez one. Yeah, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
really like Evil Dead shit because I don't like the possession movies.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not a fan of those
So
either.
I give two fucks about Evil Dead.
Oh, that's what. I forgot to tell you. Spoiler. You heard the thing. If you see the trailer, No Way Home trailer,
Mhm.
there's gonna be possession in this movie. In No Way. I mean, a brand new day.
Yeah, isn't gonna be Satan Saint possessing people or something like
No, that's supposedly the Jackal.
it's supposed to be? Oh, that's supposed to be the main villain. That's why you said like, oh, the main villain nobody knows yet, so it's gonna be Jackal's the main villain.
Because you notice in the trailer there's some random black guy just going up to him. Oh, I'll say hi to MJ for you. He's
Yeah, I've
possessing
seen
people
it,
in the streets and shit like that.
and they keeps like going possessing different. Yeah, that's what happens. Then like they possess Hulk. That's why he goes rage again.
It's a Jackal Espino, the villain. Yeah, yeah, that he possesses Bruce Banner, and then that's why Jean Grey supposedly. What do you call that? She breaks that inhibitor so he could become the Hulk or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's how supposedly the whole thing happens. Let me see. It was like they're making too many Evil Deads because I'm like, what the fuck? There's one coming out. Then I heard there's another one coming out. Evil Dead Wrath. I'm like, another one? What the fuck?
what the fucking and all this while Bruce Campbell has cancer and shit.
Oh shit, he does still.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. He had like announced it a few months ago. I don't know. He's probably going through treatment and shit. I don't know. He might be fine, but
Wait, who's that? Is that redhead girl Jenny Gray? I forget what is that actress's name. I forgot her name. I used to have a crush on her. I forgot.
I forget.
I know a lot of people were saying that a long time ago that she should have been Barbara Gordon. Let me see. Oh, where is that? Where is this?
I'm just glad Supergirl because this movie has no chance because Toy Story 5, even though it's garbage, it's still making money. And
Yeah.
and Minions is gonna come out next weekend, so that'll make money. So because the people,
Oh my god! Look
I'm
at
actually,
that, Chaka.
oh my god, yeah, you got. I'm only curious to see. I wasn't gonna give a fuck about it, but I'm curious now since George Lucas has a voice part in it, so I want to know what
Yeah, but you know
character
what I
voices.
heard? Because I was wondering who he voiced. They say he plays himself in the man. Like, what the fuck? He plays himself. He's gonna
Well,
show
that
up
would
with
make
George
sense
Lucas?
because apparently this movie's about the Minions trying to make a monster movie.
Oh yeah.
Like that's why they create the monsters in this movie because they're trying to become filmmakers or something like that. So I guess that makes sense for him to show up as himself, like 'cause they're going to Hollywood and shit to make a
I heard
monster movie.
they summon Cthulhu to bring the monsters.
Yeah, it's a life so they can make a movie off of. Yeah,
Yeah. Let me see. Damn, 7-8 million. This movie's a bomb. Super 7.8 million Thursday night. Let me see. Yeah, that's less than the Flash. Let me see. Come on. Oh. Yeah, let me see if okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll play that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll play that shit because you sent me that video a while ago. Come on.
I just enjoying the switch up of these gun tards. They're
Yeah,
finally.
they flipping all these motherfuckers. This all gun dick suck, gun dick suck. Now like, they try to pivot this wasn't a James Gunn motherfucker. It was a James Gunn movie. I don't want to hate your bullshit.
He's the CEO of the fucking
He
company.
approved of the script. This motherfucker literally said this is the best script he's ever. What? And just like Jeremy Jan said, really, James Gunn? This is the best.
This is the best script you ever read,
What
motherfucker.
the fuck?
Literally,
this garbage.
from a fucking written by a chick who's never written anything before in her life, and it was the first draft. This is the best
She's
shit
an
you ever
actress.
read.
She just been in Vampire Diaries, and
Yeah, that's the only thing she's an actress. She's never written anything. This is her first time writing a fucking movie. Oh my god, this is a. And they asked her too. They said, "Oh, we know you were like." They're asked her about the Sasha Kaye one. She was like, "Oh yeah, but this is a completely different script from the Sasha Kaye or from the one I was doing before, which is the Sasha Kaye one." So basically, this is all basically probably Gunn probably told her, "Oh no, I want you to rewrite it, but start from scratch, but write it off
Yeah,
Luminance." So this wasn't even her. She wrote a different script for Sasha Kaye, and that was completely different. And Gunn's the one that told her to rewrite it, but make it based off that shitty comic, overhyped comic.
exactly.
Base it on that right there, and then Gunn's. So this is all Gunn written all over it too. So she kind of was influenced by Gunn being forced to fucking write this shit.
Somebody. There was a comment about that today, and somebody's like, "How does this? She had no experience," and said, "Oh yeah, gun hit that." Somebody said that's why.
That's
That's
what
the
I'm saying.
only.
She must suck dick or something.
Yeah, so like, come on, how do you get that? How do you get that much of a big 170 million dollar movie when you never did any writing experience before? That's bullshit. Come on,
I'm sorry.
you
That's
just
what I
jump
think
straight from
about
that.
Curry Barker. I'm sorry, Curry Barker. He's
Oh
one.
yeah,
How the fuck he get all of a sudden this movie blow up like that without him like sucking dick or something like that or doing some shit?
I think he's gay because I didn't even know the other guy in the session is
Yeah,
gay. I think
the
he. I think
bear guy is gay. I'm like, oh, what the fuck?
yeah, exactly. It's a. Ranger said it was weird when the Supergirl movie started. At the Universal, man, I didn't mind the Universal logo. I
What? It
didn't.
just what the fuck?
Huh?
Mine
Mine
just
didn't
had
have
the
Universal.
DC Studios,
Yeah, I didn't have no Universal
the
logo.
crappy DC Studios logo, and that's which the DC Studios logo is fucking mediocre too. And I like the one we had
Yeah,
before where it goes through all the characters and shit. It
yeah,
flies through kind of like Marvel. I'm like, this one's fucking underwhelming. All it is the classic Superman ripping the thing, and then this thing turns around and that's it. I'm like,
yeah.
really? That's what
It's
the
like
fuck?
too much. That's
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 your
a
new
logo we should have
intro?
had like 20 years ago or something like.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
That's extremely low budget and underwhelming. I'm like, the old DC logo that got you hyped because it actually went through
yeah.
all the characters and shit. And like before when I'm like, you go, oh yeah, DC, all these great characters, and before the movie, I'm like, this one's just
And
like,
what was the stupid shit in the Supergirl movie about? They left her on a planet with a green sun. What the fuck? The green is that some silver? The green sun. I don't know. Red sun
yeah,
makes
the
you look
green
for
sun,
greens.
yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, I was confused. Is that sun made of kryptonite or something? Supposedly, I don't get that.
Yeah, that was kind of dumb. Let me see. The hell? Oh, you still there, right, Brad?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, I'm
Oh,
still
okay.
here.
I was
Yeah,
trying
I
to
didn't get a
put this.
Universal
Oh,
logo on Supergirl.
yeah, I didn't get.
It just started with the DC Studios underwhelming logo.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Hurry up. Fucking. Yeah.
I will say it does feel weird though not to have a WB logo now in front of DC movies where
Yeah, yeah.
when it just starts with
That
the
I was thinking.
DC.
I thought that too. I was like, it just feels weird. Let's see. Come on, share the video. Oh shit! Did I?
Kind of reminds me of
Oh
how when
man, come
Disney
on.
bought Star Wars, it felt weird when there was no 20th Century Fox before the Lucasfilm.
What you said with 20th Century Fox before the?
That's why I said it was weird. That's why it was weird when Disney bought Star Wars. It felt weird because there was no 20th Century Fox before the Lucasfilm logo.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It did feel. Let me see. Is this? Come on. The video that you sent me, I want to play it on the. Add it to stage. Yeah, add it. Not added yet. Let me add the. Uh, do you see the video on there? Cause this, I don't.
No, I don't see it.
Weird. It says added to stage, but then when I
Oh, then
added
now
it,
it's going. Now it's going. Okay, now I see it. Oh, it went off now.
yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Come on, man. Like it doesn't go through or some shit. It's annoying. It's on the boot. Let's see. This is weird.
Now I
Wait,
see it.
now. Thank goodness. My God. I see it circling. Can you hurry up? Let me play that. Okay, let me see. I hope it plays now. Let me see. Gosh. Why isn't it fucking playing?
Harlock developing common sense more and more, but his guests today are crashing out a little bit. So let's see what Harlock developing common sense more and more, but his guests today are crashing out a little bit. So let's see what they all have to say.
Movie files, Supergirl's mediocre. So I mean, there's tons of these key flicks. Oh wow, Supergirl's emotionally heroic. So it means, Mike, look, it looks.
You there, Bradley?
Yeah, you back? You
Yeah.
see if that worked?
What happened?
Because I could see the video, but it wasn't playing. I could only hear it.
Yeah, I'll try it again. I think it should be maybe I had too many things open. Let me see. Oh yeah, okay. Come on. Yeah, no. Oh shit. Oh, wait.
So let's see what they all have to say.
Man.
Movie files, Supergirl's mediocre. So I mean, there's tons of these key flicks. Oh wow, Supergirl's emotionally heroic. So it means, Mike, look, it looks.
So
like
wait, so it's all over the fucking place. There's no.
Mike Kilinowski.
He was getting
Jewish.
bitch. Keep on
Sounds
kicking ass.
Jewish. Is that a Jewish name? Mike Kilinowski.
Archon is a fucking retard joke. He's gonna get triggered.
He's a little
Archon faggot boy
under the collar with
guntard.
criticism and toxicity surrounding Supergirl. So we're gonna hear from him a little bit tonight.
Mike, look, it looks.
So
like
wait, so it's all over the fucking
Polish.
place.
Okay.
Yeah, no, doesn't seem. It
That's
doesn't.
like
seem-
He's
life.
getting triggered because they're attacking the
That
movie.
is, you take 10 people,
He's a triggered bitch.
you have 10 different reactions. That's life. Like,
And he the retard that who's simping over the porn star Penny Barber when he was interviewing her. And shit.
Like 10
The
different
Mike
movies.
dude.
Yeah, you take 10 people to 10 different movies, you're going to have a different. I know what he's trying to say, but whenever you're mad and you're a little hot under the collar, sometimes you misspeak like that. I'll let that one slide. And that's not true, by the way. You take 10 people to this movie, there's a lot of people agreeing that this movie, Supergirl, is trash.
Well,
like,
I don't know about that.
See, the problem is that I'm seeing in the
Even
chat
Harloff's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
that people are like, brand new days made 50 million in pre-sales. Superhero fatigue is not dead. You cannot gauge the interest in superhero movies on a fucking Spider-Man movie. Spider-Man, Batman, those two movies will always do well. Always. They're
They're both powerful IPs.
right.
I mean, maybe they shouldn't have made Supergirl, brah. By the way, there was that report. Did you guys see that article? A lot of people were posting it on X of the fucking, I forget what shill media site it was, but there were people a year ago saying that this was going to make more than Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's retarded.
Brand New Day. And again, yeah, nobody's really comparing this to Spider-Man. And yes, that's a great point. That's a great point. Deadpool and Wolverine made $1 billion. That is a great point, Andy. Thank you. They're not. Deadpool is not Spider-Man. Wolverine is not Spider-Man or Batman, and they made $1 billion. If you give the fans something that they want, they're going to show up. Nobody wanted this. And add to it all the horrible marketing that's been going on up to this point.
So it doesn't matter. Superhero films are not in a good space right now. They're not what they were 10 years ago. We got 2
superhero movies this year coming out that are probably going to make $1 billion. Doomsday and Spider-Man. We got 2.
It used to be there's a new movie out continuing the whatever the lore is. It could be great. Let's go see it. That there was a excitement and the genre itself was popular. You are not wrong. But they said at least this one made 630, 650 man tomorrow off of the success of the 630. Right. So 100%.
Okay, it gets a little more heated and angry the further along we go. Sit tight.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I don't. Let's say Supergirl doesn't make its money back.
I think we already know that. The only chance the movie had to make its money back is if it were actually good and it could get some positive word of mouth. That even if it were good and had positive word of mouth, it was still going to struggle to make its money back. Now, it's not going to make. I don't think it's going to make anywhere near what Mandalorian and Grogu made, for Christ's sakes.
But then you got Clayface coming out, which costs $60 million.
I hear people saying like 225 to 250 million
to make.
They couldn't go and greenlight a second. So now,
and again, I don't like. I don't. Let's say Supergirl doesn't make its money back. But then you got Clayface coming out, which cost $60 million to make.
Who the fuck is gonna go see Clayface? Does anyone care about Clayface?
I don't give a fuck.
I'm probably not even gonna go see Clayface. I don't give a fuck about Clayface. To use your own example that you just used,
I give a fuck about Clayface.
Clayface is not Joker.
If he's in a Batman movie, I don't give a fuck about Clayface by himself.
Hell, normies, the casuals, probably don't even know that he's a Batman villain.
And if that makes $300 million, then it's like, okay, well, that
$300 million for Clayface. I think that's pushing it, but okay. Hypothetical.
Make it
so what he's saying here is that if Supergirl does bad, Clayface will make up the difference.
That's retarded.
Get the hell out. Look at Harloff. Harloff's like, bro,
Clayface,
you are talking out of your ass right now.
His money back. But then you got Clayface coming out, which cost $60 million to make. And if that makes $300 million, then it's like, okay, well, that money kind of helps us move that loss into the win. Like it's, and again, and then the Batman, whether you want to say it's a gun movie or not, what's fascinating to me is all these people in the shit I can't stand is they'll blame Gunn for this.
It shouldn't
be a gun movie.
This dude, Mike,
Gunn approved this.
Gunn had the opportunity. From what I hear, the script, the writing, the story of this movie is god awful. Chlamydia Burns, Grace Randolph said it was worse than Snow White, worse than Birds of Prey.
Zach Cross said nobody likes Gunn. Exactly.
Ain't no harm in wandering. There's a bounty of fresh produce delivered daily for the taking. I'm smelling them because they're so fresh.
Worse than The Flash. James Gunn read this script. James Gunn had veto power. James Gunn could have looked at this and said, yeah, no, Craig,
and he approved it and said it was the greatest script he's ever read.
He put the brakes on this. He let Craig make his movie. And he let that fucking feminist horror writer write the movie as well. And God, everybody's tearing her to shreds. I forget the bitch's name, but everybody is tearing her to shreds. The chick who wrote this movie.
The Batman is a success, but if the Batman's a success, they won't say Gunn, good job, Gunn.
But the transfer. Look, the thing is, when I saw the trailers that I saw,
The Batman is what James Gunn has the least creative control
And
over.
Patterson Batman.
Now,
who-
I gotta
who
be
gives a
honest
fuck?
with you guys. I kind of don't give a shit about the Batman Part 2 anymore.
Exactly.
Maybe if the trailer comes out, but like
Patterson
they
Batman
wa-
is garbage
I feel like
anyway.
they've waited too long. Batman Part 1 came out 4 years ago. Like what the hell is this movie should have came out last year. I'm really like not. Again, maybe if they drop a trailer and the trailer's good, I might be able to get back invested again. But right now, I don't really care anymore about the Batman Part 2, and I have a feeling that a lot of people might feel the same way I do.
I never cared about the
looks like a
Batman
gun
Part
movie.
1, so Part
This
2,
one
I
didn't feel like a gun
give two
movie.
fucks
I
about.
actually disagree with the Guardians take on. I thought that the trailers looked Guardians-esque, but I
Oh,
didn't feel like the
Ray
overall
said, is
movie.
it better than
There's some
Cornwall Sweat
similarities.
and
I guess.
Patterson?
Okay, we're gonna jump
Or
ahead.
equal
We're gonna
shit.
jump ahead a little bit.
Oh,
now.
that's
This is where
hard,
it
Bradley.
starts
I
to
don't
get
even-
really
what do
good.
you
They
think,
bring the-
Bradley?
They bring the chick
Supergirl?
on. They
I
bring
don't know.
the
Is
chick
it better or
on here.
worse than
There she-
Patterson or Carl? I don't even know.
Jennifer Sturgeon. I've never heard of this woman.
Huh?
Never heard of this woman. She looks
I feel like it was a nothing burger movie, so I think it's like I think it might be slightly worse than
in the chat. It's an average
than
movie.
Gun's trash.
with
We said nothing burger movies.
Yeah, so I'm like I don't even know where to rank this shit.
Yeah,
It's
because
like
you
a
know
nothing movie.
it's kind of true. Because you know what's funny? I said that, but then I heard other people saying that too. Like, is after you finish watching this movie, you feel like nothing. So I don't even.
Yeah.
I wasn't even sure what my own opinion. That's how fucking garbage. I'm like, I feel like you said it felt like pointless watching the movie and shit. I just watched it one more time to see if I understand what I watched, because that's how much fucking garbage it felt, like empty the whole movie and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck?
I watched it one more time just to see if did I comprehend everything right. I'm like, no, it's still garbage. Let's see,
So she's got a great performance with it. He's
oh my
good,
gosh, she
but the
like
movie's-
that girl is like some feminist bitch. She's trying to defend it, like, oh, the misogynist.
But she had a great performance.
Yeah, that, like I said, that's the WB mandate.
The script.
If you're gonna put down the movie, but still say Millie Alcock did a great performance, the fuck out of here. No, she did not. Shut up. You can put it down as long as you say you don't blame her, don't throw her under the bus. Say she did a good performance. Shut the fuck. No, she didn't. You see, the corporate shows.
Heard from others, people I trust more than Harloff, and people I trust more than Rox. I've seen people say in the chat that Roxy absolutely loved this movie. I'll be checking that out. Don't you guys worry.
An idiot.
But I've heard from people I trust that Millie Alcock is terrible in this. I'm going to go with them.
fairly forgettable, and I think that they just need a little more than that right now.
But I mean, I saw someone in the chat say something that the marketing's been mid. The marketing may be mid for dudes.
For dudes.
The marketing may be mid for dudes, which makes up 2/3 of the demographic that are going to show up to see this movie. Chat, do you see any problems with that? Do you see any problems with that?
The majority audience and shit.
Mid. The marketing may be mid for
Jesus Christ.
dudes.
Don't let the bitch talk.
As a woman who has felt largely misunderstood and kind of like an outsider.
My pain. Millie
So,
Alcock.
women who feel misunderstood and feel like outsiders.
Oh god.
All this emo
movie's for them.
bullshit. This movie's in my feelings. I'm an emo. I
That's
have
the
to
same
relate
dumb
to it.
bitches who think
Fine.
Patterson, Batman, and
Million total
Cornwall
box
Sweat is
office
epic.
starting to make sense.
I like kind of the anti-hero vibes that they're giving.
But
in
she's
a
she's
lot.
not a
not
fucking
an
anti-hero.
anti-hero, you
know,
bitch.
She's not the perfect thing. Because
Punisher is an
that's something that
anti-hero, not Supergirl.
Lobo can be considered an
Lobo.
anti-hero.
To not have to be perfect. Like I feel like Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman was so perfect, you know, like, and that's attuned to the character.
Yes,
but
but
like
Sarah
I
was
like
better
how
than this.
gritty and kind of how like
Gal
we're
Gadot
not
is way
saying-
superior to this garbage.
She does that well.
It's just-
The first Wonder Woman, anyway.
No,
Yeah.
at least in the first Wonder Woman,
Yeah.
like felt like a hero, felt like a big
Yeah.
deal, felt like someone you
Yeah.
want to root for in the first one.
Zan
Millie-
Cross 27 says she's a
Millie
bad actress.
Alcock
How?
is
Why would
Supergirl.
Gunn say yes? She's
Um,
because Gunn has a fucking poor judgment.
I have
in
a
everything.
feeling like when I watch this movie, whenever something bad happens to her, like Crypto gets hurt, I'm gonna be laughing at her. I feel like that's gonna be my genuine reaction when I watch this
Again,
movie.
I'll say this
Oh,
one.
well,
Gordon,
movie, no,
I love her in House of Dragon, and I can't wait to see how she
of the
portrays
actual
of
comic
Dragon.
book
this.
the way
You
she's
know,
drawn, and
She-
this looks
she's
looks nothing
the-
like
one of
She was
the-
Millie
all right in
Alcock.
House of the Dragon. She really was.
Sorry, does
Again, like I said,
Meg Donnelly would've
nobody
been a
has been
perfect
clowning on Millie Alcock until she started opening her mouth, running her mouth at the fans, and then the fans, as they always do, as the internet always does, responds to it, and then these people cry and white knight and try to victimize.
White Knight, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna jump ahead about a minute here.
but the people they're going after in terms of partnerships in pushing the movie out there.
Right.
You know,
See, like, okay, like I see this. I'm looking in the chat. They
Uh-oh,
need
Mike's pissed, you guys. Mike's pissed off, you guys. Brace yourselves.
to
Here it
sell to
comes.
men. They need to, it's like, you know what? Maybe they don't.
Hang on, let me go back. I kind of missed what he said there.
in terms of partnerships in pushing the movie out there. You know,
See, like, okay, like I see this. I'm looking in the chat. They need to sell to men. They need to, it's like, you know what? Maybe they don't. Maybe
They
175
don't need to
million, they
sell
do.
the men.
Maybe this
Maybe they don't need to sell to men. Well, Mike, you're gonna see. You're
Zach
gonna
Cross says
see
soy Mike.
the result of that here in a few weeks, bro. Jesus
Soy
Christ.
Mike
2/3 of the demographic.
are men.
I put the
Maybe they don't need to
statistics
sell
up in
them?
today's video. I believe it was 65 to 68%, 64 to 68% male who saw the first Superman movie. Oh, maybe it doesn't need to market to men.
is a superhero movie. Oh, hold on, but let's look at the demographics and let's say that they get their polling and I don't know studios, all this bullshit, but what if they're
Clearly you don't.
saturation with women
Bradley,
and scores
Leto,
with women
Leto
scored
supremacy.
incredibly
Fuck the
high.
posers.
Like maybe they
Leto's best
make
fucking
money. We need
Skeletor, best
Yeah.
Joker.
to make, but we're actually getting women interested in these movies. Like
Fuck haters.
I mean, and they're like Supergirl's a flop. It's DOA already. Like fuck off. Like
Oh, shut up.
people like that come in. They've
Triggered.
got their little misogynistic bullshit views.
It's a misogynistic
Everything
to come
was-
in and say that the movie's a flop. It
It's
is.
misogynistic to say it's a flop.
Have you seen that? This was yesterday. So this was yesterday. So I'll cut you a little slack here, but we knew even yesterday that the projections were bad for opening weekend a few days ago. The 39 million number came in. Now, with very negative word of mouth going around this movie, it's not going to go above the box office projection. It's probably going to be lower.
Yeah.
Because they didn't like what Millie Alcock said. But the thing with when she was talking, every time a guy opened his mouth, they're proving her right.
Oh my
With
god.
what they were saying. It's like
Even though she opened her mouth first, you see, I just said this. She can talk all the shit she wants. Men, male fans, male comic fan, we just have to sit there and take it. We have to sit there and take it because she's right. And if we respond, if we disagree, then we're just proving her point.
That's super bullshit. Oh, let me see. Yeah, no.
I recommend Optimum Fiber.
No,
starting at only $25
do whatever dumb
a
shit
month.
you want.
It's
That's
famously
not-
fast,
that's not how it
like
works.
me.
Want to lose weight without losing muscle? Factor got me there. I was tired of all the cutting and bulking cycles, so
Again, Millie Alcock was introduced in Superman last year. Was she getting anywhere near this amount of hate? When the first trailer for Supergirl came out, was Millie Alcock getting anywhere near this amount of hate? No. When she opened her mouth and was playing the
Exactly.
fake victim
Freedom of speech doesn't
and
mean there's no
attacking
consequence to
Christian
your words.
dads and saying that, I'm pissing off the right people, and people respond to that, you're not allowed to respond to that? Apparently not.
keep talking, keep doing your videos and your shit. You're proving her right. Like,
Well,
it's
funny.
Okay, Mike, why don't you make a video defending her? Why don't you slay some chuds? And telling you guys, the Chud Vengers are forming. The Slayer of Chuds. You're gonna have to come up with a name for these guys. They are forming. Why don't you make a video and call me out, call Call the big shots out. Call everybody out then.
Because every woman in the comments is like, yeah, this movie was marketed towards me, and it's okay for something to be marketed towards women.
Look at Harloff. Look at Harloff. Look at Harloff. He's like, what the fuck?
Supergirl was created by two men, you moron.
Harloff is like, Jesus Christ. What? When did my show turn into The View? When did my show turn into the fucking View, for Christ's sake? That's what Harloff is thinking right now.
Misogynistic bullshit views because they didn't like what Millie Alcock said. But the thing with when she was talking,
I'm sorry, Harloff, you used to be top chill. I used to not be. I actually feel a little bit sorry for you, man.
So, Mike, how about you go
just a little
the
bit.
movie house, sell your car, and buy many tickets?
I'd be pulling my hair out if I were in this show.
Every time a guy opened his mouth, they're proving her right with what they were saying. It's like, keep talking, keep doing your videos and your shit.
Harloff's like, I know Mr. Grizzy is watching this.
Proving her right.
Well,
it's funny because every woman in the comments is like, yeah, this movie was marketed towards me, and it's okay for something to be marketed towards women. Even
not when they're a third of the demographic that is going to go see the movie. The Marvels tried to market the movie to women. Bitch.
if it's like, I feel like if it's got to be marketed to men, or if you feel it's like the people that think everything on the internet has to be for them. Right. I saw something I didn't like on the internet once, and I just kept scrolling.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Jen. I think
people are looking at Supergirl and they're seeing something that they don't like, and they're not going to see it. And you know who else is not going to see it? Women, Jennifer. They're not going to see it.
Yeah.
And I've even seen some of the big movie sites, and there was that they posted these pictures of her from a trailer shot.
God, the memes, you guys. Oh, they're getting triggered. I love it when they get triggered by the memes, the Millie Alcock memes.
And there was that they posted these pictures of her from a trailer shot. And you take any one of us and you pause a video once, you can make an ugly face with one of us. But then that's the picture of their article. It sucks. And that's the kind of bullshit that proliferates.
This poor white privileged millionaire woman who has the rest of her life taken care of, who's going to play this character. Well, actually, maybe not play this character for years. Play this character for at least one more movie. Make a lot of money doing it. Yeah, this poor white millionaire bitch, Millie Alcock. We should all stop what we're doing and feel sorry for her. What was that tweet from that guy? On behalf of all men, we'd like to apologize to you.
Joe Russo idiot, Bradley.
Dude, I almost fell out of this. I almost fell out of this chair laughing when I saw that.
Through social media, and then that shit gets out there. Like
the heck, Joe Russo said
it's
on behalf of all men.
Again, it has nothing to do with
we apologize to men. Motherfuckers, he retards act like they talk. Motherfuckers that talk for all DC fans that say Patterson, Race Randolph, you're the dumb bitch. You don't speak for any DC fan. You're fucking psycho.
You rip on the internet. So
stop acting like
attack the internet. You say something stupid. The internet never forget. The internet will roast you. It's how the internet works. It's how the world works. You can cry and whine about it all you want.
How could anybody not like Patterson? You live in a bubble world, you fucking retard. Where you think Mario merch never sold in New York, you dumb cunt. Fucking idiot. Is it funny how Anthony Starr didn't get butthurt about the memes, but Millie Alcock got butthurt? Oh, yeah, Brady. Let me play this. Let me see.
Yeah, there's so many videos of these people roasting her, or the shills melting down over it.
Yeah. Man, Grizzly's been going off on these. Let me see. I can play another one.
Yeah, see Tom Connor Midnights. This is the movie you should be going off on.
See, that's why I forgot which one, because there's one of the Geeks and Gamers. I put with two of them. One of them they diss Tom Connor and the other fucking Andre Midnight Chat, they were like, oh, yeah, they were like, Tom Connor's, yeah, you stupid motherfucker. I thought you said that it was gonna be explained that it was a fake out, that they didn't mean to conquer. And they're like, yeah, motherfucker, do you see Supergirl? What's your excuse now? You said that we're gonna explain that it wasn't true? They're like, yeah, motherfucker. I'm guessing, no, you fucking fat fuck Tom Connors. It was true. He said, what are you gonna say for that? And they were going off on him, Tom Connors, because he was swearing. There's going to be an explanation storyline where they reveal that it was a fake out and it was really Lex faking the fucking man. Shut the fuck up, Tom Connors, you idiot.
Yeah, you fat fuck. He sucked dick of James Gunn, but yet you chalk shit up. You say Master Universe is the worst thing. You're a fucking idiot.
Exactly. What a dumb shit. Yeah. Master Universe is bastardization, but James Gunn making Jor-El and Lara evil to conquer Earth. Yeah, that's so accurate. Shut the fuck up, you idiot.
You fat bald fuck. That's why nobody likes your ass, not even people on your side.
Exactly. Let me see, because I put two Geeks Gamers video, because I know one of them, they start trashing Tom Collins. I forget which one, so I just put one of these. Let me see this. Come on. We said, oh. StreamYard said, Ray said, Guntards. That's like Guntar's in denial and defending this, but hating on MOS. Jonathan Kent. Yeah, let me see. Damn, was it show up yet? Yeah, Zancross said MOS is still better and more. Hell yeah, MOS is 1,000 times better than the garbage ass James Gunn 2025 Simperman. That's what he was in Superman. He was Simperman.
My feet are killing me, but they don't have to. Dr. Scholl's new light for your feet.
And makes Superman act like that. That's what Gunn does. He never understood Superman. He don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Billy Alcock is incredible.
She is. She's amazing.
She's not even exactly how I saw the interpretation of the character from the comic, but what she did, I mean, I thought she was absolutely
not like the comic book.
Gamers, it's Jeremy coming to you with another video, and today we're talking about the disaster known as Supergirl. To say it's a disaster is putting it lightly. This is next level right here. I mean, it's looking terrible. And as we go through a lot of these reactions, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm seeing the movie tomorrow, so I'll let you know my thoughts on it. But here is Variety, mainstream Hollywood outlet Variety. And it says Supergirl is super horrendous. That's all you need to know. When Variety is trashing a film like this, you know it's in big trouble. Now, how did we get here? We got here because James Gunn was hired to run the DC Cinematic Universe. Now, I was willing to give James Gunn a chance because I really did like all of his Guardians movies. I enjoyed them. I didn't like his Suicide Squad movie. I didn't watch Peacemaker. Wow. I've liked a couple of other things James Gunn has done in the past. So I was like, I'm interested to see what he's going to do. I hated his Superman movie. I've seen it one time. I will never watch it again. I hated it so much that it made me, of all people, appreciate Snyder's Man of Steel. And so if you watch this channel for long enough to know, you know that's a big deal for me to have to give props to Snyder. And so that's how bad James Gunn's Superman was. Now that leads us into the second movie in James Gunn's universe,
everyone is
Supergirl. Why Supergirl? Hell if I know. But here we are. And it is essentially going to destroy any momentum that James Gunn pretended that he had, or Warner Brothers pretended they had, off of that disastrous Superman movie. No one was really interested in this to begin with, but Millie Alcock, the star of Supergirl, has made it significantly worse with shit like this right here, turning the audience off. They are not interested. They don't want to be preached to. And when you are alienating a huge portion of the audience, when you're virtue signaling, when you're attacking people based on gender, this is the result, the disaster known as Supergirl.
Discussion online about Kara's queerness in the comics. Was that something that you explored when you were preparing for the role?
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions.
Gosh, fucking Pride Month.
I don't know. I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man. It's not centered around love at all. If anything. Yeah. But we'll see. I don't really know, but I don't know. I don't know.
It's great.
She'd probably go both ways.
And there you have it right there. Now, what's interesting is that we're going to start showing some of these reactions to this movie, and they're not good at all. But here's the real rejects.
Roxy bitch.
They actually uploaded this to their channel. This is not an edit that someone that doesn't like them made. This is their upload.
It's not accurate, but
unbelievable because you know that they hate it, but they can't admit they hate it because they are shills. This is an unbelievable video, embarrassing beyond belief.
We just got out watching that girl right there, Supergirl, and boy, oh boy, do we have thoughts.
I think it's aptly called Supergirl. For me, this movie was super. I am a big fan of the graphic novel. I know that Greg is as well, and many of you guys are. That might either help or hurt your experience.
You don't know shit about Superman. You're not a real DC fan. Man of Steel was better than Super Bitch 2025.
This is for people, even though a lot of it worked for me.
Billy Alcock is incredible.
She is. She's amazing.
She's not even exactly how.
I can't believe. What was that?
She's not even exactly
what was this?
How I picture the character, but she's incredible.
Even though a lot of it worked for me.
Billy Alcock is incredible.
She is. She's amazing.
She's not even exactly how I saw the interpretation.
I am that right there. This should be the thing that everyone.
Not how I saw it, but the movie's good.
This movie and the shills that are trying to protect it. Holy fuck, that's embarrassing.
Billy Alcock is incredible.
She is. She's amazing.
She's not even exactly how I saw the interpretation of the character from the comic, but what she did, I made her own. I thought she was absolutely brilliant. The movie itself, it's the most boring opinion you could have.
It's in the mood. I don't know what's worse, him.
I thought it was like just in the middle. I was like,
just in the middle. I don't know what was worse, her or him or retarded ass Grace Randall for just blatantly fucking lies and says Patterson is the most accurate to jump the screen of Batman. Shut up, you dumb bitch, Grace Randall. Superman. I still say it. David Cornwall Sweat is excellent. Superman. Shut up, Grace Randall. Jump off a fucking bridge, you fucking nut job. Let me see. This fucking schizo bitch. Like, oh look, it's still rejects. Exactly. Is it the shirt he's wearing about a robot makes sense? Oh yeah, the robot makes sense. Let me see.
Fine. It's fine. I think a common sentiment is like, I wanted to love it. I just ended up liking it. That's about what I would say, honestly. Even though the first 30 minutes I was going, I think I'm going to love this. And then I just kind of teetered into neutral with some ups here and there.
I had the opposite, man. I at the beginning was like, I'm a little worried I'm just gonna like this, and then I ended up loving it because of how much of a connection I felt like I formed with Supergirl and with Ruthie and the stakes. So because of all that, I am one of the people who loved it. But the vibe in the theater was so mixed. I'm really interested to see what the people think on this one.
Oh yes, I love the internet on female comic book movie.
Oh boy, is this a Gillespie film or is this a gun film?
Gillespie.
Did you like the music?
Yes.
Did you think that this was worth seeing in theaters?
Sure.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable. But it's going to get worse. Do you think it's
worth seeing in theaters? He couldn't even say that. He couldn't even recommend it. He was like reluctant to say that shit. My God, he's a cop fucking shill.
Yeah. How the fuck if you pause if it's something worth seeing in theaters, they automatically is it worth seeing in theaters? Sure. What the fuck?
Like he's being held at gun. They're being held at gunpoint or something like that to say positive things or something.
My gosh, I'm sure. So he knows that he's lying his ass off. My gosh, my God, you just exposed yourself. You just you paused like almost like half a minute to answer. Should you see it in theaters? Sure. What the fuck? You're an automatic fucking liar. Damn, man.
And that's not even a yes. That's just a sure, like whatever. I guess like that's basically him saying whatever. If you like whatever, do what the fuck you want. Like basically, that's like I don't really care if you see like that. Basically, like, his shit is guard. Like he couldn't even say yes.
Exactly. So what happened to his balls? Dan Cross. Yeah, he lost. He never had one though.
Yeah, what is Roxy holding him at gunpoint or something like that behind his back or some shit and make him say positive things about it because you could tell he didn't really like it.
Yeah, he said sure means no. Exactly.
Remember, because what's the name? Greg Real Rejects. He's buddies with Corey Jandreau, who works for DC. So of course he's gonna.
I was gonna say, oh my gosh, that fucking I want to punch that fucking Corey fat. He's such an annoying piece of. He showed up at the Fat Man on Batman Live, and then Kevin Smith was asking him, Supergirl, like, Supergirl was everything I wanted it to be. Shut the fuck up, you read those.
Oh
he
my
said,
god.
Just like Superman 2025, when I have kids someday, I'm going to show them that this is the Superman and Supergirl. Shut up, you fucking gay retard.
Oh my god, you fucking ugly fucking motherfucker. I'd like to sock you in the fucking. My god, I bet you Kevin Smith probably will like fucking like get this fucking pedophile out of here. This fucking sick weird. I'm like, I think.
What happened?
Because I think doesn't Kevin Smith? I don't think he gives a shit about guns movies either, does he?
Yeah, no, and Mark Bernard. Oh my god, that I think they got mad because I started going on live and started trashing Mark Bernard, and so I got blocked out of the live because I was trashing the shit out of him. Because this motherfucker was straight up lying in the fucking live, saying, "Oh, the projections for Supergirl, the box office is astronomical." Like, what the fuck? What crack on Mark Bernard? What the fuck are you talking, you fat retard? What? He said, "Oh, the projections they're shooting out the stratosphere." You're fucking retarded, Mark Bernard. What the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, shooting out the stratosphere, you fucking retard. The 39 million is shooting out the stratosphere. Like, oh, the projections look for him to make 70 million. Get the fuck out of here, Mark Bernard. You're retarded. They never said
if this movie, motherfucker, that might be good if this movie was made for Obsession's budget.
Yeah,
that's good. But motherfucker, this is like 170 million plus budget. That's not fucking good, retard. But if this was Obsession, then that would be out of the stratosphere for a movie like that. That's like made for only thousands and it makes But this fucking movie, did Obsession fucking make your retards forget how box office works for Blockbuster? Now you're all thinking about indie movies. You think every movie now is going to have $1,000 budget like Obsession, and if it makes $1 million, that means it made a budget back because it's so low budget. No,
I'm
you
like,
fucking
I know what
retard.
fucking world Mark Bernard lived. I've only been hearing great things. Like, shut the Mark Bernard, you're retarded. Nobody's been hearing great things about Supergirl. You fucking idiot. Like,
my god,
you must be a fucking shit with Gun's dick up your ass. I'm like, what the fuck?
My god, you can't tell me that these people aren't paid anymore. I'm sorry. I just years ago, if you would have said that, that would have been like a conspiracy theory or something. But nowadays, it's pretty much proven that these motherfuckers are all paid. They get invited to premieres. They get invited to early access. They get sent merchandise.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen a lot of fucking people get sent Supergirl merchandise boxes and shit from DC stuff. I'm like, oh my god, they're trying to push they're sending girls these Supergirl sponsorship packages with the leather jacket or the jacket or whatever. And
I've seen that.
What do you call it? All that bullshit. And I'm like, oh my god, Gunn, you're such a fuck. All these studios are like that though. They're fucking like they basically pay for good reviews.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh, we'll give you merch. Like, if you don't like it, just still say Millie Alcock's performance was great, even if you don't like the movie. Just that's what it seemed like. Like he got a shirt on, like they say, sure. Yeah, should you see it in theaters? Sure. What the fuck?
I don't care. I love Masters of the Universe, and Amazon didn't pay me to say that, or they didn't send me a box. They could if they want to. I would take it, but.
Yeah,
motherfucker, I don't need that to say it's a good movie. I don't need the merchandise or anything to like the movie. You fucking need. I don't need them to give me free stuff to like it.
I bought the merchandise because
I'll buy the merchandise. I love the movie so much I'll pay for it. I paid for the merchandise. I don't need it for free to be told that. I mean, I wouldn't mind it for free, but I'm saying I don't need to be given it free to still like the movie, motherfucker. I'm not buying pay for it like that.
Kids just trying to tell me, oh, he'll pay me to say Patterson. He's like, nah, motherfucker, you can keep
your
money, retard. You keep your money.
I think a movie's garbage, it's garbage. I don't care if you give me free shit.
Yeah. Is that Chris? I block Boa Man. Yeah, everybody blocks Boa Fat Fag. Yeah, exactly. Let me see.
Interesting here is Disparu uploaded this right here. A Supergirl story in 3 pictures. So I think this is the chick from the Mary Sue, I think. And here she says, being a huge trade publication being huge trade publications and not having women on staff to write up reviews, especially for the DCU's first female-centric release, is a choice. Okay, she says that.
Not the first DC female. That
everyone.
was Wonder Woman, you fucking idiot.
Remember that.
Exactly. What the fuck? So see, Bush. So you think you should stack up the thing with females so they could say the movie's better just because it's a female movie? What the fuck? Shut up. Some of this epic failure on the level of Birds of Prey. Birds of Prey was shit too, but I'm debating which one is worse now and shit like that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they both seem kind of cut from the same cloth.
Anyone thinks who Birds of Prey is a bad movie has a problem. Oh, get the fuck, bitch! You're retarded.
Most people think that was garbage and it flopped.
That's why I bombed. Yeah, that's why I bombed.
Yeah, bombed.
Next, she says, quote, an epic failure on the level of Birds of Prey. Sorry, anyone who thinks Birds of Prey is a bad movie has shit taste.
What the?
Who could she be talking about?
Oh my god.
That would be
anybody
Grace
who hates on
a female.
Anybody who
reviewer.
hates on the Flash, who hates on the DC Justice League and shit like that, and BVS Man of Steel, any of those movies, they have shit taste.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody hates on Masters of the Universe has a shit taste.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep. Anybody who hates on Flash or Master Universe, you have shit taste. Anyone.
If you hate Birds of Prey, Pattinson, Batman, Superman, you have good taste if you hate them.
If you praise Pattinson, Batman, or you praise James Gunn, Superman, you have shit taste.
You have horrible taste.
I don't care what you have to say. You have shit taste.
And if you hate them, you have good taste.
Yeah, exactly.
And you actually know what good shit is. Sorry, Grace. Not sorry, Grace Randolph. You're just a dumb bitch who lives in a delusional bubble. There are plenty of people out there that think Pattinson's. The movie couldn't outgross BDS. That should show you right there. Pattinson is trash, and not everybody loves that garbage.
Exactly. Yup. Yeah. Yeah. That's what.
How can anybody not like Pattinson Batman? Oh, that's impossible. Oh, like she acted like that was impossible or preposterous to say anything negative about Pattinson Batman.
She's
what the fuck, you fucking bitch living in a fucking retard bubble.
She's fucking psycho. She has mental disorder or something.
But you said we need female reviewers to speak up about this movie, yet Grace Randolph, a female reviewer, gives a negative opinion, and you claim she has shit taste. It's almost like you don't believe in your virtue signaling bullshit. But now we get to Grace Randolph, because Grace Randolph obviously was looking forward to this. This is the target demographic for Supergirl. And Grace Randolph says, an epic failure on the level of Birds of Prey, Thor, Love and Thunder, and dare I say it, Snow White. Holy shit. And to that point, Grace in her review actually said something that was truly incredible. This is the 1335. Let's back it up a hair. 1330.
Come on, hurry up.
All right. Listen to what Grace Randolph has to say. This is amazing.
Voice. Now, how about new screenwriter Ana Nogueira? Just like Clark should take back his suit, I think we should take the Wonder Woman script away from Nogueira. I'd be like, oh, can I just have that for a second, please? Thank you. Okay, bye. Good luck. I mean, I'm really nervous. Not only with all the heavy-handed feminism that's been added to this movie, and oh my goodness, if you do that with Supergirl, what is she going to do with Wonder Woman? My God. I mean, it's feminist. Wonder Woman is a feminist quality to it organically. But if you're going to go and layer it on like this really thick, it's going to make the movie unwatchable. I'm really scared. But even more damning is the fact that she was given top-notch source material.
This is amazing.
All she really had to
Bitch,
do
shut
was
up
put
with
it
the
in
top
the screenplay
notch
format.
That fucking
And yet
comic didn't
somehow,
even sell,
as
bitch.
Hollywood
Shut
does
up.
when they do.
That's what I can't take her serious because she says disingenuous, stupid shit. Top notch, an acclaimed comic that couldn't even fucking sell when it came out. Top notch. Like I said, the source material was fucking mid. You just took mid source material and made it fucking worse. Nobody would. I'm sorry. That was first thing. Choosing that comic was stupid. You could have did any other story. You didn't. Nobody gives a fuck about Creme of the Yellow Hills and Ruthie and all these fucking one-off characters. Who cares? It was just stupid to do this storyline in the first place. Gunn probably just doing it. Oh, it seems like a Guardians. Let's do that, Tom King. Seems like a Guardians, my type of style.
Things poorly, felt she had to make it her own.
It was
You
already
don't have to make it your own. It's great. Just
made it
adapt it. Take your flowers and go on to the next project. I mean, it's not only a stupid creative decision, but it's a stupid business decision. I cannot think, in fact, of a worse adaptation. Maybe Birds of Prey, but I think not so because Birds of Prey didn't adapt a specific story.
Grace, have you been watching Friday Night Tights? You sound like you've been watching Friday Night Tights. I'm just saying.
Right. But it is that bad in terms of the quality of the adaptation. Oh, my God. You know, and again, some people will defend it who aren't familiar with the source material. But if you're at all familiar with the source material, you're like, what are you doing, man? I mean,
but the source material
was handed such amazing
mid, bitch. It wasn't some great source material to pick. That's the thing with James Gunn. He picks comics that nobody gives a fuck about, or either that, or he lies. And like the Super Mid 2025, he said he picked from All Star, from Birth. All the shit he said, I didn't see none of that in the fucking movie. He was talking about he was taking from All Star, all these other inspirations, and I'm like,
didn't Grant Morrison flip on the movie too? At first, he was trying to excuse it, but then the more he thought about it, the more he didn't like it.
But what happened?
I said, didn't Grant Morrison? He tried to glaze it, but then he saw it. But then the more he thought about it, the more he didn't like it. Superman.
And you know what's funny, that guy from the World Class Bullshit, and not only did he say that Patterson is garbage, he said, but you know, now that when he was like, when I saw Superman 2025. I liked it, but you know, I've never watched it since. I got the figures, the Combo McFarlane figure, but it's like I never cared to ever go back and watch it again. So I don't think about it that much. That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
You say you like it the first time, you don't think about it that much, and you don't care. That's not really a good sign.
Even people that hated Man of Steel and BVS, they still debated the movie and they still brought the movie up. It was still memorable to them.
Exactly.
This movie is the type of movie that it's so bad it's not even memorable. That's the worst type of movie. It's not even a movie that's so bad that you can't forget how bad it is or want to debate the movie or split it. No, this is just a movie that's just a whatever. It's just the most mad, boring shit ever. That's just mediocre slop that would be forgotten. That's the worst type for your movie to be forgotten.
That and Patterson, they're both like that. Like I don't never need to see both of those garbages again.
I guess I get now what Ryan Johnson said that Last Jedi is divisive, but he said something like, I'd rather make a movie that splits the audience and has people debate over it than a movie that's forgotten. I'm like, okay, I kind of get what he meant, even though he's Last Jedi, I don't like it, but I'm like, I kind of get what he did there, and I kind of get what he's saying. Like, the Last Jedi, has shit, but I'm like, it's still talked about and debated by people to this day. It's still remembered. It's not forgotten.
Yeah, exactly.
Like with BDS and all that. A divisive movie sometimes like that is better for a filmmaker to have than a fucking forgettable one that nobody cares about or don't want people to talk about.
Exactly, I agree.
Like Tyrone Magnus and the Supergirl, he's like, this movie was so bland, nothing that I don't even feel like talking about it in his review.
But you know what's funny? Because then he said in his review, he was like, about would I watch Superman 2025 over this? And then he was like, he was like, no, Superman 2025 is so bad that I watched Supergirl. He was saying, he's like, Superman 2025 or this, and he's like, nah, I can't watch Superman 2025. This is a bitch, and I guess I'll watch this. Damn, he was saying that Super 2025 is bad. It's garbage. They both garbage.
Yeah.
Say Guntards.
But I guess this movie's a little bit shorter than that. So I guess it's
like an hour and 40 something.
Yeah, Superman was 2 hours, I think.
Ray said Guntards who say they're gonna take their children and see cornball sweat will never have children. That's koi soy boy beta bitch. I'm telling Kevin Smith when I have my future wife and my children, I'm gonna tell them that this is the Superman and this is the super. Shut the fuck up, Koi. You're talking about this.
Corey James, how old are you? You're like fucking 40 years old. You don't have a wife and kids already. You fucking retard. Like, I understand being 40, like not wanting that and stuff. You'll be like, you're acting like you want a wife and kids, but you're 40 years old, like a fucking door. I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't getting no fucking kids and shit.
He's so full of shit talking about this is the definitive Superman of my lifetime. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up. Retard.
Wow, so now you're disrespecting Christopher Reeve and shit too, you freaking retard.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, no, see, he only started seeing Christopher Reeve in 2023, but according to him, he's a hardcore DC
right.
fan.
No, he's hardcore, but yeah, that's right. He did a first time watching Superman 78 in my life. Motherfucker, you're some hardcore arbiter of what real Superman is, and you never seen the Superman 78 till a few years ago. Get the fuck out of my face.
And you know,
the Jay Jalen fag started liking it.
Yeah, that Jay Jalen retard. Exactly.
I just jumped on a bandwagon and I just started liking this shit 5 seconds ago, and I think I know better than people that have been watching, been liking it for years and years. And shut the fuck up! I hate you. Like, can they not have the most punchable fucking faces?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to get near the escape the podcast because I have a feeling I might snap and fucking hurt one of them.
Exactly.
I don't know. There's something about them, and it's kind of ridiculous when we get this worked up over fictional shit. But I'm sorry, there's something about their attitude fucking.
It pisses me off. Yeah, me too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Ray said Gun pretends he read comics like the gun. And the first flag when you know somebody's bullshitting because when they ask him what he thought of the Supergirl movie, motherfucker, he went into this word salad bullshit that I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? He's like, oh, he's telling Kevin Smith, well, this is the embodiment of Supergirl that you will see in a lifetime. What the? Just answer the fucking if you like. This is the culmination of a lifetime. What? What are you talking about?
Oh my god!
Shut the
fuck up! Lifetime, you fucking retard. We're talking about a culmination of Lifetime movies or some bullshit. That's what this shit was basically like. It's like Gun Superman, basically like a Lifetime movie about. Oh, I thought I told you, like it looked like he's gonna domestically beat up. Well, it's like it's a Lifetime crime movie about a abusive relationship. Like he gets triggered by, well, I told you, it's not the same super shit in front of me. It gets me triggered.
If he does.
I'm gonna beat you up now.
He's like going into some kind of fucking word salad. To me, I'm saying, it's garbage, but you're trying to kid. Oh, this is the Supergirl. I'm gonna have a little girl in the future. I'm gonna tell her this is the super. Shut up, bitch. What are you talking about?
Oh my! Yeah, this bitch is really a role model for little girls.
Yeah, what kind of role model is she?
Yeah, she's inconsistent in this movie. She tells the other little girl not to kill and stuff, but then she goes ahead and kills them when she leaves.
Yeah, she tells Ruthie not to kill, but then spoiler, she kills him and she stabs him in the throat. She stabs
stabs him in the chest and slits his throat.
She stabs him and slits his throat, but oh my god, Henry Cavill was wrong for killing Zod, but Supergirl can murder a villain. But Henry Cavill was wrong. Shut the fuck, you idiots.
Yeah, Cornsweat, he cut up those fucking Lex Luthor raptor goons or whatever the fuck they're called, and he fucking cut them in half and shit. Like they died and shit. But I think Tyrone Maggie said too, like, motherfucker, I don't want to hear anybody talking shit about Cavill killing Zod anymore. Because these motherfuckers, because now after seeing this movie, they're killing get the fuck, he's a hypocrite. No, Ruthie, don't kill him. No, your revenge will only make you'll live with it forever. Go, yeah, that's good. Go over there. And she walks away, and then she was fucking, that's for my dog. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's out of nowhere.
Yeah, even at the end, I'll give a spoiler. It just felt so like unearned garbage. People talking about other shit are like she finally puts on the costume at the hour and 23-minute mark of the fucking movie.
Yeah, she only puts it on for the final end battle of the movie on it. Thing. That's the only time she wears it.
But then after all that shit, then she goes into the Superman's apartment again and brings Crypto at the end, and then Cornball, I'm sorry, he's like a fucking dork. He shouldn't. like I said, he shouldn't act like a fucking dork as Superman. That's why so many people so fucking stupid and don't even know the character of Superman. The dork, and to me, they shouldn't even do that stupid facade anymore. But the dork thing is the Clark dork facade. That's not the fucking Superman's personality. He's not a dork as Superman in the costume, you morons. These TikTok emo cunt bitches think Superman, it's cool to be a wholesome, lovable dork, but Superman is not a dork, you fucking morons. Like you said, he should be stoic. And Karen, in the beginning too, when like he puts on the answer machine or I forget what you call this shit, the iPad thing, and she just shuts it off with not even paying attention to him. Like she doesn't give a fuck. I'm like, she treats him like a bitch. I'm sorry. He acts the way he acts to, and then at the end when he brings Crypto. Because at the end of the movie too, like she comes back to Clark's apartment, the one from Superman when he was like Lois was that they were fighting, in the window, and that big, I don't know what the fuck that thing was, that alien thing in the sky. But then he's like, oh, Kara, I want you to stay. Are you gonna stay for a while? It's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna stay for a while. And he's like, oh, good, because I could have used your help with some villains or some shit like that. I'm gonna stay around for a while, and then all of a sudden, Crypto has to do some shit. He's fighting like, Crypto, you're eating the chocolate. Crypto, like he's in the kitchen eating the chocolate or some shit like that. You see at the end.
Yeah, and that's where it cuts off. He's like fucking destroying the kitchen. Get on the chocolate. Or what the fuck is this?
I'm like, Crypto.
And they said that there's no other. And they said that there's no post. And they said that there's no post or mid credits in this. So what the fuck's the point? There's no post or mid credits on this garbage.
Yeah. So that's now lame. That means mid of tomorrow she's gonna be in the whole movie with him and shit.
Oh my god. Double down on mediocrity.
Yeah, exactly. Double down. And they're almost finished filming it. So I'm like, oh gosh, give me the whole fucking movie with her now.
Oh my god. Well, keep playing the video feature. I'm gonna go. I'll be here, but I'll be on mute. I'm gonna go down and go eat real quick.
All right. I'll play. Thanks.
Stuff, and not only failed to capture any of what made that original source material special, but turned it into tired, stale, and overly preachy content.
Keeping it real, the original source material was mediocre. Even Neurotic said that. So you're just taking mediocre source material and making it into garbage source material because the book wasn't even that great and the book didn't even sell. So stop, Grace Randolph, you disingenuous bitch. Stop acting like that was some great comedy. People try to say that shit now, like, oh, it was the best comic. Nobody bought that fucking comic. That shit didn't sell. It was mid.
Dead. And the plot holes. Oh, you can drive a Mack truck through them.
What are we doing? This is crazy. Grace is 100% fired up. She's gone full FNT, ladies and gentlemen. And guess who else doesn't like Supergirl? John Campea.
The source material is ass also. Exactly.
This is out of the theater review. Now, he spent the first 20-something seconds praising like Millie Alcock and her casting and all of that. And then he gets to this point right here.
With him sometimes, but overall, the character really worked well.
Oh, get the fuck out.
However, this movie is bad. It is it's just a little bit better than terrible. So I won't say it's terrible, but it's bad. The writing was absolutely dreadful. It felt completely disjointed all over the place. The dialogue is awful, like just absolutely awful. Also, they put Crypto in peril, which you see in
again. Go ahead, look at the score on Rotten Tomatoes, 56%. This shit is a disaster, and it's only getting worse. Jeremy Johns, we all know and love Jeremy Johns and respect him. He's probably the biggest and best movie reviewer out there, at least from an OG perspective. We know Drinker's got probably the most subs. Hail to the Critical Drinker. But Johns has been here forever. And I've been watching Johns for a long time, and he didn't like it. If you go over to Criticless, it is sitting at a 29%. Let me refresh. Yeah, 29% right now. Holy shit. That is awful. And I don't think it's going to get any better. So people are giving it hell everywhere. And look, this is you get what you deserve, and no one should have sympathy for this movie, for the DCU, for James Gunn. I certainly don't, and I'll be seeing it, tomorrow, and I'll give you my thoughts on it. But this is shaping up to be an all-time disaster, and all you can do is laugh and roast it, and we're gonna enjoy the hell out of this because James Gunn sucks. He just does. I like his Guardians movies. I like him a lot, actually. But he's he is literally a one-trick pony.
Matt Reeves
and he just doesn't have it. He's not the guy for this universe. He's not the guy that should be in charge of these characters. He just isn't. And that is just a fact. And either people can accept that truth or they can't. Doesn't mean you can't like it. Again, I don't care what you like. That's not what's up for debate here. You're welcome to like Supergirl. You're welcome to like Superman that James Gunn did. You're welcome to like those movies. You're welcome to love those movies. But clearly they're not working. Clearly this universe is not working. Clearly it's not connecting with people.
Yep.
That is the truth of it. And sometimes things that you like just turn out to not be successful. Listen to a Titanfall 2 fan. All right. I'm going to, on my deathbed, I'm going to be telling you how great Titanfall 2 was. It did fail. And I'll never understand why it failed, but it did. And that's why we're never going to get a Titanfall 3. And so I'm not going to make this a whole Titanfall video. But my point being is that you can still like it. You can still love it. But it's not successful. And Supergirl is heading for a colossal failure. You guys have a great day. Thank you very much for checking out this video, and we will talk to you later.
We're playing another one right now. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Play another one right now, guys. Let me see. Because I forget if this is the one that I think is another Geeks and Gamers one where they call out Tom Connors for the bullshit hypocrisy. He was saying that they were going to fix the whole doubling down on Jor-El, and they didn't. All the James Gunn panics as the DCU shows abandoned Supergirl. The pathetic shill motherfuckers. Let me see. Oh, what's up, Mr. Let me see. All right.
Don't let her wear it.
Why did you do that? The whole point of this.
Now
you missed the whole point.
He's getting triggered.
I guess James Gunn didn't know that Supergirl was going to be the next movie after Superman, but it was, quote, an incredible script.
Really?
This was an incredible script. A big problem in the movie is I didn't find Kara to be particularly likable for a lot of it. She's the basic hot mess, crash out disaster that's posturing herself as the paragon of morality for the situation. To be fair, yeah, that tracks.
By the way, the good news is that David Cornsweet is still excellent.
No, he's
as
not.
Superman.
He's trash.
And I still love his movie,
You're
and I'm
moron,
still
though.
excited for his
He's
sequel.
garbage Superman.
I don't know what this garbage in between is. Something we're going to
Superman
ignore.
2025.
We have been talking for weeks about the lead up to Supergirl, the next iteration
Mason,
in
you're still
the
a faggot in the virgin,
universe,
aren't you?
James Gunn's DC universe, which honestly looks like it's
Mason,
going to
you're
end
still
before it really
masturbating to
truly
your mom?
ever started. It's not going well,
Not
Jay.
going
We
well, Mason.
watched as Billy Alcock ran her mouth. We watched the box office projections plummeted over and over again. And now we finally have the reviews, and even the media, even the critics, they're not willing to step on the grenade to try to save this movie.
Well, it's really based on, the graphic novel by Tom King and
The
Bill
mediocre
Chiarelli,
graphic
and
novel.
it came in unusual.
Tom King.
One of the things that
All you need to say,
before I ever even
Tom
took
King
over
sucks.
DC, I read this
Tom
book.
King
I thought it
is
was
literally a
fantastic.
cuck.
It was
A
Supergirl
cuck
not
woman of
being
tomorrow.
just, a kind of clone of Superman, but younger and as nerdy as Superman is, but kind of the more raw version of Supergirl, very edgy, very different. And I just thought it was a fantastic story and turning around the character in an interesting way. And
this is one of the best stories. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to come at this review from the angle of you're adapting this story. Is it as good as this? Does it get its point across? And unfortunately, as much as it pains me to say, because we want our cousin to succeed, we want the super family to do well. The boys are over there waiting for me to do well. It does not. It is nowhere near as good as this. In fact, it fucks up several really important things for the character, in my opinion, and makes them worse. Why? Why?
Supergirl reviews turn against James Gunn's DCU as critics rip script, action, and the story. And in fact, as we speak right now, we're at 144 reviews, 57% on the old Rotten Tomatoes. And look, I think it was expected that a lot of the general audience was probably not going to like this. Now, when it comes to the popcorn meter, when the audience score finally comes in, we all have to remember that it's based just off the people who have seen all of the fucking previews, all the marketing, still go to the thing, decide to link their Fandango account to prove they went there via Fandango, and then leave a review. It's kind of a big hoop to jump through to leave reviews for movies these days for the verified reviews. My guess is it's going to be somewhere like the 89%. But that doesn't account for all the people who saw all of this and said, you know what? This shit is not for me. I'm not even going to give this thing a fucking chance. This is not just us saying it's not really that good. This isn't like Film Threat saying it's not that good.
Yeah.
This is places like Variety, Jay. Did you see Variety's review?
Super horrendous.
Like
super horrendous.
Supergirl review. Millie Alcock takes charge in a dystopian superhero movie so flat it's super horrendous. It's
So
got a
flat,
terrible script and a punk rock attitude of corporate
Only a gun tart.
pretension.
Like
I'm
gun
gonna
tart
read
in
this
self
quote.
pedal.
James Gunn said he wasn't going into production on any movies until the script was rock solid. For that was the overriding problem with superhero overkill era. The films had lousy scripts.
Only the finest scripts are going to get green lights. So this is the finest
the genre
script.
back to basics of well-structured screenwriting. So what has he done in his second DCU outing? He's given us a comic book movie with the worst script I can remember. And Jay, let's keep in mind, the person tapped to write this script has never done anything.
That's what I've been seeing. It's like how did she get this job?
Gary was talking about this 2 months ago.
That's what I was
right?
gonna say.
That this
James
woman
Gunn let
had
her hit.
nothing of
Let her
note. I
hit.
think her IMDb has one short film from like
A short
2018.
film. That's right. Short
She
film.
has nothing else. But she gets the keys to the Supergirl movie. You want to know one part of it? I think it's just because she's a woman and they wanted a female to write the script for a female character. I think that's part of it. But guess what she's writing next?
Wonder Woman?
She is the person who's writing the Wonder Woman script. And this is, it's just so funny, right? James Gunn said that the reason they decided to do Supergirl next, even though it wasn't exactly what they originally planned, is because the script was just so good. And now, for everyone from YouTube critics to even the biggest of mainstream media critics
Zach
are
Cross says she has to get on her knees
criticizing
for the
script.
job.
This is coming from James Gunn, who also said The Flash was the greatest, superhero movie he'd ever seen in
Flash
his
was
fucking
superior
life.
to this
So can
garbage.
really trust
Yeah.
his taste at this point.
I
It's
do
rough.
like the influencers that went. They were all like, "Well, Miley is really, really great, and she puts on a stellar performance."
They
But
keep
the
on
movie's not that good. Like it's like they're trying to like save face by not criticizing any of the actors, saying like the performances were out of this world. She was so good in it. You're gonna love it. But the movie was really bad. I'm like, they're really trying to juggle here. No.
Jay, that's what happens. Look, you have to be able to read these access media critics.
Yeah.
This is something that happens all the time whenever you don't have a straight white male as your lead character, right? What do we hear for Captain Black America Brave New World? Anthony Mackie shines, but there's a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is every fucking time because they're so scared to criticize a black person. They're so scared to criticize a woman. They don't want to get in the same line as the chuds who are slamming her.
Anthony
So they like
Mackie shines.
praise the actress. They praise the minority actor, but then are like, but actually the movie kind of fucking sucks. That's what we see every fucking time. And whenever that starts happening in these little social media reactions, when you hear Billy Alcock and Jason Momoa were fantastic, I had a couple problems with this and a couple problems with that, but she really is Supergirl.
Yeah,
That is Captain America. It's like, oh, the cope is fucking real. This thing probably fucking sucks, and they're too scared to be called racist or sexist.
Mrs. D said, "Gun terrorists don't read comics; they just Google
right there,
search."
Supergirl. And boy, oh boy, do we have thoughts.
I think it's aptly called Supergirl. For me, this movie was super. I am a big fan of the graphic novel. I know that Greg is as
Bitch,
well. And
there was
many of
nothing
you
super
guys
about
are.
this.
That might either help or hurt your experience here.
Watch
While
the
I love this
country,
story so much,
make DC
it
fans
did
try
take
it.
some swings that I could see being
some
misses for
swing,
people.
like a
even
roll
though
his
a lot of it
eyes.
worked for me.
Billy Alcock is incredible.
She is. She's
She's
amazing.
not even exactly how I saw the interpretation of the character from the comic, but what she did, I made her own. I thought she was absolutely brilliant. The movie itself, it's the most boring opinion you could have. I thought it was like just in the middle. I was like, fine, it's fine. Oh yes, I love the internet on female comic book movies.
Oh boy.
Millie Alcock is the perfect casting
No, shut
for
up.
Kara Zor-El.
It's not a
I
total
mean,
problem,
I
it's
liked
just
her
bad
already
writing.
from her little part in Superman, but this movie convinced me she
Yeah, look at
really
John
was the
Campion
perfect
moving his
casting
hand.
for it. I like Jason Momoa as Lobo.
If
although
someone
they were a
moves
little
their hand,
too handy
it
with him
means they're
sometimes,
lying.
but overall the character really worked well. However, this movie is bad. It is not. It's just a little bit better than terrible. So I won't say it's terrible, but it's bad. The writing was absolutely dreadful. It felt completely disjointed all over the place. The dialogue is awful, like just absolutely awful.
Lobo steals the show every scene he's in. I fucking love Jason Momoa. I think Millie Alcock was great. She has these moments of reflection where where she's acting and you really feel tortured. You really feel for her. And so I thought she was good. That was also a good part of the film.
Got to read between the lines, you know.
This is from a guy that works for the Hollywood Reporter. He goes, as someone noted, when you have influencers with DC gift bags slagging the movie, there's a problem with your movie.
Yes. So I did see him as well. And look, I give credit to the people who get invited to see this shit, who go out there with your Warner Brothers gift bag, you're on the premiere, you're getting your pictures taken, and you don't succumb to the pressure. And you're actually like, I'm going to be real, this thing fucking sucked. I got a lot of respect for that.
Bro, he wrote a freaking book.
John Campion
and gave
said
it
that
a
fucking
5
guy-
out of 10.
John Campion said that fucking
He
guy
wrote a
WB must have
book,
stopped
man.
to check.
But yeah,
now that
I think
Zadlum is
that's
gone,
funny. I
LOL.
think that tells it all right there. I got my gift bag, but your movie sucks. Thanks for the gift bag.
Well, and it's funny because it's so bad at this point that you are starting to see some of the people who have been shilling for this shit and calling anybody that said anything bad about Superman, like every word in the book. You've had these professional shills who even they see the tide turning, right? They see that this movie's going to flop. They see that they're going to be completely and totally embarrassing themselves. And they've started to kind of change and flip the script a little bit. I want to show you this. Everything DCU.
Oh, that bitch.
Reminder that Anna Noguera is writing the Wonder Woman and Teen Titans for DCU. We are so fucked. Right? Everything DCU.
Look at.
Keep in mind that just, I don't know, 24 hours before
This moron,
this, right?
This moron, everything DCU, he put a reminder that Anna Noguera is writing the Wonder Woman DC. We are so fucked. The day before, the moron was literally put in a review saying, Supergirl was the best movie ever made. It's so great. It's so this and that. Oh my God, it's James Gunn, DCU masterpiece. The next day, we are so fucked. Everything DCU, you're a fucking retarded phony. How the fuck you gonna dick suck Gunn one day, then the next day you say we are so fucked? That shows you those accounts are full of shit. They're probably Marvel Tart fake ass bot accounts. The fuck you flip that fast from dick sucking Gunn for like years since he came over. Now you're like, we are so fucked. Retarded ass. Everything DCU, you're fucking trash. You're a fucking phony motherfucker. So Ellison is going to give them the boot ASAP. He said, yeah, John Campion. Said it should come out of the closet already. He said, what a bipolar shill Gun. Yeah, Captain DC said. Yes, the guntards have no integrity and follow wherever the wind blows. Just like that retard, that Midnight Warrior fucking retard. He was another one. Oh, guns this, gun that, gun. Oh, yes, gun is the best. DCU. Then the next day, he's like, we need to get rid of Anna Nagari and she's gonna screw the DC. Motherfucker, you a dick sucking, you fucking Moonlight Warrior fag face. You're a retard. Let me see. WB is going to yank the plug. Watch. Expect delays on Lanterns. Clayface. Exact. Zancro said, we were right all along. The posers need to admit defeat now. Yeah. See, now, all the gun shills, like, what's that other fuck? Johnny Dome and all those pedos, they're getting mocked. Flip-flop. Look at these fucking posers. Everything DCU bullshit. Let me see it. Everything fraud DCU account.
I want to show you this. Everything DCU. Reminder that Anna Noguera is writing the Wonder Woman and Teen Titans for DCU. We are so fucked. Right? Everything DCU. Keep in mind that just, I don't know, 24 hours before this, right? Something like that. What did everything DCU say? I've seen Supergirl, a nonstop action-packed emotional roller coaster, blah, 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 blah. It's amazing, it's amazing, it's amazing. Better than Superman, 9.5 out of 10. That's what this same fucking account tweeted just like 2 days before that.
Bitch.
But now they see the tides turning. They see that this movie's going to be a fucking dumpster fire. They see there's nothing that they can do to shield for it. And they're trying to save face by flipping the script and getting on the bandwagon. It's so fucking pathetic. And a bunch of these gun cocksuckers are doing the same thing. They're like, we slobbed on James Gunn's knob for long enough, and now we realize he's probably going to get fired. This probably isn't going to work out well. We got to make sure we don't lose the trust of our entire audience at this point. It's really fucking funny, and it's really fucking pathetic. And now, as we look for what this movie's potentially going to do at the box office, Jay, Toy Story 5 is projected for a $80 to $90 million second weekend.
Yeesh.
Supergirl is projected at an $80 to $90 million global opening.
Wow.
It is going to get demolished by Toy Story. So they're not even going to be able to claim Supergirl's the #1 movie in the world. They're not even going to be able to do that bullshit to try to cover for it.
They'll say it's the #1 superhero movie in the world.
Oh, they might.
They'll label it something else. Watch the #1 girl-led movie of the. Well, Jessie's a girl-led movie, so I guess they can't say that, right? From Toy Story 5.
That's right.
So maybe they can't use that one, but they'll figure something out to make some kind of spin. I'm sure. Audiences agree that if you want an action-packed superhero film, go watch the #1 superhero story out right now.
Audiences agree. Millie Alcock shines as Supergirl.
That's it.
That's what it'll be.
I really do hope a lot of people are just waking up to these, like you said, these shill accounts that just feed you a bunch of nonsense just to keep whatever, I don't know, access or whatever they have, whatever they get out of it for just having some kind of cope for bad movies.
Yeah.
Kind of saw that with the Mandalorian and Grogu film too, like where people were like, this thing could easily hit $1 billion. I just saw it. It could easily hit $1 billion. Just trust me. Once the word of mouth gets out, people are gonna love this film. And you're just like
fucking idiots. Like, and Mandalorian Grogu, it was just okay, but it was just like mediocre. It was just
because
a few episodes of the show put together. It wasn't.
I was hoping for Masters of the Universe to at least break 100 million. I don't even think it did that.
I think it'll get to 100. I think it'll get to 100.
Hey, it's the biggest bomb in the past 5 years, but I enjoyed it for what it was.
Batman.
What's it going to get to? Like
series, garbage.
2130 or something.
I don't know, man. It was barely pulling, man. But it's all right, Ryan, because once it gets to Amazon, it's going to make $700 million with all the ads, and everyone's going to watch. It's going to be the #1 streaming movie of all time for Prime, and we're going to get much sequels needed and spin-off shows. Get ready.
I mean, look,
that's the box office.
That's what we're going to hear for Supergirl too, right? Well, once it goes on streaming, it'll become a hit. And well, don't you know the merchandise? And oh, by the way, they had $100 million marketing campaign. And it's like they've tried everything in the world. Yes, they had $100 million media
absolute
package,
animated
which
series
is
garbage.
fucking commonplace. Do you realize what that headline was? It
ranking
was,
is I know
it's
Neurotic
the biggest
Neurotic
one
had
that
the
DC
dopest-
Studios has
what?
ever seen. It only has
Comic
one
Shop is
other
San
competitor, and that's Superman.
Oh, I was a loyal.
Like that whole, like, again, it's just mutual marketing for any of these
Definitely, I
organizations
have to go
involved.
back to
And it's
school.
not like they're getting $100 million. What they're getting is arguably $100 million in marketing
Oh yeah, but
value out
yeah.
of that.
But you remember those?
That's what that
idiots,
means.
Bradley,
So
they were saying
it's actually more
Frank Grogu was
embarrassing
gonna make
because
$2 billion.
even with all of this cross promotion,
Oh my
even
God,
with
yeah.
all of this cross promotion you've
idiots said
done,
that on
no
video. It
one's
was gonna
probably
make
going to
$2
be
billion.
interested in watching this movie. But hey, we were told we're so wrong, Jay. We just hate.
Yeah,
women.
you freaking misogynist. You just
I
wanted
mean,
to
even
fail.
I was expecting it. I wasn't even expecting Mandalorian to make $1 billion, but I was expecting it to do better than what it did. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't expect it to bomb. Because I'm like, damn, I didn't expect it to bomb that hard.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, man, that movie wasn't that bad the way they said. I mean, geez, man.
It was just like the only thing is maybe they shouldn't have put it in theaters, but I'm like, for like what the show is, it's just a fine couple episodes of the show. It's nothing offensive. I'd watch it again over Supergirl.
yeah. Let me see. Where's oh yes, he trashed this shit. Oh man. Let me see. Oh, stupid ass.
Tongue blue in this video, you know what I'm saying? It's because your boy had a nice little blueberry slushy for me. I have a slushy for you. Good slushy, too. This movie is abysmal. And to think that they rebooted James Gunn, entered us into a new era to bring us the absolute trash that has been put on our TV screens. When you reboot, you're supposed to be getting better. When sports teams reboot, they're trying to get a better roster, a better team, so that eventually they can compete for an NBA championship or an NFL championship or so on and so forth. But the DCU rebooted the DCEU, which was making a lot of money, selling a lot of tickets until ultimately, you know what I'm saying, once Zack Snyder basically left, they started making all the other stuff, and you know what I'm saying, COVID hit, everything flopped. They announced the DCU reboot, so the last 4 movies were, you know, complete flops at the box office, whatever. But the bottom line is, when you reboot, you're supposed to be getting better. So tell me why. Why did you reboot the DCEU to give us a mid/bad Superman movie? Yeah, I said it. It didn't even sell half the tickets of Man of Steel, which came out 13 years ago. In last year's Superman review, I already went through the reasons why Man of Steel and Cavill Superman in general and Tom Welling as well are better than David Cornstar's Superman, but this video is not about that. Peacemaker Season 2 with John Cena lost almost, 30+% of its viewership from Season 1. Preacher Commandos, no one watched it. And you have Blue Beetle, which James Gunn said is the first movie in the DCU continuity, and it bombed. And now you have Supergirl, which will be a historic flop and failure for DC, and that's not a prediction, that is a spoiler. This is what happens when you build up a new DCU that is built off of lies, because we're going to get to Supergirl in the second. The movie is garbage on multiple different levels. We're going to break down the story, which is basically non-existent, and a bunch of other factors. But before that, we have to address the DCU as a whole. I love the DC characters and want this franchise to be great, but this is an embarrassment. James Gunn has gone on a national lying tour for about 4 years now. He announced that Batman Brave and the Bold, Superman Legacy, Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, Wonder Woman, all these different characters, Booster Gold, all these characters coming in, and we haven't even seen 80 to 90% of the stuff he's talked about because it's not going to come out because the universe is a failure. You have done nothing. James Gunn has done nothing to build any type of intrigue or excitement for this company. Hence why the viewership was declining. Hence why Superman lost over half the audience of Man of Steel. And I was told, everybody was told, at least online, you know what I'm saying? And this is the thing that people don't understand. The stuff that people say about Superman last year being a masterpiece, it saved DC, it reignited hype. It was a culturally impactful movie. It was hopecore, because I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. Well, guess what? Your movie flopped. Yeah, yes, it did. And now we're sitting here watching Supergirl, which is probably going to be slated to be making less than the Flash movie and less than the Marvels. I said the Marvels, which is, in my opinion, the worst superhero movie that I've seen in the last decade. If Corn Sweat Superman movie really had that much hype, if Gun Superman had that much hype, then it wouldn't matter about the reviews for Supergirl because they would still show up. In the DCEU, when Man of Steel had somewhat of a mixed reception, but obviously more people liked it than not. Hence why BVS made more money than Man of Steel. And Wonder Woman made a great amount of money as well. Aquaman weighed $1.1 billion. The 2016 Squad movie, I can't call it the full name, you know what I'm saying, just in case YouTube takes it down, you know what I'm saying, and they don't want me to make this video because they don't want me to put on a banger. But the 2016 Squad movie made a lot of money and sold way more tickets than any of this DCU gun slop ever will, because James Gunn is limited. All he can do is make the same
Gun Squad flop.
Trying to do good, man. We're just trying to be better. I'm trying to be better. And it's sloppy and repetitive and monotonous, and it is boring. There's no room for the new nuance or, you know, different layers to these characters. That's why in Supergirl you get the same set pieces looking like stuff from Guardians movies, right? Even the first time Supergirl uses her powers, it looks like the scene where Star-Lord's face froze over in Guardians 3. The same needle drops, the needle drop, needle, all these needles, and nobody wants to listen to this anymore. And the last thing I want to touch on before I get into the review is that everyone is going to probably compare this and try and cope and say, oh, well, you know, it's okay, man, this is a reboot, you know, the Incredible Hulk, man, it didn't do as good. In 2008, movie tickets were around $7, at least in the US, right? And now in the US, they're around like $16 to $17. That means that in 2008, the tickets weren't even half of what they are now. And the Incredible Hulk, I think, made around like $250 or $260 million. This movie is probably not even going to reach that number with 2.5 times the ticket price, which means that way more people saw Incredible Hulk than are going to see Supergirl. And that's why it's not the same. Plus, Iron Man is a better main titular character for a franchise than DCU Superman is, and it's not close. That was back when people were still unsure about superhero movies in the first place. You're building a massive connected universe. No one knew how it was going to go. So there were some ups and downs, understandably so. But nearly 20 years later, and you're trying to reboot something that already existed. It's not like this is the opening of the first DC live action universe. You're trying to reboot something that already existed, and in my opinion, was way better from a storyline perspective, intrigue, and hype perspective, which are just objective facts. Hence why they sold tens of millions of more tickets and made hundreds of millions of more dollars. This is a failure. Don't make excuses about the Incredible Hulk, man. Look at the early MCU. This ain't the early MCU. You need to hit the ground running. And after the alleged cultural impact of last year's Superman movie, the fact that this film is going to be one of the most historic box office flops in the history of superhero films shows you there's no intrigue or interest in what James Gunn is doing with DC, and he needs to be fired. The same energy Warner Bros. Had with The Rock about how he had to get out of there, you know what I'm saying, because of the Black Adam didn't perform how they wanted. Do the same thing for James Gunn, but you probably won't. You'll let him make his Man of Tomorrow. That will flop, and then he'll finally be out of here. And do you guys remember? Do you remember when James Gunn literally said, I review all the scripts. I don't greenlight a product unless I really think that it's great. It has to be a great script, and I okay it or say or deny it. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, I review the scripts. And the director for this movie, Craig Gillespie, this dude came out there and basically said that James Gunn played a hand in making this movie. And when you see the Guardians of the Galaxy set pieces, which we're going to talk about, the garbage writing, the redundant storylines of we got to go save an animal in this movie, we got to go save crypto. We got to go save cryptocurrency from getting killed. A similar thing to saving Rocket back in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. You start to ask yourself, what is Gunn talking about when he's reviewing these scripts? Because how did this get okayed? How did he play a hand in this movie and it came out this terrible? Why? Because Gunn does the same thing over and over again, and the fans continue to eat it up. Even corn sweat scenes inside of this movie. We're going to break those down
came out a year ago.
I did not like some of the scenes they gave David Cornsweat inside of this movie, and they didn't give him a lot.
Like you're late to the party.
Yeah, I'm so late to. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, love that. That's what I'm saying. That's weird. Robert Byron Burnett, you're just now realizing Cornball Sweat is trash in the Supergirl movie. He was the same trash he was in the last.
Yeah, like it was trash last year. What the fuck are you talking about? It was always garbage. It's not no new thing. It's always been garbage.
he didn't act. He still act like a cornball in the last movie than compared to this one. He didn't act any different. Maybe dumber because he doesn't even know how to fucking talk another language, and he's Superman's supposed to have super intelligence.
He's like, yeah, like why is everybody so fucking late to this? To realizing this that it's trash. You fucking it was already been trash.
Exactly. Basically copying John Wick for the you're right. Like John Wick with Supergirl. That idiot, Mr. Remember when that fucking idiot when Aris Quinones said Netflix loves Gunn and reason Netflix wanted to buy Netflix because says a Superman, then a month later says Superman flopped on the open. Exactly. These fucking morons are delusional. Oh, Superman, they under this fucking stupid delusion saying that Superman made $125 million profit. It did not make no fucking $120 million profit. This is what I mean. Retards that just randomly say shit with no source say shit and then motherfuckers don't believe it, and there's not even from a credible source. Some moron just assumed that, and people say that's fact because some moron just assumed it in an article. Retarded. This is Aries Fag Jonas is a poser. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. That guy's an idiot. It's just a dick writer.
Great to me. The plot is a ripoff and literally a redundant thing from Guardians of the Galaxy. The storyline is a redundant element from Guardians of the Galaxy, and the storyline is kind of non-existent because number one, it doesn't make sense. We're going to break that down, but on top of that, it's basically contradictory. One of the last things I want to touch on before I get into the actual review of Supergirl, because again, nothing happened in the movie, so we're going to run through that, and it's going to be a ton of fun. Yeah, I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. We'll run through the positives quickly, obviously, because there's not many of them. I mean, let's be honest here, guys. There's really nothing positive here in this movie except for maybe a couple things. I mean, I'm reaching for them. Number one is in my theater experience, there was actually a little girl with her dad watching the movie, and when Supergirl finally suited up in the last 10 to 15 minutes of the movie, they actually was actually, like, you know what I'm saying, really excited to see that, and you can see her audibly excited and stuff, and so was her dad. So it's great that you have moments like that where little girls and stuff are enjoying what they're seeing from their favorite hero, I guess, or one of their favorite superheroes. I will say there were a few scenes that I did laugh at, you know what I'm saying, even though the main villain is one of the worst villains of all time. He was absolutely awful. Even though he sucked, he had a couple moments where you're laughing at him, right? So at least that was some type of enjoyment. And obviously Jason Momoa, who basically plays Jason Momoa in this movie, he comes out there as Lobo, and he has a couple funny scenes as well. There's a couple really good sequences where they go like kind of dark with what's happening, like the destruction of Krypton. Zor-El, I thought the actor who played him was pretty cool. Some other directorial shots and sequences where they like showed like the kryptonite entering Kara's DNA and stuff like that. Stuff like that was kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting. And there were some decent shots. And then Millie Alcock, I will say, is the only one in this movie, and Ruthie. I say the Ruthie, like the little girl in the movie, basically, you know what I'm saying, Supergirl, like sidekick or whatever. Ruthie, I thought, had some decent storyline material to pull from. The opening scene where they kill her family, I thought that was actually a good scene. And she honestly had some more story elements that I wish they would have derived more out of, because it could have been potentially better for the movie. And obviously, Millie Alcock, in certain moments, I thought gave a good performance. But overall, I think her performance is kind of getting overrated. It wasn't that great. She was solid with the garbage writing that she was given. And other than that, I mean, she did her job. That's really all we have to say about it. There was nothing world-taking or world-breaking about any of the performances in this movie, but like I said, there's some decent things you can look at and be like, okay, they have this. At least it's not the worst superhero movie of all time necessarily, but it's probably up there. But other than that, I have literally no other positives I can try and force out or think of for this movie. Now, first off, the villain in this movie named Creme, or whatever his name is, Creme, whatever it says, Creme Brulee, whatever you want to call him, right? This guy is absolute garbage. Number one, you don't really know why he's doing what he's doing. You don't know who he is or what his story is. And on top of that, even in the first scene when he kills, you know what I'm saying, Ruthie's family, we don't actually understand if he even got what he was looking for. Why is he looking for these weapons and stuff like that? What is he trying to accomplish with them? We don't know. His motive isn't fleshed out enough. And even if you want to say, oh, well, he's trying to, you know what I'm saying, group up the girls, you know what I'm saying, and bring them over to his homeland or his planet or whatever, it still doesn't make sense. Why these specific type of girls? Why this way? Why can't you go to all the other planets to do it? Like, it just doesn't, none of it works. We don't know who he is, and you don't feel for anything this dude is doing. He feels like a sloppy, generic, terrible villain that you would see in like a CW episode of like Supergirl or like The Flash or some stuff like that. And the egregious plot hole in this movie of the fact that there are only two Kryptonians left, Superman and Supergirl. In the entire galaxy, only two Kryptonians left, at least that we know about. Maybe there's a Zod, right? So let's say there's three just for the sake of argument, right? There's three Kryptonians. How in the world does this random villain that we don't know at all, really, this dude knows that the weakness for Kryptonians is kryptonite? Like, what is this? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And especially because Krypton was destroyed many decades ago or whatever, years ago. How in the world does this dude know the Kryptonian weakness? It doesn't make any sense, and it's absolutely unbearable. But that's enough for the villain. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. This dude is complete and utter garbage, man. This is just complete slop. And then obviously for Millie Alcock, okay, her performance is getting a lot of praise right now amidst the movie being, you know, saying terrible. People are saying her performance is good. I thought her performance was solid for what she was given. The writing is not great for her character, in my personal opinion. I'm going to get to that in a second. But at certain moments throughout this movie, Millie Alcock is able to deliver some emotion and deliver some type of, you know what I'm saying, good line delivery to what she's saying. I may not understand what she's saying, and it may be completely ridiculous and doesn't do much for her character, but at least in some moments she can provide some emotion when they're trying to sit still and really take the movie, you know what I'm saying, to a lower pace and really give you those type of emotional feelings. Amelia Alcock does a decent job in those moments sometimes. But besides some decent moments of the performance, the storyline for Supergirl is garbage. And this is a quick explanation. The movie, she literally goes through that all the lossing, you know, say all the losses she's had, the brokenness, all the different bad things that have happened to her. Being vengeful will make her just as bad as some of the other bad people she's seen inside of the galaxy, right? Some of the bad guys. And that way she's not actually growing. She's not being better, right? Her version of herself is to be good. That's what her parents tell her to do. You know, one of the last things her mom tells her to do before her mom passes away. So part of her relation to being good in this movie is not taking over and letting vengeance consume you and stuff like that. So she does it the whole movie, and she even stops Ruthie from being vengeful and tells her it's bad for you, it will negatively affect you, it's terrible for you to get revenge. And then she gets revenge on the creme villain and just kills him near the end of the movie. And it's like, why do we spend an hour and 40 saying vengeance is not the way? It's not going to make up for the lostness and the brokenness. And then at the end, she just kills Creme and we move on. The story arc is literally contradicting everything we saw inside of the movie, and we didn't even see that much of a storyline to begin with. So even if she didn't kill Creme, the story would still be mediocre, but now it's just garbage, you know what I'm saying, after that element. And plus, Supergirl as a character is depowered like 5 times in this movie. Yeah. When they go to the Green Sun planet, she's depowered. When they have the Kryptonite arrow, she's depowered. When you have the situation where she's at the beginning at the bar, whatever, on the red sun, she's depowered because it's not a yellow sun. And there was a couple other instances I'm trying to think of as well. I think there was an instance, yeah, she was poisoned. How in the world is Supergirl with Kryptonian powers getting poisoned? It's the same dumb stuff last year with Superman, who doesn't have a human anatomy, somehow is about to die because nanotechs are invading his lungs. Stupid. Like, what are we talking about, bro? This dude can breathe in space, can breathe on 9 billion different galaxies. But because nanites are hitting his lungs, his lungs are not made the same as human lungs. But I guess that's because nanites, human technology hits him, and he's about to die. And the same girl that's in the same way that Supergirl saw, you know what I'm saying, in this movie, gets poisoned by some random juice made by some pedestrians. It's just dumb, and you never get to fully realize Kara's powers. And she doesn't really have that super powered, you know what I'm saying, moment. And usually every superhero at least has that once in their movie where they just go beast mode and go ham and go crazy. Supergirl does that for maybe 10 seconds, but it's not earned and you don't care. And it doesn't last long enough because her powers have been depowered for the majority of the film. It's a joke. And you would think they would tell a story about how she's been depowered and how she's trying to figure her way out around not having her powers and trying to be resourceful or things of that nature, but she kind of does that earlier in the movie, then it's just completely done. You don't care about anything else that happens, bro. I wish we got Supergirl being high-powered like she is. She's one of the most powerful beings on the planet. She should be doing high-powered stuff, but she just isn't. And that leads me to my next problem, is that the plot is just not formulated correctly in this movie. Just like I was talking about how the powers and stuff, you don't feel anything for that, and you wish you saw more of the powers. You also wish that they got into the story and backstory of Supergirl and her character arc much earlier inside of the movie, and then removed the ending where she killed Creme. You know what I'm saying? This whole movie was just doomed. The formulation of it, bro. How can you, this movie waits till halfway through to finally show Kara's origin, show Krypton, show her brokenness and her loss, and only give you a little 1-minute glimpse of her playing around in her room, taking pictures of Krypto while she's on Earth. We don't know why she's in that apartment, how that got to be. We don't know what her day-to-day life is like on Earth to really feel for that sadness and that brokenness and that loneliness. We don't see any of this, and this is such a missed opportunity. And then halfway through the movie, you try to explain what you had before, and you don't even go fully in depth with that. So that formulation that was terrible. If they would have showed her being broken and alone on Earth and the destruction of Krypton, which was a decent sequence, if they would have showed that in the earlier parts of the movie and elongated it a bit, maybe you could have had something. But there are rumors that James Gunn actually cut 20 to 30 minutes off of this movie, and that it was originally supposed to be a little bit over 2 hours, but that's just a rumor. I don't know, but the movie definitely feels like it's missing some time because the way it's formulated in the plot is just a complete mess. You have scenes completely out of order, which messes up the story, and then you don't know when things are happening at certain moments. It's just ridiculous. It's like the DCU's problem overall of simply having characters that aren't, you don't feel for them. Nobody feels for Lex and Clark's dynamic. And Lex is sitting and talking about some Galileo. I know Galileo. You know what I'm saying? His monologue in the Superman movie. Nobody cares about your dynamic with Clark Kent. We don't know why Clark Kent learned to see the best in people. We don't get to see him actually get raised by these human parents that he has. We don't get to see how he responds to the death and desolation of Krypton to the point where he had to be sent to Earth and deal with this stuff, growing up and becoming a hero. And so now we just see a Clark who's just smiling and doing a bunch of stuff and helping people. A lot of superheroes can just sit there and smile and help people, but where's the nuance to Superman? And speaking of corn sweat Superman, there's one scene here where he's at the Fortress of Solitude looking off with Supergirl, and you're just sitting there like, bro, what am I actually watching at this point? Like, this dude, he knows that she can't understand his English. And for the first minute, it's charming, kind of cool, stuff like that.
Stupid,
and then it just keeps on going. And he's talking about Kansas. And he's talking about, you know what I'm saying, how what's it called? He's going to let us, her powers are going to kick in and stuff like that.
Superman
and it just keeps
ever.
on rambling and rambling and rambling. And it's such forced smiling. He's just smiling at everything, trying to act like he's in such a happy-go-lucky mood. And it's just like, bro, what is this guy doing? There's a difference between being hopeful as Superman and just being, written to be stupid. And that's what Superman comes off as in this scene. And it's just an absolute joke. And again, all the stuff with Superman and Kara, there's no real storyline or enough moments with them for us to even care about any of this nonsense. So Corn Sweat's a great actor in the role of Superman. I think he does a good job with what he's given, but some of these scenes just make him look dumb, man. It's not funny. It's not hopeful. It's just making him look dumb for the sake of having a scene where Superman just smiles and is a good guy for a couple of minutes. And then as for Lobo inside of this movie, Lobo is a complete and utter failure. Jason Momoa plays Jason Momoa. There's nothing else to really say about this. He kind of sounds like Aquaman used to, you know what I'm saying, when he's like, my man, to Cyborg back in the Snyderverse days. But yeah, man, quite frankly, I don't like the fact that he's literally part of the reason why Supergirl gets kind of saved and helped out at the end of the movie when she's stabbed with the kryptonite arrows. It's kind of ridiculous to see a character who's done nothing like Lobo, who literally just disappears at the end of the movie and we don't know where he's going or what he's doing. And then the last big thing that I wanted to discuss is really just the pacing of this movie, bro. It's very boring. Like, the first 10 minutes I think are decent, but then after that, bro, it just becomes very boring. Like, you're just kind of reactionless and emotionless to what's happening because you don't really care about what's going on for the storyline reasons I said that are not good. The plot's obviously a complete mess and it kind of sucks at multiple times throughout the movie. The villain is garbage. Kara's story is contradicted by the end of the movie, and Ruthie, who I think they could have done more with, they didn't even really do nothing with her besides her just being a surface level kid who's just following Supergirl everywhere, man. So again, it's an absolute mess of a movie, bro. It's sad that DC has gotten to this point, but this is just kind of what it is at this time, man. The products are the same Guardians of the Galaxy style James Gunn slop, and people are getting tired of that, bro. And that's why they're rejecting this version of the DCU. So overall, I would give this movie like a 3 out of 10. I don't think it's the worst superhero movie of all time, but it is 100% one of the worst superhero movies of all time. And that is an embarrassment. You reboot to try and be better than what you had before, and this is not better than what we had before. It's much worse than what we had before, in my personal opinion, and it's even much worse than the movie we had last year with Superman, which I already thought was bad in general. So unfortunately, we have another flop in the DCU, and this just adds to the long line of absolute failures, man, and lies from James Gunn. Again, this movie came out, and again, we're gonna get another flop. Obviously, everything else he's lied about with Batman Brave and the Bold coming out and Wonder Woman's going to do this and all this other stuff. It's over, bro. We went from having DCU Chapter 1, Gods and Monsters, to having basically a super family whole entire universe, and that's not going to cut it, bro. DC was much better off back in the 2010s, you know what I'm saying, in the prime days of Zack Snyder. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's the facts. You were showing up to watch the movies. No one's showing up to watch them now. It's over, bro.
Yeah,
this one was an absolute disaster on every single level, man. Bad plot,
I sent
bad
you
villain, bad
review
main
on X.
storyline,
Like,
some
he's such a
really,
fucking
bad.
Jill, like he starts it out having to be positive, but then he like goes in and trashes the movie. I'm like, can't you just say the movie is trash? You start out the review having the kiss, and then you go in and trash the movie saying everything. So I'm like,
probably the final nail in the coffin for the DCU. I don't even know if Man of Tomorrow is even going to get made at this point. They might just do a tax write-off like that and save the money. But that's what I got to say about Supergirl.
It don't make no sense though, because he goes in hard on the movie, trashing the shit out of it.
Right, we'll see what happens with
Spider-Man Brand New Day. I'll be reviewing that next month, of course. And as always, let me know your guys' comment thoughts. Like, what the fuck? You're still trashing the movie.
He's a piece of shit. I don't, because I saw the review, because he's a fucking cornball. He's stupid. He's trashing it, but then he's trying to like, how you say, like give Gunn a pass. Like, oh, this is Craig Gillespie, but shut the fuck up.
No, motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's such a piece of shit. No, motherfucker. This is Gunn's movie. He's the fucking guy. So okay, so let's say there's a MCU movie that's bad. Do people blame the director, or do they blame Kevin Feige?
Exactly. So full of shit. Exactly.
When a Star Wars movie doesn't work, do they blame the director, or they blame Kathleen Kennedy? You fucking idiot.
Exactly. Somebody
Who's
said
the head of this fucking operation? You fuckface.
Somebody said James Gunn is the Kathleen Kennedy of DC. Somebody said shit yesterday. And
yeah, even people are like on Twitter. They're like, what the fuck is the creme guy? What the fuck? He had like a fucking hole in his throat, like he's like a fucking tracheotomy. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was like, what? That sounds like a retarded thing that Gunn would fucking come up with.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. What the fuck? Like, he turned it on like it's like a smoker's hole or something. Like, what the fuck?
I'm like,
that didn't make any fucking. That's fucking disgusting. Why the fuck? They're like, why the fuck would he even have? He didn't even have that shit in the fucking comic. Where the fuck he got holes in?
He looked like a normal human being in the fucking comic book. He didn't like a fucking weirdo Ravager with spikes in his fucking bald head. He had a full head of hair,
motherfucker,
red hair, beard. He looked like a regular. He looked like fucking like basically how Vito Mortensen looked at Aragon with red hair. He didn't look anything like the fucking gun made him at all. It's. He had a normal face. He didn't have no fucking thing in his. He didn't look like some fucking robot with an axe. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
The fucking things in his. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? This shit is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And people, people are like trashing. They made a meme like the Spider-Man. One meme was like the Munger guy. He's like, just give James Gunn a chance, and then people's like, what about Zack Snyder? Did you give him a chance?
Yeah, exactly. Fucking.
Yeah, people are like, what about Zack Snyder, motherfucker? Did you give him a chance, you fucking retards?
Exactly.
Yeah, but now you're trying to tell people that you have to give James Gunn a chance and not. No, motherfucker, but you didn't give the other.
I didn't even want to give him a chance at all. Well, I didn't because I never paid for any of the shits. But I saw it bootleg. But I'm glad I never paid for it though.
Yeah,
so I never gave him a chance. I'm never willing to pay money.
Just give him a chance. What about Zack Snyder? Did you give him a chance?
After he fucked over Henry Cavill, I was never giving that piece of shit a chance.
Exactly.
Henry and Sasha dodged the bullet.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna send you the cut short video about the Sasha Kaye Supergirl movie.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, I'll send that to you so you can play that on live. Hold on, I'll be right back and send it to you.
It said, did you notice the eyeliner in the Superman scene? Eyeliner? It said, Mr. D said Lobo never sends a chain hook to his ride. I knew it was going to be the second flop. You guys keep it a bean. Love this channel. Thanks, Mr. D. Let me see. Let's see.
All right, I sent it to you on X. DM'd it to you. The video yet? Yeah, see, this video shows you that Gunn is a fucking piece of worthless dog shit. I mean, Hamada's plan was stupid too because Hamada was basically gonna replace Cavill and Batfleck with Supergirl and Batgirl, but then Gunn fucked it up even more when he came along. They were gonna make Batgirl, but then Gunn is such a fucking piece of shit that he came through and he fucked over Henry Cavill, fucked over Sasha Kaye, fucked over Michael Keaton, fucked over everybody. Everybody that was involved. Leslie Grace, all of them, fucked them all over just to make this fucking. That's what pisses me off. We get this mediocre shit, but we got talented actors that got fucked over that could have made numbers.
Exactly.
I know would have made 1,000 times better movies than the shit they got fucked over for. That's what makes it fucking embarrassing.
Exactly. Yeah, you got rid of Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck for this dog shit.
Sasha Kaye and
Sasha
Kaye, Leslie Grace. You got rid of all those actresses and actors, and you got rid of all of it. You threw it all the fuck away for this fucking mediocrity slop.
Exactly. It's like
just only to fail and get lower box office and critic reviews. Fucking piece of shit.
Exactly. What was the point of all this shit again?
Yeah, Supergirl comes in below the Flash and opening preview numbers. Yeah, you fucking retard. You basically got rid of. You basically fucked over the Flash movie only for one of your movies to do worse than it. You fucking retard.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, some people were saying too. Somebody said, "I'm sorry, even the Flash special effects were better than this garbage."
They are.
You see,
everything with the Flash is superior to this piece.
Exactly.
Even everything in the Flash is superior to the Gunn's first Superman. Flash is superior.
Yeah, yup. Way better than Gunn's first garbage Superman.
And it's funny because they have the same cinematographer.
Yup. Yeah, he did better without
the Gunn. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh.
We've got something to fit every lifestyle and every budget. That's the Paul Miller difference.
Let's see.
BMW has to offer at PaulMillerBMW.com. The Paul Miller Auto Group, celebrating 50 years. Sideswipe that Atlantic Ave in Flatbush. Showman and Hill injury lawyers swipe back to protect the injured. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. Showman and Hill. We are New York.
All right. I said I'm gonna just play the. I'm gonna play the real shift one, and then I'm gonna play the one you sent me right after.
Okay. Yeah. You see now the girls on Twitter and stuff are trying to cancel Indy Navarrete now because they're saying because she liked Johnny Depp's posts on Instagram or something. They're saying they're trying to now the girls on Twitter are trying to cancel Indy Navarrete because she's liking Johnny Depp's posts on Instagram and they're no, she's supporting an abuser. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
And then they're like, I knew that she was suspected too, dude, bro. Like when we saw that she liked streaming Call of Duty and stuff, that she tries to pander. She's a pick-me. She's trying to pander to men. You know, they're basically trying to make her like Sydney Sweeney now, trying to make shit. They're mad that she's trying to cater to dudes that like her now, so they're upset that she's not.
But what are you saying? She likes Johnny Depp's posts. He said.
Yeah, that she still likes Johnny Depp, supports him or something. No, that she's supporting an abuser. Oh, dare she? Like, shut the fuck up! My God. Really, you cancel her over that?
What happened?
I'm like, really? They get triggered over that? Like,
yeah, I'm like, a lot of people need to mind their own business. Cause I saw this tweet from this girl yesterday. She was saying something about like, that I'm tired of all these women that always say, men are taking advantage of women, and then the girl was like, if I'm going to a guy's house at 3:00 in the morning, you know what it's for. So stop saying I don't know what I'm going there for, and I'm gonna be abused. And I was like, yeah, if a woman is going to a guy's house at 3:00 in the morning, yeah, like what do you think it's for? Shit like that. What the fuck?
Yeah, like I don't know why these women they're triggered. There's no women that play Call. I'm like, no, there's a lot of women that play Call of Duty. You dumbass. Have you seen a lot of the Twitch streamers and shit? A lot of the chicks play video games. Like they're acting like that's too masculine for her. She needs to be doing feminine things for us to. No, motherfucker. Keeping it real, that makes her even like attractive though. If a woman likes, well, she's not a poser like Exo Starlight bitch.
Yeah,
or,
dumb bitch.
That's the distinction you have to make with the nerdy.
You know what?
Nerdy poser girls and there's real girls.
You know, Exo Starlight, that bitch, she got triggered because some YouTuber named Sydney something. She made a video. Because some YouTuber named Sydney was trashing the Supergirl movie. So then she made a video about the girl, like, this bitch. So you're mad, Exo Starlight, because another girl that's smart, unlike you, stupid cunt, was saying the Supergirl movie's trash. So she made a video.
God. Yeah, I know that Sydney. Yeah, I know she made a video response too to Sydney, like, I pissed off the Supergirl feminists or something like that. So she made a video. I'm like, oh my Exo Starlight, you're the fucking dumb bitch, you dumb fucking.
Exactly, she's just a fucking.
Literally, idiot. The Sydney girl, she got right opinions, then she's way hotter than you.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's triggered because no man would want to bang you. They want to bang the girl that actually knows what the fuck she's talking about. I'm not gonna bang a fucking bitch that I don't care how hot you look. If you're a stupid bitch, with stupid opinions. I'm sorry, Roxy Stryer. That's why you can't get no fucking. You don't have no kids or no fucking man unless it's a dumb one because you're a stupid bitch.
Exactly. It's an absolute Batman animated series snooze. Yeah, garbage. It's a bet you $5. This is the DeLuca and Abdi would take over DC production. Yeah, and oh my God, Cummins. Bradley, this stupid bitch, some random stupid bitch on Instagram. This are these fake DC fans. Like, shut up, you stupid bitch, because I trashed Patterson and Gun Superman. Some dumb bitch was like, "Why do you hate DC, motherfucker?" So if I hate Patterson, if I hate Patterson and Gun Superman, that's DC. That's not DC. That's why I trash it, because it's fucking garbage. It just happens to have a DC label on it, but it's not.
If you like those cheap garbage versions, that means that you hate DC and want it changed to your bullshit ideology. That's not the original characters. If you love DC, you'll know that that's garbage and inaccurate.
Yeah, unless you're a fucking LARPing poser cunt like Grace Fuckface Randolph.
Yeah, Exo Starlight. That these bitches that just
Jappy
cheer
bitch,
for any
whatever.
fucking garbage. Blue Gay Fag Angel, Suits Ramos, you motherfuckers that they just cheer for any Corey Jandrew fag. Just
that's
cheer for any corporate slop that gets
Yeah.
put on their fucking plate. It's dog shit. Let me have some more, sir. It tastes like beautiful chocolate pudding. It's the best fucking shit I ever tasted. It's chocolate pudding and all these different colors of the rainbow in my mouth. Oh, it's the best shit ever done. Just spread it open and shit on the plate again. Fucking
Exactly.
Corey Jandrew, I want to punch you in your fucking.
I hate Corey Jandrew. It's like these motherfuckers just like anything new that's DC. You must, but no, fuck you. Just because it's new, I'm not gonna support it. You fucking retard.
But then motherfuckers had nerve to these are the same ones that talk shit when BVS came out and was new. So what good DC fan are you when you're biased? And when it was those DC movies, shouldn't you have liked those movies too and suck their dick? No,
Yeah,
but you trashed on those and wished for them to fail. But this piece of shit comes up. Oh my God, Matt Reeves and James Gunn. I'm gonna fucking cream everywhere. Oh my God. Corey J, I'm gonna go pick up a little girl off the street like a pedo and show her this movie and pretend she's my daughter because I'm a fucking incel virgin. I'll never have a wife or get pussy in my life. I'm a 40-year-old virgin, fucking retard.
Exactly. Because a true DC fan, no cornball, Sweat, and Patterson are garbage. Mr. DC.
Yeah, Corey Jandrew, we should never take what you say because you literally work for DC. You fucking
Exactly.
retard.
And like my
so
God,
I don't take shit what you say for
look,
anything.
it tracks. A soy bitch. A soy bitch like that likes a soy bitch Superman and a soy, of course.
And that ugly black bitch, fantastic Frankie. I seen she's on
that
the.
dumb bitch.
I wasn't she on the fucking Draft Net podcast and I don't care about Nolan Oppenheimer or anything, but she said something stupid that, I didn't like bitch. That's the least reason the Oppenheimer script. But she's like, oh, I didn't like Oppenheimer because there wasn't any black people in it.
Oh my
bitch,
God!
What the fuck? That's literally 1940. You think black people were just fucking were allowed to work on fucking government projects like that? You fucking retard.
What the fuck? She's retarded.
What the fuck? 1940s, black people were still not. Is still segregation. You fucking retard. So
that's why
you're bitching.
That's why
the
Matt Reeves hacked Bruce Timm Cape Crusader doesn't make any sense. A black commissioner in the 1930s. Fuck, that's not even. There was no such thing in that 1930. A black Commissioner Gordon. That's retarded. They wouldn't even allow that back in that time.
Yeah, you can tell that this is an alternate reality.
Yeah,
of the 40s where segregation didn't exist. Because I'm like, yeah, you can't tell. Yeah, you have to wait. You have to suspend your disbelief or shit. But I'm like, fucking Oppenheimer. That's it. By our. But I'm like, well, is that why Nolan now he's putting all the diversity in this fucking Odyssey now because he got criticism from dumb bitches like her. So now he's taking Odyssey and he's gonna put all these fucking people that aren't all black people and gay people, shit that wasn't even in Greek in that era and shit like that, putting them in the movie and shit.
Exactly, so stupid.
That way he's making Odyssey inaccurate garbage. That's why the indie novelette and all them. I'm like, they asked her, what directors you? Oh, Christopher Nolan and Ryan Coogler. I'm like, oh my God, like really? People are even some people are like,
the typical same fucking corny ad. No, Chris Nolan, Ryan Coogler. If anybody else give the same fucking typical answer, Chris Nolan, Ryan Coogler. Like, shut the fuck up already, my God.
I'm like, yeah, that part of me, I was kind of like, but then that interview annoyed me. And I'm like, oh my God, like, of course, that's the most basic ass bitch fucking answer. Oh, of course, the two most cinephile directors right now. Of course, you're gonna how about put out some shit something that's off the wall for once, not the most common shit that everybody can guess that you're an actor, you want to work. But how about get out a fucking a director or something like that that's actually interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's the problem with these actors and young people. They think that they're trying to be pretentious by being, but I'm sorry, they're movies that these pretentious directors make they're garbage too. They're not even as pretentious as
Oh
they
my
think
gosh!
they are.
I
They're
think the
fucking
worst
trash.
is Jenna Ortega. They would ask her favorite movies. I'm like, what the fuck movies are you even talking about? I wouldn't even ever watch those garbage. Like, what the fuck? And like the names, I'm like, what? What movie is that? What? Like, she thinks she's so high art, high and mighty. Jenna Ortega. I'm like, what the fuck are any of those garbage ass movies?
I'm like, she likes some fucking like really Andy Robertson. Sinners is my favorite movie. Like, really, that garbage Sinners is your favorite? What the fuck? I'm like, I'm sorry, these people have shit taste nowadays. That garbage shit. And then Jenna Ortega, she said some movie, some French movie or some shit like that. About,
She said a whole bunch of names. I'm like, what movie are you fucking talking about? I would never watch that garbage.
I'm like, what the fuck? and then Andy Robertson, she brought up that other French movie, that horror movie Raw, about that girl that's a fucking cat. I'm like, why the fuck would you recommend that garbage? They're like, oh, I think Nikki, she would like the movie Raw. It's a French film. It's a French horror film about a girl who's a cat. Like, I've seen clips of that fucking movie, and that movie looked fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I saw like
there's a scene in that movie where I don't know, it's fucking kind of gross. Like, it looked like she was eating another girl's fucking pussy lips. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like her sister like gets something stuck in her pussy and she has to help her get. I'm like, and what the fuck? It looked like she actually cuts her pussy lips off, like it looks like meat. And it's like, what the fuck kind of movie is this? I'm sorry, you must be sick to watch some shit. You must be Robert Meyer bitch next to watching. Like, he watches shit like Coffee Table. That fucking shit.
It's garbage. Mr. D 64 said,
Serbian film, fucking garbage.
To tell them I got comic older than them and ask them for key stories who wrote them without Google search. Yeah, they won't know. A bitch like Exo Star, like kind of dappies, without Google search, they won't know the comic you mentioned. It's a Guntars. Think Gunn is going to make all of these movies within a 5-month contract. LOL. It's a Bloomberg. The Nolan simp Jeremy Greaves from Geeks and Gamers got called out by Neurotic on FNT.
And all these bitches too that trying to, like, I've had, like, did I tell you about this bitch that was trying to get with me? That she was hot and everything cute, but I was like, she knew I was kind of nerdy, but she likes that. She's like, she's trying to go for nerds, and then she's like, oh, I told her, oh, really? She's like, I like nerd stuff too. I was like, oh yeah, what's your favorite Star Wars movie? And then she said Rise of Skywalker. And then after she said that shit, I'm like, yeah, bitch, you're a larper. I was thinking, like, oh my god, this bitch is no real fucking fan. That she just Googled that shit. What's a Star Wars movie? Rise of Skywalker. Okay, Rise of Skywalker. That basically is like the most AI generated fucking answer.
Yeah. Chat.
Wait, a Star Wars movie. Oh, the last one was right. Oh my god, that's my favorite. No, oh my god, you dumb bitch.
That's my favorite. Oh yeah, then I'll play the one that you sent me after.
Oh yeah, real shit, Joe.
You finally.
I'm sorry, but sometimes his opinions are fucking retarded. He's a pretentious douchebag too. Because he goes too far with his pretentious shit, where he hates everything.
The fucking theatrical bullshit.
Look, you retard. Not everything that's fun. Like Master of the Universe is a fun movie and it's good.
Exactly.
No, it's not the problem of being fun. Not everything that's quote unquote fun is bad. You fucking idiot. That's not the problem.
Exactly.
It's the problem how you execute it, how you accurately.
Everything don't need to be fucking high art nonsense.
Yeah. Fuck Nolan and all the Matt Reeves and all the shit directors. I'm gonna get a video.
I'm gonna play you after that when everybody starts trashing Matt Reeves and Robert Pattinson, bitch man. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I know a lot of people like to write off critics and say that they're out of touch when it comes to understanding what audiences want. But the truth is that a true critic should not concern themselves
That's a real shit,
with
Joe.
what other people want. And they
hard for
should
obsession
judge
on
every
X.
movie on its own merits. And sometimes critics are right about
oh my god, then he is feeling first. Oh my god, Obsession, it's an original horror. Oh, it was a little button.
It's one of those rare instances where I went into a movie with incredibly low expectations, and yet somehow the people involved managed to make something that was even worse than what I imagined. It would almost be impressive if it wasn't so pathetic. Let's discuss.
I watch so you don't have to.
I don't know. I think though I would put this only 1 point ahead of the shit Marvels because at least this had Globo in it for a few scenes
Yeah,
and he was
yeah,
tolerable. But that's the
yeah.
only thing that this has over the more. Other than that, it's pretty much on the same fucking plane of fucking
And you know
forgettable.
the
I'll never
only thing
see this
I can
again.
say about Millie Alcock, even though she was a fucking cunt, she actually looked kind of hotter at the end of Superman. Her hair was different. I feel like they were trying to make her look at the end of Superman like Sydney Sweeney, but then here they made her look like a fucking homeless bum and shit like that. Like her hair was completely different. It was like stylized, and she didn't like her attitude was still a cunt, but her hair and the way she looked different and shit like that. Because
Yeah, all dirty and shit.
yeah, she looked like a homeless fucking bum in this movie.
Before I get started,
Yeah,
I'd like to kindly
she had like no makeup on this whole. It looked like again the Superman she had makeup on, but this movie she had no makeup on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Content. Just like this.
Come on. Do it. Do it!
Supergirl finds Kara on a quest for vengeance across the galaxy after an adversary strikes close to home, joining forces with unlikely companions in the process. So as I was watching Supergirl, I couldn't help but think about that time when Ben Affleck was asked about the possibility of directing a movie in the DC.
Absolutely.
And his response basically amounted to, I wish them the best, but I am not interested in directing a movie in the way that they plan on doing things. Now, at the time, there were a lot of people who were not 100% clear on what exactly he meant by that. But I think if you look at what the DCU has given us so far, including Supergirl, I think it becomes pretty clear what he meant by that. It's the same reason why I'm sure an accomplished director like Ben Affleck would have no interest in directing a Marvel project either. The reason being he's not a hired hand. And Supergirl, maybe more so than any other
he's not going to take shit from Gunn. Neither is
absolutely
Cavill.
The product of a hired hand director.
They want to
in
do
this case,
what they want to do.
Hollywood
You're
Studios,
not going to have fucking that
even
bitch boss
DC
him around.
Studios, apparently, do not want someone with a unique vision. They want someone who is going to make the studio mandated movie that fits nicely into what is usually an uninspired overall plan.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
It was clear to me as I watched Supergirl that Craig Gillespie was put into place to execute someone else's vision of what this movie is supposed to be. This movie has no identity of its own and plays out more like a hodgepodge of things that we've seen 1,000 times before in modern comic book movies. And it definitely makes for a dull, boring,
He even makes the same Squidward joke that Tony Stark made in Infinity War.
About
oh yeah,
now,
read
I know that the rallying cry of this movie.
Yeah, no,
I'm like I was just thinking when I was like, oh my god, I'm like, she literally just took that. They literally just ripped that off of Avengers Infinity War when Tony Stark tells what's the guy with Thanos, one of his Black Order, the Ebony Maw guy, and he's like, get lost, Squidward. I'm like, she said basically the same thing.
And you know what? People are so stupid because the motherfuckers that say like the motherfuckers that are like, oh, this is not a James Gunn movie. James Gunn didn't direct this. You know, before he was directing, he was a ghostwriter. He's the head of DCU. You think even if Andy Guerra wrote that script, he could just like overhaul it and ghostwrite it, and now he's the fucking head and in control? Are you fucking retarded? You think he didn't do that?
Yeah, they might have had Gunn write that joke in Infinity War before, and he just reused it when he looked over this script and put it in this fucking movie too. I'm like, yeah, Gunn, don't think I didn't notice that you're reusing shit.
Exactly.
You're reusing the same jokes and shit.
You seem tired of that joke.
Uninspired this movie actually is. I mean, he chose the writer. He approved the rock-solid script.
Rock solid.
Those are his words, not mine. And he basically approved of a stripped-down version of the Woman of Tomorrow arc from the comic books. Couple that with them trading.
Yeah, does that look like Millie Alcock? No.
Style for a dirty and washed
out she looks more dirty and homeless.
All of it pretty much amounts to them setting this character and this movie up for failure. a movie that was already going to be fighting an uphill battle as far as interest goes.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
It absolutely felt like them trying to turn this character and this story into something that it's not. Pretty much what WB is doing to DC overall. Removing things from this story that might have been more appealing to a broader audience in favor of making just another comic book movie. This movie is a culmination of everything that is wrong with the rollout of the DCU and the comic book movie genre overall. Because Supergirl does absolutely nothing to justify its own existence. A lot has been said already about Supergirl's presentation in this movie. Some feel like it's a little bit too Star-Lord, and I do understand those complaints. But more than that, I feel like the biggest problem with her character is that they just made her flat out unlikable. It is yet another instance of modern Hollywood failing its lead female characters by approaching them all wrong. I suppose that in James Gunn and company's mind, presenting her as a drunk sorority girl with baggage is going to make her a bit more relatable. And I do think that they chose this version of her.
Yes, she looked better there.
Appeals to James Gunn's misfit character obsession a bit more. And it also opens up the possibility for a bit of debauchery. But as I was watching this movie, I personally got tired of her acting out shtick very early on. To me, it wasn't about showing her as a flawed individual. It was about deconstructing her hero persona in the worst way possible. To me, she actually barely qualifies as a hero at all in this movie. She's more of an anti-hero, which is not what I think of when I think of Supergirl. I mean, maybe if you sold me on the idea a little bit more, I could get on board with a bit of a reimagining. I am not against those sort of things. But a quick flashback of her being sent away from whatever was left of Krypton is not enough to get me there.
Put some effort into it!
Her pain and her inner turmoil did not feel as fleshed out as it needed to be in order to make all of this resonate. And then they have the added conflict of placing Krypto in peril, which might have been more effective if the cute CGI sidekick gimmick wasn't as overused in these movies as it is. Supergirl is literally given a reason to have a sense of urgency in this movie. They are literally putting her on the clock. But never once in this movie do you feel the weight of this situation like the movie wants you to.
Probably and nothing about Krypto in this universe feels like he's special, or he just feels like a regular like crazy dog and shit.
Being a smartass,
he just overly
supposed to be intelligent.
Any of this to be
like Superman, Krypto's actually supposed to be an intelligent dog. You're not supposed to be a fucking normal nut Earth dog,
to make us
all crazy and shit, jumping on you and
it's like he just acts like a regular fucking Earth dog. He's not even the right breed. The breed of Krypto is actually a big dog, like I said, a white lab type or German Shepherd type. He doesn't act out and fucking jump around. Oh, he's not hyper like that. He's intelligent, like you said.
Yeah, he's not destroying everything, chewing like a normal dog. No, he's like supposed to be like, since he's an alien dog, he's supposed to be hyper intelligent than other dogs.
Yeah, why would, if he's from another planet, why would he act like a regular dog on Earth acting all hyper? That makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
Like the logic. There's no logic in any of gun shit.
But all amounts to a lot of nothing. And then we have Lobo, who is of course played by Jason Momoa, who is nothing more in this movie than a glorified cameo. Now, I know this is supposed to be a dream role for him and all of that, but is it too soon to say that I actually think he made a better Aquaman than he does a Lobo? I mean, it could have something to do with the fact that Lobo is pretty inconsequential.
I kind of agree.
As it pertains to the overall plot.
Because I felt like he didn't do much in this.
I mean, he does feel kind of shoehorned.
I think he was a better Aquaman because he had to act as Aquaman. While Lobo feels like Lobo as a character is so close to what he already is that he didn't really have to act. He just had to act himself because he basically is Lobo come to life in real life. So I'm like, yeah, it's not really a challenge when you play a character that's literally just you. But when you have to play a character that's kind of has things that are kind of not you, it's a little bit more impressive. You pull it off, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
online fan castings. I actually felt like his appearance, while it would seem to be perfect and a no-brainer to some, I thought he actually looked a little bit ridiculous. Once again, like a cosplay.
Yeah, you know what? It looked like lazy, like they just slapped some paint or powder on his face and like, oh, here's.
Yeah, people say he just looks like he's part of Kiss or something, the band Kiss, like Gene Simmons or some shit like that.
The makeup it would look a little whiter and shit. Looks like they just slapped in some fucking powder on his thing to make him.
Yeah, it does, because it's not supposed to. It's supposed to be his skin. He's not supposed to be like. It's not supposed to look like paint. It's supposed to be his fucking skin because he's an alien.
Yeah, somebody was saying, but I couldn't tell that his muscles look rubber. But
rather than an embodiment of him.
Not impressed.
The villain of this film, Krem,
looks nothing like that in the fucking comic book at all. Doesn't have any of that shit on his face.
Ugly ass Pinhead.
Full head of hair.
Pinhead Hellraiser fucking looking.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? He doesn't even wear that fucking any of that fucking armor. What the?
With a fucking hole in his
neck. Like they were going for a little bit.
Mad Max, exactly.
In the Road Warrior energy.
Fucking
but
Mad
it
Max
never
looking
really
fucking character.
There just wasn't really anything about him that makes him stand out or makes him feel like a remotely memorable villain. As far as the typical James Gunn gimmicks go, they aren't quite as obvious or egregious as they usually are, but they are definitely still there. We get a little bit of the toilet humor with various characters urinating on things. Of course, we get Kara eating eggs that came out of an alien's ass that are definitely just eggs, according to some people online, only for Kara herself to say that they taste like shit. Subtle, isn't it? Plus, you have the whole misfit team-up dynamic, which we are apparently never going to escape in any DCU project. We also have the much talked about needle drops, which is easily the most Guardians of the Galaxy thing about this movie. Only difference being the needle drops in Supergirl are not particularly well done. There was one needle drop in particular that had me scratching my head because the song choice really did not fit the situation at all. There's also a pretty lengthy slow motion action sequence in this movie, which I did find amusing, considering a lot of the DCU's biggest advocates have talked extensively about how they don't like how a certain other director likes to use slow motion.
Oh, the Zack Snyder. I get that reference.
They also double down on the whole Superman was sent to Earth to conquer it nonsense that was introduced in Superman 2025. I actually found David Cornsweet's scenes in this movie to be a little bit weird as well. His Superman seems even more buffoonish this time around than he did in his own movie. And that's just not how I view Superman personally. Clark, of course, has a dorky side to him, but that's part of his cover-up. When he becomes Superman, he's supposed to drop the act.
Exactly. That how are you gonna say Gunn knows Superman when he makes him act like a goofball in the costume? That's not fucking Superman. Gunn, you're a fucking fraud. You don't know Superman. That's supposed to be the cover act. He'll be like, I'm in the castle. Oh, gee, golly shuckers, I'm Superman. What the fuck? This is a buffoon-ass Superman. I'm sorry. It's stupid. And then the motherfucker's like, oh, it's wholesome. Dappy's comics, stupid bitch. Exo Starlight. It's wholesome. No, you're a dumb bitch, and you have shit taste. That's not Superman. Talking about this Superman 100%, you morons.
Become a more stoic and controlled figure.
Exactly, stoic.
That we all
know. You hear that, Cleveland's multiverse, you moron? Superman is supposed to be stoic, you dumb fuck. What happened?
I just looked it up, and on the DC wiki, they're saying, that is basically a tracheotomy in his throat, like a body modification. So he does have like a fucking hole in his throat or something like that.
Yeah, and that character in the comics never had any hole in his throat. That's retarded. That's just made up by.
Yeah, that's what they said. Like this is different from because he never had these body modifications in the comic. People are like, what the fuck?
He never had any armor. He never had any armor at all. He was just like an Aragorn type of dude that shoots arrows and stuff like that.
Yeah, they made him a completely different fucking Mad Max fucking mutant thing. What the fuck?
Fortunately, in this universe, apparently he's just never going to drop the act, and it kind of contributes to this whole idea that he is more a parody of the character.
That's exactly what I said. Is it the Gunn is making Adam West Superman? This shit ain't Superman.
Superman personally. Clark, of course, has a dorky side to him, but that's part of his cover-up. When he becomes Superman, he's supposed to drop the act and become a more stoic and controlled
Gunn doesn't know
figure
Superman. He's trash.
that we all know and love. But unfortunately, in this universe, apparently he's just never going to drop the act, and it kind of contributes to this whole idea that he is more a parody of the character than the character itself. In addition to everything,
What does that sound like? The Tom Hollandization of Superman? Because Tom Holland, I'm sorry, he sucks as Superman. I don't give a fuck. All these years, like No Way Home was cool, but still, even in this one, he's a college age and he still acts like a fucking 15-year-old with the lame ass limp dick jokes. Like I said, Spider-Man, he's on point with the jokes, precision. He's witty. Tom Holland is not witty. It's like stupid jokes, like my back hurts. I'm like, what the fuck? Like the jokes in the last trailer, I'm like, that's funny. That's corny.
I forget to stretch.
Yeah,
if you guys stretched before, oh my god, but he sounds like scared to say it is the problem. He doesn't say it with confidence like Andrew Garfield.
Exactly.
He's acts like he's afraid of, like, nervous while he's making jokes and shit.
It's like the bitch feminization of these characters. It needs to be studied because it's getting pathetic already. I'm sorry. Oh shit.
Too slow motion.
I understood that reference.
They also double down on the whole Superman was sent to Earth to conquer it nonsense that was introduced in Superman 2025. I actually found David Cornsweet's scenes in this movie to be a little bit weird as well. His Superman seems even more buffoonish this time around than he did in his own movie. And that's just not how I view Superman personally. Clark, of course, has a dorky side to him, but that's part of his cover-up. When he becomes Superman, he's supposed to drop the act and become a more stoic and controlled figure that we all know and love. But unfortunately, in this universe, apparently he's just never going to drop the act, and it kind of contributes to this whole idea that he is more a parody of the character than the character itself. In addition to everything else I mentioned, this film also manages to double down
Turkey's
on the
Corner is
cliche
done
message
shilling gun.
of
Yes, I have video.
your desires for vengeance as a way of preserving
It's Andrew Garfield and
about
Nicolas
as
Cage are the
surface
best
level as
Spider-Man.
you
Toby
expect,
was man,
they
and Tom Holland is the
practically
crime
beat you
against
over the head
humanity.
with it
So
as they
is his
explain
so-called
everything
Nepo
to you
wife.
in the most cringe-inducing dialogue I've seen in some time.
Cringe-inducing.
Message. The CGI was also hit or miss, similar to Superman. It's not better or worse than the mediocre CGI we typically get in these kind of movies, and no, that's not a compliment. In the end, I was hard-pressed to find much about this movie that I could speak positively on. I was actually disconnected and uninterested in this movie for a majority of its runtime. Because of that, it kind of felt like the longest hour and 50 minutes that I've ever spent in a movie. And if for no other reason, it's
It says Sasha Kaya has been vindicated as a superior Supergirl and movie. Exactly.
You haven't seen before. Paint by numbers plot.
Yeah, just wait till you play the touch short, then you'll be even more pissed at Gunn.
Some questionable casting decisions, abysmal dialogue, and couple that with the usual James.
Even on that poster, she looks retarded looking.
Yeah, it does. I don't even know that poster doesn't let.
And that's a movie that feels like a worse version of other movies we've already seen.
Ray
And
said
that's why I'm going
when
to
the
give
shows say they want
Supergirl
Snyder
the
back, it's proof.
disgusted Ian Mount.
Pile of shit.
That is one big pile of shit.
Y'all be cool.
When the show
Shut
said
up.
they want Snyder back, it's proof DC wasted our time the past 5 years. Exact. I'm gonna play that video now. Sasha Kaya. Come on. But like it's funny too, because also the last couple of days I've been seeing a lot of people posting saying about, oh, I want Sasha Kaya back, and now a lot of people saying, oh, the Flash is better. I was too hard. Yeah, motherfucker. Now y'all saying the Flash was better.
Yeah.
I was too harsh on it.
Where were you 2-3 years ago, motherfucker?
Exactly. Stupid. And then also somebody saying after seeing this movie, there's a lot of movies that I was too harsh on. Green Lantern, like what the fuck? Now all you motherfuckers
Yeah, because now they're seeing the Lantern show, and now they're saying, no, I appreciate Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern more. Oh my god, shut the fuck, you poser bastard! We were too harsh on Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern because the new one, Guns garbage, looks so trash.
Yeah, it was Batman and Robin's anniversary that day. I'm like, I never in my life I've seen so many people on Twitter like Batman and Robin deserves praise. I love this movie. I don't give a fuck about. Wow, now y'all coming out and saying this shit.
Yeah, where were you in the last 33 years, motherfucker?
Yo, these people on Twitter, Batman and Robin is a movie I love, and I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Like the girl saying I don't care that hate. I don't take anyone serious that hates Batman and Robin. It's like, wow, where were you people when I was around saying that shit?
Where were you people 30 years ago?
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Come on. Oh yeah. Yes, at Ray said, yeah, BNR. Oh shit. What? Oh no, that was a. He said. Yeah, BNR deserves praise, unlike Patterson garbage. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Patterson garbage, that shit don't deserve no praise. That shit is dog shit. Yeah, but Sasha Kaye, what the original plans were, because Anna Nagara, who wrote, but I said maybe she dodged a bullet because Anna Nagara, who wrote this script, was going to write the Sasha Kaye script.
Has been arrested again.
But a lot more hinged on it than you may think. The Flash featured Sasha Kaye as Supergirl, and behind the scenes, the plan was to launch a Supergirl solo film soon afterwards.
I think that this movie was a runway to a bigger story for her.
A screenwriter was quietly hired to write Sasha's solo film in 2022 when Warner Brothers was working on the post-production of The Flash. At the time, the film was simply rumored, but now, years later, articles and interviews with those involved have given us a clearer picture of what Supergirl was going to look like in the future of the DCEU. The continual disasters behind the scenes halted any hopes of the DCEU Supergirl continuing.
This actually might have some of the worst visual effects in any big budget superhero movie in a long time.
Supergirl.
With Lily Alcock's new Supergirl film
Supergirl had the worst visual effects.
Compiling and asking what was happening behind the scenes as Sasha Kaye's Supergirl solo film was canceled.
Supergirl had the worst visual effects.
Things started going wrong on literally the first day of the Flash's announcement. On October 7th, 2014,
Stephen Amell, he got
the first
mad.
episode of the TV show The Flash on the CW premiered to incredible numbers, which makes it all the more weird that only a week later, Warner Brothers hosted an earnings meeting and announced that the studio would
Stephen Amell, he was on Campia's show saying that shit.
Starring a different actor, Ezra Miller. It was then scheduled for release in 2018, although cameras wouldn't even start rolling until 2021. The timing of this announcement made a lot of people unhappy, including Stephen Amell, the star of Warner Brothers' other CW show, Arrow.
I thought that the way that Warner Brothers announced the slate of DC movies could have been handled better. I think that someone like Grant Gustin, who has just
he also tracked James Gunn's slate too.
Record-breaking numbers that far surpassed.
He told James Gunn to shut the fuck up, and he was like,
Wider Birth than 2 episodes.
He's like,
before.
shut up and start making movies, mother. It's like no one wants to hear
so
you.
I thought that it was shitty that all of this stuff got announced the morning that the spectacular ratings of the second episode of The Flash came in.
For years, The Flash was in development hell. Multiple writers and directors were attached and
Robert
then dropped
Zemeckis
out.
was supposed
Notably, Phil Lord and Christopher Miller of Project Hail Mary and the Lego Movie were writing a screenplay for the film and even floated the idea of directing it. At one point in the production, Ezra Miller themselves was writing a version of the screenplay, and that
Him
was
and Grant
ultimately
Morrison.
rejected. We'll eventually do a whole video about the Flash situation, but just know that they eventually landed on Andy Muschietti as a director, who had just come off of filming It. The screenplay would be written by Christina Hudson, who previously wrote
You know
Birds of
what?
Prey and Bumblebee. This script by Hudson would, of course, be the first time we see the DCEU Supergirl.
You know
And
what?
behind the
It
scenes,
just dawned
DC
on me
had
in
big
epiphany
plans for the
why James Gunn is fucking done and getting fired, because this is the fucking thing. Is like James Gunn, he's a fucking hack. He gets people with no experience like Anna Nagara. You know why? Because he could control them. No writer that has experience and is a veteran in a business is gonna want to have Gunn tell them what the fuck to do. So he gets low budget people. He gets low budget actors. That somebody was saying something the other day. I forgot. Oh, I think it was might have been Nerve Vengers. He was saying, "Oh, I just gotta say this: Gunn's cast have no sauce." They said David Corner Sweat doesn't have sauce. is that he was saying none of them have the Millie Alcock, none of them have sauce or aura. People getting triggered in the thing when he was saying that they don't.
People are trashing Corn Sweat because he was trying to act so like tough at the Supergirl premiere, like trying
that was
to,
so stupid. I'm sorry that's what makes me not like him too, because that's the second thing I've seen of Corn Sweat that makes me think he's a fucking douchebag. Because remember that other thing I forgot, he was doing some autograph signing and he was acting like a fucking snob. Like, I'm starting to think he's a fucking douche. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, because they're I think it was at the Christopher Reeve documentary premiere where he's like, they're talking about Superman. Like, well, you got to see this movie first before I tell you anything about Superman or something like that.
Yeah, it's like some autograph or something. Oh yeah, you gotta see that. Yeah, but he was like, he's thinking a little too fucking high of himself and shit like that. It's annoying.
Yeah.
And it was stupid because the cameraman didn't even do it. Like, just pat on the back. He was like feeling her up or some shit like that. I think he was he's like, hey, like, what the fuck? Like, he wasn't trying to sexually abuse her or some shit like that.
Yeah, like he's trying to act like a good guy to get praise from people or something like that. He's real life Superman.
That are retarded. Oh, it's my Superman. Yeah, that's what Superman does. He's a hero. You're a fucking idiot. Other people that say that, you're fucking idiots.
Yeah, I saw all those retard guntards.
Yeah, so idiot. They just go for any garbage. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, Gunn is gonna get fired because I'm sorry, you can't sustain like that. You can't only work with writers that you could tell them around and that have no like that are not veterans, that don't. He wants writers that nobody knows, so he could tell them what the fuck to do and they can't say anything. And actors like that too. Corin Simp. That's why. Come on, no. Oh God, they're playing that song. You said of the
that song that Indy Navarrette's in the music video, the Somber or whatever.
This Corin Simp is a clown. Yeah, exactly. Because no veteran of Hollywood, no big name actor is gonna want to take any shit from him, and like that's why Ben Affleck. I think that's why Henry Cavill. I think he didn't want to do this shit because he's not gonna have James Gunn tell him.
Yeah, he ain't gonna. Literally, Henry Cavill. He's up a status, so they gave him in charge of the whole Warhammer universe to control. So you think that he's gonna be a guy now that's gonna take orders from fucking someone like Gunn? No, Gunn Cavill's at the point where his career where he can have carte blanche on the direction of the way he wants shit to go.
Yeah, and it pissed me off that they fucked over Gal Gadot. Oh yeah, we still want you. And she's not gonna lie. Why she said that publicly? She wouldn't lie about that.
Yeah,
like, no, don't worry.
They lied to Sasha too, because then they say that she was in good hands or something, and then then after that, then she got fucking fired and thrown out. Yeah. I think he brings that up in this video. Shows Gunn Gunn being a piece of shit. Yeah, the rest of the video.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad that Ryan Reynolds told him to fuck off and shit.
This version. They've been laying the ground for this solo film for quite a while. In Man of Steel 2013, there's a scene where Superman enters a Kryptonian ship, and we can see several pods with dead bodies inside. Mysteriously, there's one open, and the common belief was that it belonged to Supergirl. This was then seemingly confirmed with an official prequel comic that came out the same year. But then, 5 years later, in 2018, director Zack Snyder retconned this and said the pod was not teasing Supergirl, but, quote, something more. This plot thread was never followed up on, a common theme for Zack Snyder's DCEU. As The Flash began pre-production under Andy Muschietti, Supergirl was at the forefront of their conversations. The Flash was a stealth launching pad for a new era, starring Sasha Calle as Supergirl. The DCEU was at a crossroads and wanted a semi-reset, and many of the stars either wanted out or were just unhappy with the direction.
Yeah.
Not only this, but Warner Brothers wanted to say goodbye to the dark, gritty nature of the Snyder version of the DCEU and move in a more light-hearted tone in the same vein as Marvel. The Flash movie was literally and figuratively intended to reset the timeline. Henry Cavill would be out as Superman, and Supergirl would take his place. Ben Affleck would be out as Batman, with Michael Keaton taking his place. Keaton wouldn't be in the role forever, though. One of the follow-ups to The Flash, Batgirl, would have him passing the torch to Leslie Grace as the star character. Batgirl was abruptly cut short when the film was shelved for a tax break. But this whole plan that The Flash was trying to springboard pretty much all hinged on The Flash being well-received and making a major profit. If you've seen The Flash, spoilers by the way, you know that this final version of the screenplay is heavily influenced by the 2011 comic book storyline, Flashpoint. This final version of the script was really intended to highlight Supergirl's character and then bring her back at the very end, setting up a solo movie using multiverse shenanigans. But this was one of 3 endings that were shot for the movie. It was a mess behind the scenes. For quick context, after ignoring Batman's warnings,
So let's imagine that it is in fact possible for you to run faster than the speed of light, and in so doing, travel back in time to fix things. You could also destroy everything.
The Flash goes back in time to the day that his mother died, in an attempt to prevent the tragedy. It's worth noting that this is the last time we see Ben Affleck's Batman, as his character is implied to be erased, or at least left in another timeline. In the course of the film, Barry meets a younger version of himself, and a retired Bruce Wayne from another universe. But the groundwork for the Supergirl solo film is laid when the 3 characters travel to a Siberian black site to find Superman, but instead discover a captive Supergirl. She's been tortured and imprisoned for years, and is a much more bitter version of Zack Snyder's Aura Man.
We came to this planet looking for a safe place to live, and they put me in a cage.
A lot of humans are worth saving.
Maybe to you. But I'm not a human.
Supergirl eventually joins the team against Zod's forces in the desert, but despite the Flash's efforts, Batman sacrifices himself in the battle, and Zod stabs and kills Supergirl.
Man, also I love Sasha Calle, man. Fuck James Gunn, man.
Even after Barry's younger self tries to change the timeline over and over, it's revealed that all this death, including his mother, are a fixed point and cannot be changed, forcing them to accept the dark ending for these characters, especially Supergirl. More than 400 actresses auditioned for the role of Supergirl, but all they knew was that they were
she had longer hair there too. I don't wonder why they made her cut it short.
Warner Brothers film.
You know what?
My theory was that since she was kind of weakened and beaten, instead that her hair wasn't able to grow, but then over time her hair would grow back.
Sasha also did a chemistry read with the Flash himself, Ezra Miller, which was done over Zoom. Filming of the Flash took place from April 19th, 2021 to October 18th, 2021. Most of the shooting and post-production was done under the Warner Brothers regime run by Toby Emmerich and DC Films boss Walter Hamada. Walter Hamada had pitched a plan to have the Flash build to a major reset of the DCEU and hand the reins to Supergirl. Hamada wanted not only a Supergirl movie, but then a Flash sequel, and they would both segue into a movie inspired by the 1980s classic comic event, Crisis on Infinite Earths. The comic is long, so it's hard to write a plot in a couple sentences, but just know the story involves the mixing of a mess of timelines and parallel universes as heroes and villains fight together. Notably, this comic run also includes the deaths of the Flash and Supergirl. Eventually, the timelines are fixed and merged into one cohesive universe. Considering what we know of Hamada's priorities, Supergirl was obviously going to be an important part of the upcoming plan with this regime of Warner Brothers, and their original planned ending. In the original ending to The Flash, Sasha Calle and Michael Keaton would show back up, reversing the deaths of Supergirl and Batman earlier in the film.
That would have been
this
awesome.
Implies that Barry had messed up resetting the timelines and was stuck in this new DCE universe instead of the one with his Superman and Batman. This was the ending for a long time, in the springboard to the Supergirl solo film and, eventually, Crisis on Infinite Earths. It was screen tested several times and was completely finished in the edit. DC then went full steam ahead with this plan and hired actress and writer Anna Nogueira to pen the standalone Supergirl movie. According to her, the script was finished and approved by those above. Sasha Calle's standalone Supergirl film would have been a much more darker and grittier Supergirl, who had to deal with the trauma of her imprisonment. It was also reportedly Earth-based, and nothing like the Supergirl film that we're getting now. Whether her character would have been killed like her comic counterpart on Crisis on Infinite Earths is unanswered. Unlike the script of Sasha Calle's solo film, the Crisis on Infinite Earths script was never completed. This Supergirl solo film, starring Sasha, would enter pre-production soon after the Flash film would premiere, until a bombshell hit the production. In 2022, executives Walter Hamada and Toby Emmerich were ousted when Discovery and Warner Brothers merged into one massive company. Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav was looking for someone to run DC after this massive shakeup. But with the two main drivers of this current vision of the DCEU out, Warner Brothers chairperson Michael DeLuca and Pamela Abdi were tasked with overseeing DC temporarily, and they didn't like what they saw. In a short amount of time, they thought up a new ending to The Flash. This second ending was at the same courthouse location, but now Supergirl and Michael Keaton's Batman were joined by Henry Cavill as Superman and Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. The new heads, DeLuca and Abdi, believed this ending would be better received. In just a short amount of time, they planned to bring Henry Cavill back for another Superman movie and give him a last-minute cameo in The Rock's DCEU movie, Black Adam.
Hey everybody, Dwayne Johnson here. I am inviting you to check out the Black Adam experience on Roblox.
As for Gal Gadot, Warner Brothers told filmmaker Patty Jenkins to begin work on Wonder Woman 3, and including Gadot in this last-minute ending was a way to keep Wonder Woman in the fold and cultural zeitgeist. So now, instead of The Flash resetting the universe, The Flash only brought Michael Keaton's Batman and Sasha Calle's Supergirl into the current DCEU, effectively halting the cinematic reset. Sasha Calle didn't know it at the time, but the new executives were reportedly planning on pulling the plug on the standalone Supergirl movie anyway. But they didn't like the bleak ending of The Flash. Supergirl being killed by Michael Shannon's General Zod and then not coming back is pretty depressing. So essentially, they had no plan for Supergirl, but they didn't like how The Flash treated her character and kept her around in case they wanted to do something eventually later. Henry Cavill and Gal Gadot, as well as Keaton and Sasha Calle, shot this second ending in August of 2022, only months after they wrapped filming originally. 3 months later, in November, CEO David Zaslav announced that filmmaker James Gunn and producer Peter Safran were overseeing all DC television efforts. And this is how we got our third ending. The duo knew that they were going to need to hard reset the mess that was the current DCEU. And
and you created more of a mess, you fucking asshole.
And Keaton's Batman in the ending wouldn't make any sense if they were going to reset. According to The Hollywood Reporter, one of the first actions the duo took was to scrap the new Henry Cavill Superman film. And they also parted ways with Jenkins, effectively killing the third one.
I don't care about Patty Jenkins.
And the day our deal closed, all of a sudden they were announcing that Henry was back, and I'm like, "What is going on? We know what the plan is. Like we know what the plan is. The plan was to come in and do Superman,
asshole.
But there was a vacuum at the time, and a lot of people were." I would be as diplomatic as possible.
I would have rather
people that
had what The Rock
take on what they wanted to do. Had they wanted to take on what they wanted to do with DC and were trying to force their way, and it just was never a part of the equation. Yeah, Peter and I, the right thing to do is to sit down with him and talk to him. Yeah. And we sat down, we talked to him. He was an absolute gentleman, a great guy about it. He said, "You're not an absolute gentleman. You're an absolute asshole." It myself, as opposed to it coming from you guys. I'm like, that's. No, he's a class act. Always has been from the start. Yeah.
The film was going to come out soon, and if they were going to reshoot the ending, they needed to act fast. The duo reached out to George Clooney's agent, and when they showed him a copy of The Flash and pitched their idea of their new ending, Clooney liked it and agreed. George Clooney, who has famously apologized multiple times publicly for his role as Batman, starred in Joel Schumacher's Batman and Robin.
I feel that Batman died with me. I wore a rubber suit with giant rubber nipples, and I still have a career.
Can you imagine if we had like ads on TV campaigning against other actors for roles and stuff?
It'd just be shots of me in a rubber suit and a Batman outfit. I did one film, Batman and Robin, which was a thank you. Which was a disaster. Other than that, there's no reason for me to have ever done anything to go to Comic-Con. But didn't you apologize to the crowd at Comic-Con for Batman and Robin? I always apologize for Batman.
Only 5 months before The Flash was set to come out, the third ending of the film was shot. Every previous character included was cut. George Clooney, who entered the set that morning, was done shooting before noon.
Who the fuck is this?
Warner Brothers kept the new ending as much of a secret as possible. They didn't even screen test it. One insider told The Hollywood Reporter, "It's rare that you have a movie in post-production that faces 3 separate regimes with 3 separate agendas. None of them were scrapped because of ill will, just different visions." This is the brief aside where I ask you which ending you would have preferred for The Flash. And if you've made it far into this video and you like it,
I like the
click
George
and
Clooney ending, but
subscribe
they
too.
could have had
Huge
all
for small
3 of them or
channels like
something. They
mine.
could have.
Anyway, even with all of this extra thought and work being put into The Flash, for many, it was completely overshadowed by one person.
The Flash actor, Ezra Miller, has been arrested again.
Tonight, new charges just released against Hollywood star Ezra Miller. Fans were shocked in 2020 when a video surfaced appearing to show Miller choking a woman in an altercation at a bar in Iceland.
That's an option I present people always. And always just knock you out, and then you won't have to panic.
Right, you just gotta knock
You just
people
let me
out.
know.
Yeah.
No? Yes?
What?
As The Flash entered post-production, the press run was unbelievably uncomfortable. A rival studio executive stated at the time, "They're not promoting Flash as a character because they can't." Sasha was the only cast member who was taking time with the press in the lead up to the film. Later reflecting on it, Sasha stated, "It was very confusing. Ultimately, I know I did my best." The press run for The Flash was full of question dodging about the Ezra Miller elephant in the room. One of my personal favorite quotes at the time, I gotta read this verbatim. Interviewer, "What was your experience on set working with Ezra?" Sasha, "I spent a lot of time with my stunt team from the moment I arrived to the moment I left. And it was incredible being with my stunt team. I swear to you, they were family through and through." The way she sidesteps the question is hilarious, but in all seriousness, Sasha was put in a terrible position. And keep in mind, she's never done a feature film before, let alone a massive studio disaster like The Flash. And on top of that, the ending that she reshot revealing that her character is alive is reportedly cut, so she doesn't even know what the current heads of DC want to do with her character, let alone a standalone movie that she's been promised. Sasha later stated that she signed on for a multi-picture deal and was promised that her character would be heavily important for the future of the DCEU. As this was all in question, she had to continue her brutal press run. "It was very hard, I have to say. I had bittersweet feelings about it as I was maneuvering everything. I was very excited, but there were a lot of unanswered questions for me." Ezra Miller made a rare public appearance as they attended the Los Angeles premiere of The Flash.
I want to thank David Zaslav and Peter Safran and James Gunn for your grace and discernment and care in the context of my life.
The Flash was a box office bomb, grossing only $271 million worldwide, against an estimated production budget of $220 million. But including extensive reshoots and marketing, it's probably more like $300 million. Hell, Warner Brothers spent over $14 million on trailers and promotions during the 2023 NBA playoffs. But DC fans knew that Gunn's version of the DC Universe was on the way. So what's the point in watching this movie? Even the director Andy Muschietti and Kaye herself were confused. After the film's premiere, Kaye was asked about her future as Supergirl in the DC movies, and the once confident actress stated, "I don't know. Muschietti doesn't even know. Only the new bosses know." Despite having only 10 lines in the movie, Sasha Calle's Supergirl is regarded by many as the best part of The Flash. Even years later, if you look at any forums talking about the film, most are pretty kind towards her, even if many argue about the decision to make a solo film for her character, instead of wiping the slate clean as intended by James Gunn. When Batgirl, which was already filmed, was asked for a tax break, Rolling Stone reported DC insiders said that Sasha Calle's Supergirl movie is not likely to move forward. Sasha Calle met with Peter Safran to discuss her future, but reportedly James Gunn decided to move in a different direction with the character. But soon after this meeting, Ana Nogueira, who was the original screenwriter for Calle's Supergirl film, was revealed to be writing the screenplay for the new film starring Millie Alcock. James Gunn and Safran enjoyed her original script so much that they had her sign a new writing deal with DC. On the press tour for the new Supergirl film, Ana was asked about Calle's Supergirl film.
I didn't realize that you wrote another script.
Yes, completely different. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, is there anything from that draft that carried over? Because obviously it's different performers, different
No,
sort of
honestly,
admin.
literally nothing carried over. Isn't that crazy? It was really brand new. I think the only thing that was helpful was that because of all of that, I knew so much about the character.
Later, when asked about the new executives at DC and their role in axing her solo film, Sasha Calle seemingly took a jab at the new heads of DC. I also want to work with people who value me and respect me and are really excited to work with me. The Flash was a rough experience, but I did something that mattered, and whether you saw yourself represented in me or not, a lot of people really connected with her and loved her. Although she has stated that she's open to returning to the role, Sasha Calle is not expected to return as Supergirl. When the new Supergirl film was announced to the public, starring Millie Alcock and not Sasha Calle, Sasha was asked about her time as Supergirl, and she notably spoke in the past tense. I was Supergirl, and no one can take that away from me. I'm so grateful. I remember when Andy Muschietti called me and told me I got the job.
You're Supergirl. Felicitaciones, congratulations, Sasha. You made it.
And I still remember the feeling being so surreal, you know? You just have to remind yourself that you dreamed of moments like this when you were little.
Yeah, man, shit better than
Cut Short is a passion project. Researched.
She's superior than Millie out suck a cock.
Entirely by myself. Subscribing is always appreciated, but not needed. The full track list, along with sourcing on all.
Oh yeah, I'm play this one, Bradley. Oh man, I'm play this video with it. Where is it? They're trashing Patterson, Beta Man, Patterson bitch man. Yeah, that's the Supergirl we want. Sasha Calle or McDonald either. Let me see. Come on. Wait, what? Hurry up.
Obviously not a fan of the race swap. Jim Gordon really was no need in doing that, or Selena Kyle for that matter. But oh yeah, and the white privilege line completely takes you out. So now we're starting to get rumors about the cast and things like that. We know a bunch of people already cast, you know, fucking Scarlett Johansson, Robert Pattinson's coming back, Sebastian
Who
Stan
cares? They suck.
in the film, you know, Jeffrey Wright is coming back as well. And then we have Brian Tyree Henry, who I don't know if y'all know that dude. He's from Atlanta. They're good at Atlanta. For the most part, pretty good actor when he's in stuff. And now we have a rumor now that instead of Sebastian Stan playing Harvey Dent, it's going to be Brian Tyree Henry.
Yeah, I'm out.
And this is coming from Jeff.
Yeah, I'm out.
Jeff Snyder, who usually has more hits than misses when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's usually on the nose when it comes to this stuff. I'm out. I'm
out.
What are we doing here? What are we doing?
Why? Like, just why, bro? Like, why are we doing this again? Like, why are we doing this again? And I know there's going to be somebody who's going to say it. Oh, but Billy D. Williams was Harvey Dent in the Batman movie. He wasn't Harvey Dent. He was Billy D. fucking Williams. He wasn't playing Harvey Dent. He was playing himself.
Yeah.
He was playing himself. And he's a smooth, suave, cool guy. For sure. That's fine. And again, that was the 80s where, you know, when you make a decision like that, it's not, oh, we need these black people to be in these roles because they're underrepresented and we're not racist and we need to check off a quota for Oscars. It's just, hey, Billy D. Williams is, you know, pretty cool.
But Jeff Snyder should be Victor Zsasz instead.
That's just all it was. Now it's, hey, we got a race swap, you know, to appease people.
How do you feel about like getting sloppy seconds all the time?
I absolutely hate it every time. I hate it every time. Every
like,
time it happens.
That's more of an insult than anything.
Yeah, I hate it. Like how you, first of all, I can't believe I have to make this joke. Brian Tyree Henry is dark as hell. How you gonna two-face him? He's gonna be
I was
more
thinking
dark?
that. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking that. I was trying to find a way that was gonna say it that wasn't gonna sound like the worst shit ever. But how the fuck How the fuck you gonna Two-Face this nigga, bro? Like the way that Two-Face looks, it works because let's keep it a being. His skin is light, right? So the other half of his face is burnt off. All right. At the very least, if you're gonna do that, go get a light-skinned nigga so you don't have to work so hard. Instead, you went and got. I don't have nothing against Brian at all. Nah, fuck that nigga. After Eternals, fuck that nigga. Nah,
Eternals. Oh, fuck. I forgot he was in Eternals.
Yeah, he was in Eternal.
And he
then
was
on top of
gay.
that, yeah, and then on top of that, like he's a chubby nigga, bro.
That's another thing.
Listen,
And
when
Harvey
it comes to
Dent is
casting,
suave.
Yeah, Two-Face
when it
is
comes to
chubby.
casting, it's not for me. It's not just about who can act, but it's also who looks like the character they're trying to portray. Putting a character on screen that looks absolutely nothing like the person or the thing that they're trying to portray, it really takes me out of it. Nigga, this is not Harvey Dent, bro.
This is gonna flop hard.
Maybe that's Jaquan Dent. I don't know.
Jaquan Dent is
his cousin-in-law, his brother-in-law, somebody, but that's not Harvey Dent, bro.
Jaquan Dent Brown. You know, he got to have a black last name as well.
The shit don't make no sense to me. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. We let him get away with that Jim Gordon swap. So why wouldn't they think that? Why wouldn't they think that?
Jim Gordon swap was also unnecessary, bro. Because when you watch the movie, even if it wasn't Jeffrey Wright there, it still would have worked.
Dude, the animated series that came out 2 years ago.
Yeah, they made him black as well.
They made them all black and Hispanic.
That's the other thing that nobody
And
talks
Asian.
about.
They made Harley Quinn Asian in that movie.
Once you do the race swap,
Harley Quinn Asian.
They never go back.
Yeah.
Like, I hate to make the joke, once you go black, you never go back. That's what happens. Ever since Perry White became black, he's just black. Ever since Jim Gordon was black, he's just black. Selena Kyle, she went black, she's just black. Like, there's no going back for those characters now, because if you go back, it's racist. Like, you think they're ever going to make accurate Nick Fury? No, because it'd be deemed racist. It's aggravating, bro.
Well, it's kind of like this. Like, now that you've done it, I mean, at least with Nick Fury, I don't know about the rest, but now that you've done it, and the world has kind of like adopted Nick Fury, they've associated Nick Fury with being
Captain DC Sunset, Harvey Dent.
Jackson. That's what I was about to say.
Harvey Dent.
Samuel Jackson.
Yeah.
So, but when it comes to like, I believe. I don't believe Catwoman was made black and didn't go back white. I'm pretty sure Halle Berry was Catwoman. And that shit flopped, and then they went to old girl who played what is it, Amy Winehouse or something like that.
Amy Winehouse and Hathaway.
Amy Winehouse.
Nah, I got that name wrong. What is it? What's the girl name? You know her name. Gooch. Come on, man. Give me a break.
Hathaway.
Oh shit! Same white girl. Same white girl.
Amy White. No. One is premium milk. The other one is all right milk.
The other one's dead.
Whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Inspired milk.
Yeah. Yeah, she's on the box missing.
Right, Cozy. They all look alike. I'm sorry. But yeah, though, so I don't really, I don't know. I mean, I was anybody ever excited for Batman 2? The Batman 2 anyway?
Nope.
With everything that's happened with DC, everything that's happened in the last 4 or 5 years. Well, in comics, it's been everything in the last 8 years, but everything that they've done with Marvel, DC, The Boys, everything that they've done, it's toast. No one cares anymore.
Yeah.
All these movies are going to be just shit. Like Doomsday, I don't think it's going to touch 600 million.
That's a reach right there.
I don't think it's going to hit that.
You don't think it's going to hit 600?
I don't think it's. Everyone's like, it's going to hit $1 billion. It's not going to hit $1 billion. Hitting $1 billion is hard for movies, and that movie's not going to hit $1 billion.
Now I don't know if I agree with that one.
I can't.
I don't know if I agree with that one. I would say on the lowest end, I would think that it would hit 900 if like the momentum slows down. But I think it's just gonna.
You
make
think Doomsday make 900 million?
I think it's gonna make $1 billion.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's gonna make $1 billion. It's gonna be heavily front loaded.
But I mean, $1 billion is not the same billion that would have been made. What is that? It's been what 8 years ago. That's not the same billion. So like making $1 billion today is like making 600 million during that time. So that's why I'm feeling like. I mean, I see it hitting $1 billion. But I would understand if it only made 800, 900 million, but 600 million is crazy. Not making 600 million is crazy. Not making 600 million, somebody's getting some heads rolling. So I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe 750 max, but I don't think it's going to come close to $1 billion. Doomsday. I think people are just tapped out. They're just done. They don't care for it. They're not getting their money's worth anymore with those movies.
I would have agreed if it wasn't for the reception the trailers got. Like the trailers got good numbers for the most part, and I think just because it says Avengers on it, it's gonna make a billion. Now, is it gonna be a slow crawl to $1 billion though? That's the thing. I think it will be. I don't think it's gonna happen like with the other Avengers movies where it's like in the second weekend or the first weekend it's already hitting $1 billion. I think this is gonna be like a longer haul kind of thing.
I just think I mean I agree with that, but like if I was to defend Gucci, I just think it's been too much time between something anyone cared about.
Yeah,
I don't disagree.
It's like Batman too. Like it's just no one cares anymore.
Yeah, I don't fucking care no more.
No one cares.
Movie came out when?
I didn't care about Batman 1.
2022.
Because Pattinson is dog shit.
Like what led into Doomsday? Fantastic Four. If people were really excited for all of this, everyone would have gone to Fantastic Four.
Well, actually, the reason why I disagree with you there is because I believe that the retcon that they're doing and re-releasing Endgame in theaters with more with new footage, I think that's actually going to do something.
I think it's gonna work on the normies.
That's what I'm saying. Like for us, yeah, of course. But I think even us who've been super critical of them are still going to go see it. That's what I think. Like I think some of the people that we've been seeing roasting Disney every day, roasting Marvel every day for the last 3 years are still going to go and see it. And I'm not talking about just content creators. I'm talking about the people who watch the content creator, because I think people are just going to be curious, because if it winds up being something worth seeing, I don't think people are going to want to miss out on it. But I think the Endgame.
I was going to disagree about the excitement part. I don't think it's excitement. I think it's
curiosity.
Yeah, it's curiosity for sure.
That's what I'm saying. The Endgame thing, re-releasing with new footage, if it's good.
If this was 2-3 years ago, I would say I'm with you.
But they were saying too that
the economy,
nobody cares about Pattinson
actually,
Batman.
The reason why I disagree with you there is
nobody cares about
good numbers,
Pattinson Batman 2 either.
And I think just because it says Avengers on it, it's gonna make a billion, bro. Now, is it gonna be a slow crawl to $1 billion though? That's the thing. I think it will be. I don't think it's gonna happen like
Pattinson
like with the
Batman
other
1 couldn't even outgrow BTS. Nobody cares about it.
In the second weekend or the first weekend, it's already hitting $1 billion. I think this is gonna be like a longer haul kind of thing.
I just think I mean I agree with that, but like if I was to defend Gucci, I just think it's been too much time between something anyone cared about.
Yeah,
I don't disagree.
It's like Batman too. Like it's just no one cares anymore.
Yeah, I don't fucking care no more.
Yeah, no one cares.
That movie came out when? That was 2021, 2022?
2022.
What led into Doomsday? Fantastic Four. If people were really excited for all of this, everyone would have gone to Fantastic Four.
Well, actually, the reason why I disagree with you there is because I believe that the retcon that they're doing and re-releasing Endgame in theaters with more with new footage, I think that's actually going to do something.
That's them.
Huge. I think it's gonna work on the normies.
That's what I'm saying. Like for us, yeah, of course. But I think even us who've been super critical of them are still going to go see it. That's what I think. Like I think some of the people that we've been seeing roasting Disney every day, roasting Marvel every day for the last 3 years are still going to go and see it. And I'm not talking about just content creators. I'm talking about the people who watch the content creator, because I think people are just going to be curious, because if it winds up being something worth seeing, I don't think people are going to want to miss out on it. But
Well,
I think the end game.
I was going to disagree about the excitement part. I don't think it's excitement. I think it's
curiosity.
Yeah, it's curiosity for sure.
That's what I'm saying. The end game thing, re-releasing with new footage, if it's good.
If this was 2-3 years ago, I would say I'm with you. But with the economy the way it is right now, with everything that's going on in the world, people don't have money to spend on a film that is. There's no lead-in. There's nothing. There's no excitement for it. Really, there isn't. Like Fantastic Four was supposed to be that big lead-in, just like Superman was supposed to be the intro to the new DC universe. I knew it was going to be a shit show. It was all we watched is Superman get the shit kicked throughout the film.
Yep.
The music was off. Everything was off in that film, and he got his ass saved by Jimmy Olsen in the end, really. And Mr. Terrific were the film. This the way they do these films now is no, it's not going to hit. I think I really believe that people are just going to be they're tired. I'll wait for it to go on stream, because everything comes out in streaming 6 weeks later. That
is the ultimate problem, in that you've trained your audience to just wait for it to come out.
Yeah, especially Disney. Anything that's Disney right now, anything Disney it comes out, people were like, you still have a good strong audience that'll go for the opening weekend. After that, everyone's like, I'll wait till it's on Disney Plus 3 weeks later.
But that's why I think $1 billion is, I don't want to say the floor for them, but I think, like, if not for Disney Plus, even with a down, because I think even on a downwards trajectory, I think this Avengers movie still makes $1 billion. But if it wasn't on a downward, if it wasn't for Disney Plus, even on a downward trajectory, I think it makes $2 billion. Even with Marvel on the down, because you can't wait for it to come out on Disney Plus. You got to go get it. But I think on a downward trajectory, and with Disney Plus there, it'll still make $1 billion. But it's just how long are you going to keep it in theaters? Now, the thing that may just ultimately just like throw a monkey wrench in all of that is the Mandalorian, because ultimately a lot of us knew the Mandalorian was going to flop, but this is egregious. This is absolutely egregious. This is losing to YouTube movies. This is we taking the merchandise out of the stores,
because people are wise to it now, Andreas. People are like, they're watching YouTube. They're watching what people have to say about these films before they spend their money. And you look at Spider-Man will be a good example of where everything's heading. Spider-Man. If Spider-Man does not make $1 billion, that's going to be.
But it is though. That's that's what I'm saying. I think Spider-Man is going to be another proof of concept of that. It's not fatigue. It's more like we don't care. I don't even think Spider-Man got to be a good movie. It's Spider-Man, so everybody loves Spider-Man. So
that's what I'm saying. If it doesn't hit $1 billion, that's going to be a good indicator that.
Oh no, if Spider-Man don't hit $1 billion, I don't think Avengers has a chance.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, I would agree with that.
If Spider-Man doesn't make $1 billion, then that's going to send a shock to the system. I'm like, oh, niggas is really tired of superheroes. Like, they really. If Spider-Man can't make matter of fact, if Spider-Man don't make $1 billion, Disney can go ahead and start firing people at Marvel now.
But it comes down to a lot of things that are in the real world that affect what people go into movie theaters now.
Right? It really does. Spider-Man don't make $1 billion, against start firing people at Marvel.
The heat wave is another thing. People are paying for air conditioning. It's affecting people on how they spend their money, groceries, all that shit. And it's I don't know. You're seeing the young kids go to, because they have the money that they just throw money away, right? They're going to see those horror movies. They're going to see Obsession. They're going to see Backrooms. They'll spend the money.
I think people are sleeping on Dune 3 too. I think they'll be more excited for Dune 3 than
to counter what you're saying. As much as I wanna say that, every time I look up, people are spending money or like blowing money on dumb shit. And I ain't even talking about like here and there. I'm talking about like, even if people hurting so much, then there's no way this $400 watch AP sell out the way that it did. Like, people came out in droves for that.
But
Like,
there's
and
a
that's-
difference. There's a difference there. Spending money online is one thing because you're in your own home. But getting in your car, driving to the theater, spending money concessions, like people are comfortable being in their rooms, dude.
I'm about to cook you though, because watch this.
But what Gooch is saying is different than what you're saying.
No. I'm countering what he just said. He said people are more comfortable spending money in their own home. But the Swatch AP did not release online. It was in stores only, and they were literally flooding stores so bad that they had to shut stores down because it was too many people. They was doing too much. I'm basically trying to say, on one end, I agree that money is tight for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But when people really want something, they're gonna go out, because I believe it's like a drug. It's like an escape.
But you're talking about something though. Like it's no different than when Nike puts out a new shoe, right? You see the lines go around the back. That's something that's something unique. That's something like different. Like we're talking about a movie that you can get at home in like 3-4 weeks, compared to something that's not really accessible.
Not like,
you want to
it's
get it
not necessity.
because you want to have that item that no one else has,
Like,
and you can show it off.
The universe,
that's something different.
was exceptional and
than what
different
we're
because
talking about. We're talking about everyday
for
things
nostalgia. But I saw the original
people can
one in
just
the
wait
theater, and I
on
wanted
and
to
just
see this
watch in
one in
their
the
own
theater.
because
It came out, but
While I agree
everything
with
else,
that, I
guns,
only said that to
garbage,
state
nah.
that as
That's-
much as we talk about people are
straight
tight on
online.
money, people have proven that they're still willing
Marvel,
to spend things.
oh yeah, people are stupid. They'll spend money on stupid shit.
Right. So I believe ultimately, I don't know this for a fact, but I believe ultimately, if that Spider-Man movie is a hit, I believe people are going to go and see it. Like somebody said in the chat, Spider-Man makes $1 billion easy. I think so as well. I believe so, and I believe Spider-Man will hit 1.5. Maybe.
I don't know.
mean,
I don't know because like it's not Peter Parker. It's Peter Parker, but he's not with Mary Jane. She's with that chubby Asian kid, whatever his name is in that movie. I forget his name. It's completely different, and I think people are just tired of Zendaya. I think people are tired of Tom Holland. I think people are. Now, I'm not saying they're not going to go see that movie because it's gonna, for me, it's going to be a good indicator. I don't know if it's going to make it should make $1 billion because it's Spider-Man, but I don't know if it. I don't know. Something tells me like this is going to be a shock to a lot of us.
I just disagree. I don't agree at all. The Spider-Man trailer is the most viewed movie trailer of all time.
Yeah,
and I didn't even know that. So with knowing that, I'm willing to double, quadruple down. I think it's going to make $2 billion.
I think it's going to make a lot of money, but I just don't think the same thing is going to happen for the Avengers film. I don't think there's going to be that hype there.
I don't think it's going to be the same amount of hype, but the only point that I was trying to make is if people still go see Spider-Man, I don't think this idea that the superhero fatigue thing is just so. I mean, I know Spider-Man and Batman are their own thing. I think people always show up to see Batman. I think people always see, but it's the enthusiasm for it. And if you use Spider-Man the right way, you can funnel people and make them interested in going to see, like if you use Spider-Man the right way, you can say, hey, listen, I know we've been fumbling the last 8 years, but we got something good for you. Go and see Endgame when it re-releases with new footage, and then that will show you that you should go and see the new Avengers movie. And that's not to say that it's going to make $2 billion. I don't think it's going to make as much as Spider-Man, but I think if done correctly, $1 billion is the floor for Avengers. If not for anything other than the fact that people want to see Doom. Now I think they shit the bed by making Robert
Downey
Jr. I almost called this nigga Tony Gonzalez. What the fuck am I on?
Wait, what? What? Damn. What?
The tight end, the Hall of Fame tight end that played for the Chiefs and the Falcons.
What?
I think they shit the bed with doing that, but I think people are at least intrigued to see what you do with it enough to go and see what it's about. And I do think $1 billion is the floor.
With Spider-Man for sure. I think that's going to be a good indicator where Marvel's going. And I agree with Mr. iGamer. Like, where was his comment here? A lot of people have more money. No, he made a comment about Spider-Man will make money. I bet makes more than Avengers. I agree with that. I think Spider-Man will make way more money than Doomsday. I don't think Doomsday.
I do too. I think Spider-Man is going to do better than Doomsday, and I didn't seriously think people are sleeping on Doom 3. I don't think y'all understand how tapped in the younger kids.
Yeah,
Doom
fuck
3.
Doom 3. Fuck Denis Villeneuve. His oh, Bradley sent me this video. This is awesome. Let me see. This is hilarious. I think Critical Drinker. Supergirl, a total cinematic calamity. Oh, man. Let me see this.
Drank a shot glass full of chili sauce for a bet on a night out, and the resulting explosive ejection of liquid fire from my body the next morning was enough to have me praying to the gods of chaos themselves, anything to release me from the torment. But you know what? That was still more fun than watching Supergirl, partly because I won the bet, so at least I made some money out of it, but mostly because at least it was over quickly. Supergirl, on the other hand, stretched out into almost 2 hours of abject misery and boredom, and by golly, do you feel it. I was going to say you feel it by the end, but who am I kidding? I was feeling it after like 20 minutes.
I hate this. It is revolting.
Supergirl is everything we all feared it would be, and more. So much more. A cringy, cliched, tedious mess of dull, lifeless action scenes that we've seen a million times before. That fucking face, man. One-dimensional characters with nothing even resembling arcs, the kind of safe, edgy humor that's become the hallmark of these factory-produced superhero flicks, all the usual played-out James Gunnisms that ran their course like half a decade ago, cinematography that looks like someone smeared the results of my chili sauce shot all over the camera lens, and a protagonist who's about as likable and empathetic as a British politician. In short, Supergirl is a fucking disaster. The wrong movie at the wrong time, based on the wrong source material, made by the wrong people, and starring the wrong actress. But we'll talk more about that later. Believe that. Anyway, fuck it, let's just do the plot. So a series of flashbacks explain how Kara's father separated a chunk of Krypton called Argo City from the rest of the planet when it got destroyed. But oh no, it also released kryptonite or something, and everyone's slowly dying of radiation poisoning, so her parents send her and her dog Krypto off to Earth to meet up with Clark. But she's like, nah, I'm too cool for you, and spends most of her time dicking around on planets with red suns so that she can get drunk and party and look like the kind of girl you'd find passed out in a pool of her own vomit round the back of a nightclub on a Sunday morning. Wow, what an inspirational character. Can't wait to see more of this. So we pick up with Kara celebrating her 23rd birthday by, you guessed it, getting drunk and partying. That's when she meets up with Ruthie, who's out to kill some dickhead named Krem in revenge for murdering her family. But Kara's like, nah, it'll be fine. But it turns out it won't be fine when Krem himself shows up and steals Kara's ship and shoots Krypto with a poison dart that'll kill him in 3 days if he doesn't get an antidote. Wow, that was lucky, wasn't it? Lucky the antagonist of the movie just happens to show up right after he's been mentioned. Lucky that he shoots Krypto with a slow-acting poison instead of just vaporizing him or something. Lucky this all creates the perfect setup for our reluctant hero to join forces with young, strong female character.
Right.
Anyway, so off they go to track down Krem and his gang of Mad Max
Ranger
rejects,
Black,
and then Lobo shows up for like 5
Spider-Man
minutes
New
to
Day.
give Jason Momoa something to do.
I hope
Then they
I heard
accidentally
it
get
was,
an
but
innocent
now I'm
family
hearing that it's
killed,
not,
and
so I
Kara
don't
gets
know.
sick from the green sun on this planet, but then she gets better, and there's a big fight where she stops Ruthie from killing Krem because revenge is bad or something, but then she kills him anyway because she's not your typical superhero, and then she saves Krypto and goes back to Earth because she's decided it's finally worth her attention. And that's it. That's the plot for Supergirl.
It's all bullshit. All of it.
Now, I'd be lying if I said I went into this movie expecting great things from it, but I've got to admit, I was surprised. And the thing that surprised me most was how fucking shit the writing was. I mean, the dialogue is exactly what you'd expect from something like this. The usual mix of trite one-liners, desperate attempts at edginess, the kind of cringe meta-humor that can only come from millennial Hollywood writers, and of course, those wacky Marvel quips. That's all par for the course in 2026, but it's the story that really lets this movie down. The plot is nothing but a series of and-then coincidences, all strung together with the most flimsy justifications. The characters themselves are just along for the ride. Major events take place and people show up for no other reason than to make the rest of the plot happen. Kara gets sick and weak when she's exposed to a green sun in the second act low point, but then she just gets better when a yellow sun helpfully comes out. There's no particular trial she has to go through, no lessons learned, no difficult choices to make. The plot says that it's time for the big final battle, so it happens. Lobo shows up out of nowhere for like 5 minutes because he looks cool and the script needed some fan service and everyone likes Jason Momoa. And he does exactly what he always does, plays Jason Momoa. Honestly though, you could cut him right out of this movie and everything would play out exactly the same. In fact, I'm pretty convinced that the bulk of his scenes were added in post-production. Krem is just a generic bad guy who does bad stuff because, fuck it, who even cares? He's just there to give the rest of the characters something to do. There's no real substance to him. No big overarching plan or hidden justification for what he's doing. He's just a space pirate crossed with Mad Max. His death means nothing because his life meant nothing either. Jesus, who wrote this shit? Oh yeah, Anna Nogueira, a former TV actress whose writing credits amount to fuck all. I mean, literally the only thing I could find about her was We Win, a micro-budget short film from 8 years ago about a couple's relationship that unravels during a game of Mafia. Son of a bitch! Oh yeah, that totally justifies putting her in charge of a $200 million superhero blockbuster. You're seriously telling me you couldn't find anyone better qualified for this job than a failed actress who aged out of the industry with precisely one screenwriting credit to her name? Fuck off, James Gunn. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't cast your own wife in this just so you could watch her get railed by Lobo. Then there's Kara herself, who's apparently based on the not particularly popular Tom King run of comic books, which helpfully ignore half a century of character development to paint Kara as a cringy punk rock anti-hero.
I hate this.
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised, to be honest. That little cameo she got at the end of Superman already told us what kind of an annoying arsehole she was going to be.
Thanks for watching him, bitch!
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Not since the Marvels have I liked a main character less than this one. There's this weird feeling of mild desperation throughout the whole movie where they're trying so hard not to make her a Mary Sue that she just comes across as an annoying bitch who doesn't care about anything or anyone but herself. You know, the kind of girl who flips the bird with a mildly pissed off expression in every single picture she ever takes because she really needs you to know how much cooler she is than you. Well, that's basically Kara in this movie. It's horseshoe theory projected onto characterization, where going far enough away from something ends up looping you right back to where you started. An insufferable arsehole. They're trying so hard to paint her as this jaded, cynical, world-weary pragmatist who's tried and failed to be a hero and just wants to be left alone now, but it doesn't fucking work because she's like 23 years old. This is the kind of thing you do with a 50-year-old man, not some young girl who's just starting out. Like, how the fuck can you have a life of regrets when you've barely even lived a life to begin with? If they had to do some kind of anti-hero arc with her, they should have made her this rebellious, energetic, loose cannon who acts first and thinks later, convinced that she can help everyone, only to discover real life is more complicated than just punching the bad guy. You have to show us the fall so that we can cheer for the rise. Ultimately, for all the hype and controversy swirling around it, Supergirl is nothing but a depressingly bleak, horrible-looking, uninspired, generic superhero movie whose only USP turns out to be its biggest weakness. Yes, young women really can be messy, self-absorbed failures, but here's the thing this movie doesn't really get. They probably shouldn't. It's a movie that no one seemed particularly excited for, pushing a character no one cares about in a cinematic universe that's barely started but already seems to be in its death throes. And well, Supergirl is nothing but another nail in the coffin. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Go away now. Yeah, I'll do another one. Oh yeah. I gotta play this one. Eh? Come on. Let me see. Let me see.
We just all agree we're worried about athletic. Sure. What's so athletic?
Let me see. Let me see this. Oh yeah, I gotta play the. Bradley Williams said, "Gunn is a cuck." See his wife railed by Lobo. Put Turkey's corner bit. Yeah, I'm gonna put this one first. No, this is a lot. Like, like what the fuck? Let me see. Look at this. Come on.
Here with our out of the theater reaction
Watch
for
it.
Supergirl. We just saw it.
Shut the fuck up, Chris. You will pay for this.
I don't know why she was so mad. That's crazy. But yes, let's talk Supergirl. I'm gonna get in a right
Okay.
costume here. This is our spoiler review. We're going to go into detail about what works and what doesn't work about the movie. And I'll just say, as I take this off to reveal my Film Threat super inspired shirt available at shop.filmthreat.com. We'll get into spoilers. I saw the movie.
Hold on. For this to work, we need to at least have 3 of you have seen the movie. So hopefully there's enough.
3 of you seen the movie. Okay.
Captain DC
Good.
says, "What
You
the
have.
fuck?"
Good luck to you all. Let's get into the spoilers, and the spoilers will explain in detail why so much of this movie does not work. The best I can say about this movie is it produced something that rivals the Dune popcorn bucket with the Supergirl flesh trench coat drinking cup. Yay. This is an actual thing that exists that you can get. And they may be on discount if people are not buying them.
And did they pre-lube it or?
No, but I did get a second one with Lobo, and it's in its original plastic, which I may keep it in there for. I don't know how much these are going for on eBay. But let's get into Supergirl. First, something very interesting. Someone sent me. Jim from Portland, Portland 182 sent me an email. He's quoting a comment from one of the reviews that I think explains what we've been trying to put our finger on about why this doesn't work. It's this: the modern girl boss characters are actually classic villains. They gained power not through struggle or growth, but rather birth or luck. And they are not nice or
it
helpful.
looks like a freaking
They don't
fleshlight
sacrifice
dildo. What the
themselves for others or a greater good.
That drinking
Instead,
cup looks
they are
sus.
arrogant, nasty, self-centered, and selfish. Those are the characteristics of villains in movies. Thank you, Jim, for sending me that. That explains a lot, because that is why I think girl bosses are not popular. And Supergirl, Kara, embodies those values in the film. And that is why this is why you can't sit there, give the film a bad review on every level, see how the script sucks, and then praise Millie Alcock.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. She is, we both said it.
Exactly. That's what I was saying, Bradley. These fucking shills, it seemed like they were giving them Ranger Black said that cup is for gays. It seems like WB was giving people a mandate. Okay, it's okay if you say the movie's bad. We know it's bad, but praise Millie Alcock. Praise Millie Alsuckercock. Say she's good. We need some kind of a win. Get the fuck. So you got all these fucking reviews saying the same bullshit. Well, the movie didn't work, but Millie Alsuckercock's performance was masterclass. Like, shut up, you fucking shill. Shut up. Eric's Reloaded, aka Eric's Retarded. No, it wasn't. It was her performance was just whatever. It was her performance was great.
Me that. That explains a lot because that is why I think girl bosses are not popular. And Supergirl, Kara, embodies those values in the film. And that is why you can't sit there, give the film a bad review on every level, see how the script sucks, and then praise Millie Alcock. Okay. I'm sorry. We both said it. She was miscast.
Yep.
She is completely miscast in this role. What do you think about that comment?
It's a gun DC
villain.
About girl bosses are effectively
gun DC is in the $5 bin.
Values. They embody values of villains. They're not
Cross
heroes.
27 Shut the builder was
it's
a
an
trans
interesting
woman.
thought.
Yeah,
and what's weird about it is those values, those quote unquote villainous values in a girl boss. It's weird to say it, but they're not seen as villainous values. In fact, they're seen as authentic values of the struggle of women, which is why I think that's why we get that term. I know I'm still kind of wrestling with it, but it's the two sides of the same coin thing. If it was a man, they'd be the villain. If it's a woman doing the same thing, she's a superhero. She's a girl boss. Yeah.
Well, I think that's really, that kind of taps into like why these things don't work and why the general public kind of rejects these types of characters. And why
we like a good villain. We like a good villain. And if this embodies the values of a good villain, there should be something likable about it. Or maybe we just don't want to see that as the protagonist of a movie.
Yeah, well, we don't. But let's get into it. First, I want to talk about some of the dumb things in the movie. Some of them. The child brides thing. They trying to make? And this is there have been multiple movies with female heroes about children being captured by men for the purposes. Are they trying to
Furiosa,
say
right?
That's Furiosa. That was also Scarlet.
Black Widow.
Black Widow. Yeah, Scarlett Johansson. That was that movie. It's like this is a recurring thing with female heroes. They gotta fight the men that are turning children into slaves. Didn't make much sense at all. And when they're rescued, there are about 20 of them. So okay, and then let's talk about so now there's a green sun.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm sure it's accurate to the comics.
That must be some obscure shit.
The whole green
shit.
sun, I'm depowered. But then yellow sun, I have powers. Why would you abandon her somewhere knowing the yellow sun is going to rise in several hours? This horrible thing where they would hide her molecules showing green molecules.
Her red blood cells turning green.
Because the green molecules are bad and poison.
That was retarded. What the?
What? Okay.
Or let's also put it this way. There are only two people in the universe that this affects, Superman and Supergirl. And the fact that this is a big plot point for a villain. To say, my plan will succeed if only I could find a green sun somewhere.
And why would Cream or whatever have these krypton darts?
Yeah, how would he know?
Knowing that it only affects people from Krypton, and that the planet doesn't exist anymore.
How would he know that?
It makes no sense. There's so many things that are convenient or make no sense. Other things I found infuriating. The entire Argo segment, where they
doubled down.
Krypton is destroyed. Baby Kal-El goes off in a ship sent by Jor-El to be a conqueror on Earth.
Again with the conqueror shit.
And then Argo is encased in a dome thing, but it includes kryptonite from the deep, which from deep underneath part of the core that was preserved in the cube that then infects the inhabitants. Why can't he make more than one capsule?
Yeah,
there's a capsule. He sends Kara and her dog. Why save the dog? How about 2 people? Couldn't she have gone and have more than one person? Is she expected now to mate with her cousin to preserve the Krypton bloodlines? like there are things that make no sense. Her father, what's his name?
Zorro.
Who cares? Yeah. Her father name's Who Cares L, played by
Zorro.
David Crumwell, who I really like that actor a lot. Saw him in a comedy. He was just great.
Numbers.
Yeah, he's really Oppenheimer. A lot of things. Anyways, very good actor. The whole Argo segment, you're just left with questions. Too many plot points, like the Argo thing, make no sense. And then Ruthie, I'm on a mission. I'm gonna kill, like, her whole family is killed in a dumb sequence where in the beginning of the movie where her brother is wearing AirPods.
Yeah.
Okay, listening to music, and then is unaware that Creme is talking to Cream is talking to her parents and goes to scare his sister, but upon doing so interrupts Creme, who kills the brother, ends in a slaughter. Ruthie gets away. So her brother was like listening to music and then like, sees his sister out of his corner of his eye. He's gonna scare her and surprise her, but he can't hear what's going on because he has space AirPods. Utterly ridiculous. Other things that make no sense. So now she's on a
that was
mission
the part where
with her family.
But that was kind of corny. That felt like something out of a horror movie.
Ceremonial sword is gonna go and kill him, and
that seemed like a gun shit. Why are inhabitants from other planets? What do they know about wearing headphones? The brother was wearing headphones. He was gonna surprise Ruthie, and he was like gonna surprise her and scare her, like, and then the Creme sees him doing that, throws the axe in the brother's back. Why he just gonna surprise, like, like that was so fucking corny. That was like James Gunn. It seems like he did that sequence. That just seems corny, like a James Gunn corny shit to do. Threw an axe in his back while he was trying to surprise his sister. He wasn't aware that Creme was there. And then he's gonna go to his sister Ruthie and go like, Then as soon as he goes, the axe gets thrown in his back. Like what the fuck was that? Come on. That was so fucking cringe. I'm sorry. That scene. That was so corny.
To scare her and surprise her. But
that was fucking corny. I'm sorry. That seemed like a James Gunn sequence.
I'm gonna kill, like, her whole family is killed in a dumb sequence where in the beginning of the movie where her brother is wearing AirPods. Okay,
her brother, an alien from another planet, wears AirPods,
and then is unaware that Creme is talking to Cream is talking to her parents and goes to scare his sister, but upon doing so interrupts Creme, who kills the brother, ends in a slaughter. Ruthie gets away. So her brother was like listening to music and then like, sees his sister out of his corner of his eye. He's gonna scare her and surprise her, but he can't hear what's going on because he has space AirPods. Utterly ridiculous. Other things that make no sense. So now she's on a mission with her family crest family ceremonial sword, is going to go and kill him. And for some reason, Kara's like, you don't know what it'll do to you, killing someone. You don't want to kill someone. It's not worth it. It's sort of, and she had opportunities to take him out and allowed him to live, and goes on to kill, like, when there's the betrayal with the family that are trained.
Let me address that for a second.
There's so many things about this movie bother me.
Okay, so this idea that she stops Ruthie from killing because she doesn't understand the ramifications
And
of
then
doing
she
that.
kills him herself.
But, so how does Supergirl know that? Who did Supergirl kill to have experienced that?
Right.
To have some kind of insight as to why revenge is so awful. What experience did she have in her entire life where revenge was something that molded and shaped who she was, to where she can give that kind of advice to Ruthie?
Hey, Saturn,
None.
James Gunn
Doesn't
ain't gonna
happen in the
suck
entire
your
movie,
dick when he's
which,
out of a
again,
job.
I will always point 100%. This
Saturn
movie sucks
fag.
because of the screenplay. It is the worst screenplay, and this idea that James Gunn has to approve every script before it gets greenlit. What the hell?
He approved this.
Reading this script,
He
you
approved
thought
this
it was
garbage.
perfect and ready to go.
He thought this
that
garbage
says a
was
lot about your
perfect.
leadership now and the future of the DC universe.
And I'll
James
say
Gunn
this.
approved
I
this
don't blame
garbage
the
and thought it was the
screenwriter,
most perfect script ever.
Rivera.
James Gunn
I don't blame
needs
her.
to be fired. He's a fucking
She
hack.
took a job.
He's an
actress. She'd written one short film in 2018 that got produced. I have more experience writing scripts than she does, apparently.
I do.
I don't think I would have taken the gig of Supergirl.
But here's the thing.
I would have never taken the gig because it's James Gunn, because I actually know how to write a Supergirl script and movie, and James Gunn is a fucking hack. I wouldn't have cast her.
Clear in this is that she didn't feel like she was in over her head. She certainly didn't ask for any help. And that's what you do. There comes a point. If I was asked to write a Supergirl movie, the first thing I would do is I would do a hell of a lot of research, and I would talk to a lot of people, because I have no clue how to write a Supergirl movie. And
I wouldn't need to do research because I know the character.
Because
So,
I'm not a good screenwriter.
I would easily know how to write a script.
Next, we'll talk about the very ending of the movie, but I want to wrap this up a second. I don't blame the screenwriter. She took a job and she was trying to move up in her career. Good for her. Okay, I don't blame Craig Gillespie.
She was probably giving James Gunn blowjobs.
He has made some decent movies. Okay, he should be able to handle this. I don't blame Millie Alcock, who was she got cast. Sounds fun. I'll do one.
She
of
had some
these.
juice from House of the Dragon. That's probably why she was cast.
And it'll lead to other things she probably will be more suited for. The blame for this thing failing falls on one person, and that is James Gunn.
James Gunn.
He chose Anna Nagaro to write the script. He hired, along with Peter Safran, Craig Gillespie to direct. I assume he was involved in the casting. He has been, up until recently, involved in a lot of the press for this film, in behind the scenes. He's done, I haven't seen him doing any interviews. It's all been the director and Alcock have been doing these interviews. So the blame for this is James Gunn. It really is. I think we were all very optimistic and excited, but you can only put the blame there.
Always thought he was garbage.
After Peacemaker season 2,
and Matt Reeves are both
after
dog
what
shit.
we're getting a
Matt
glimpse
Reeves and
of with
James Gunn are
Lanterns,
both dog
and after
shit on one
Supergirl,
side of the spectrum.
and Superman. Look, there are arguments
goofy,
for why you
Matt
could
Reeves
love
overly
that movie.
pretentious dog shit.
I see them. I've seen positive reviews, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was a fun aspect. This was, and David Cornsweet. The only two highlights for me in Supergirl
he was
were
still,
Lobo
he was acting even
and
worse.
Superman. That's
Goofy.
it. When they're on screen, it's like, oh, that's fun. They didn't really do much with Superman. He didn't get to kick ass or do anything.
He acted like a goofball.
So it's kind of like the Superman movie, but
but here's the problem. He has such a rich history of good to great storytelling.
Yeah.
Prior to joining DC, and the idea that he read this script and thought it was a great Supergirl story, and even compared it to the comic book series, which I've never read, but I hear mixed things about it. But fundamentally, I think some people liked it or thought it was strong enough. But again, to have greenlit this script is beyond me. How A, did he not see it coming, and B, being in charge, being able to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, did not stop and ask for a major rewrite. And let's go a step further.
Everybody trashing
Wonder
the
Woman.
shit out of James Bond.
It's gonna say a lot.
Look at saying right here, trashing the shit out of James ass bum. It said, Archie Trooper said, firing Cavill in the worst way, selectively fucking cherry picking to your advantage, promising Wonder Woman 3 to Gal Gadot, promising Sasha Calle another Supergirl movie, a James fucking Gunn, insulting the fans on social media, disdaining Burton Snyder, deceiving David Ayer by promising to release his cut, and more lies. Don't expect forgiveness, James Gunn. Don't expect forgiveness, James Gunn. When motherfuckers say, oh, give him a chance. Did you give Snyder a chance? Did you give Sasha Calle a chance, you fucktard? Did you give Henry Cavill a chance? Or Ben Affleck? Fuck you, James Gunn. Suck a dick. You're trash.
What about James Gunn's leadership if he does not change the writer and go to a new writer for Wonder Woman? If he sticks with Anna Nagaro, DC is doomed.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the ending. So we're in spoiler territory here. In the ending, Kara prevents Ruthie from killing Creme, whatever. I don't care. He's so forgettable. She prevents her from doing that. And then out of her, she's gone away, and then Supergirl picks up that sword and murders him, stabs him twice, and kills him. So she prevents her from doing it. But what is she saying by doing that? I'm going to take the kill for myself? It's a horrible ending.
Yeah.
It's horrible. And like, it's one of the things we've seen through the history of heroes, even in Chris Nolan's Dark Knight films. I don't kill. It's my one rule. You're going to have to break that rule, right? In the ending of the comic, which is completely different, Kara sends Krem to the Phantom Zone.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to the Phantoms, sends him to the Phantom Zone, and then years later returns to Ruthie. Ruthie's young in the story, and then returns to Ruthie as an older woman now, late in life. Even Supergirl is older, and she releases Krem from this Phantom Zone, and Krem is apologetic and he's filled with remorse at what he did, and it's a different ending. It's a more poetic, smarter ending, if you ask me. I've heard mixed about that series, and I'm paraphrasing what I read about how the comic ends. That's a much more poetic ending.
Played X-25 to all gun do is lie. So fuck it. Exactly.
For forgiveness. It's a turn in his character. This
Captain
unmemorable, unremarkable
James
villain.
Bond deserves
I'll just stab him in the chest.
Stabbed him in the chest.
So could not be worse. Could not be worse lessons. Okay.
Let me tell you the worst ending. Okay.
There's a worse one.
The worst one, the one I thought you were going to mention, but I'll mention this worst ending. But I'm going to give you my interpretation of the hero's journey. You have a hero and you have a villain. The villain is doing dastardly things. The hero has to defeat the villain. But the problem is the hero has a weakness. And the villain knows that. And so the villain uses the hero's weakness against him or her. And so the whole film, the whole story is about the hero overcoming his or her weakness to defeat the villain. Okay, so here, what is the event that turns Kara around, that turns her from the drunken party girl into Supergirl, the hero? Well, she's on the planet. The sun is green, and so she can't do anything. She's laying there. She's gonna die because of the green sun, and Ruthie has to go off and become the hero and save her. But lo and behold, the green sun, it turns yellow.
Yeah.
And Kara becomes Supergirl and dons the super suit for the first time. Because why? Because the green sun turned yellow. And now she can save the day.
Well,
There
and
you
then the
go.
very ending, she comes back to Earth, sees Clark, and is like, okay, I'm good now. I'll stay on Earth.
Really?
It's a
Yeah.
convenient thing to set up Man of Tomorrow. I just felt nobody clapped at the screening we were at. Well, the screening we were at, nobody clapped. The public screening I went to, there was like, I'd say a third of the audience clapped at the end, a paying audience.
See,
which is a fair.
that's the other thing is
fair assessment.
why did she return to Earth? I mean, I get it. It helps in the sense of, yeah, we're making the super universe complete, but what in the story made it so compelling that she had to return to Clark and Earth? Why couldn't
Yes.
she just fly around to other yellow sun planets?
In the end, what I'll say about Supergirl is nothing was earned.
Mhm.
Nothing was
It didn't
earned,
feel earned.
and it's a colossal disappointment. And I think this is the beginning of the end of James. I think after Man of Tomorrow comes out, that will be the last thing. No, look,
Bye-bye, Gunn.
Pay attention. Nothing new. There will be no new project announced. There'll be maybe some things in development.
Bye-bye, Gun.
I don't think they're going to get made.
So the DCU has become Star Wars.
Yeah, the DCU is the new Star Wars.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Gun.
Look, my biggest problem with the movie is not only is it the script and this very, very, very basic story, because nothing in this story, the plot elements of this story we have seen before. We have the really bad guy who kills everybody, saving the girls who are being trafficked, being the drunk girl who's dealing with the PTSD of losing your planet. But ultimately, the reason you make a Supergirl movie is because this is about Supergirl. This is about a unique character in the entire universe that is known as Supergirl. And what did we learn? What makes Supergirl different from every other hero? We learn nothing about that. Yeah, other superheroes have lost their planets, lost their families, lost their loved ones. Other superheroes have had revenge journeys. Other superheroes have sidekicks who are too young and don't know what they're doing. But what this movie was missing was something that was uniquely Supergirl, that only a struggle that only Supergirl could have. And none of that is found in this movie, which makes this movie boring and makes this movie generic.
And I'll end on, see ya, bitch.
See ya, bitch. Oh, you got to see this one. Oh, man, this is hilarious. Getting fun. Oh my God. Oh, John Roca made a video getting triggered because it's gonna flop with Jeff Snyder. Oh, but I gotta play this one. Come on. Oh wait. Oh man. Even Jester Cornball Bell made. Come on, hurry up with this shit. Damn it. It's a Supergirl. I hate this movie with every fiber of my being. Oh, look at that. Oh, man. Face palm. That's how she felt. Damn, forget. That's a reaction after watching Supergirl. Oh, hilarious.
Hello, everyone. You know when you know a movie's going to be bad and everyone says it's bad and you've known it's going to be bad since the trailers came out and that's exactly what you've been anticipating. But when you actually see it, the reality is just so much worse. Like, truly, the only way you can know just how awful Supergirl is to experience the horror. How do I describe this movie? Because let me tell you, as I was trying to take notes for it, I'm like, there is no way. There is so much wrong with this movie. Here's just what I have for the first note.
I gotta admit too, I didn't know what to say after I saw this movie too, because I'm like, I wasn't sure what I saw. I'm like, I saw this whole hour and 45-minute movie, and I have complete apathy to everything I fucking saw. I felt like nothing. So I didn't want to torture myself. I watched it a second time just to make sure I remembered what I was actually watching. Because after I saw everything, I was like, I don't even know. This movie is so apathetic. I don't even know how the fuck I feel about this movie. I'm like, what? That's how I'm like, it felt like pointless. I'm like, I felt nothing. What the fuck?
That could possibly go wrong with a movie. Script, editing, how it's shot, the characters, everything went wrong with Supergirl. It is embarrassing that James Gunn tried to gas himself up as someone who was doing better than Marvel, who specifically said he will not greenlight a movie unless the script is solid, who specifically said that the reason why Supergirl was moved up is because the script was just so good.
He said
he
that
gave
about
the writer of this movie, Wonder Woman and Teen Titans.
He said
ladies
that
and
about
gentlemen.
Clayface too.
A female writer who only had one writing credit to her name before this, which was a short film from 8 years ago. She was an actress, not a writer. And boy, can you ever tell. Supergirl is the reason. Supergirl exemplifies the core reason why people stopped loving superhero movies. And the very thing that is wrong with James Gunn taking over the DC universe and with how they just cannot, by and large, they can't, the reason why they can't keep up the superhero thing because of the people behind the scenes and the souls of those people, I will say. But let's get right into it. And this is not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen. This is not an easy movie to review because there's just so much. It's like, where do I start? Let's start with, I guess, the script of this movie. I had said in a previous video that I thought that maybe James Gunn ghost wrote this film because it just seemed like so much of James Gunn. It didn't feel like anyone else's creative imprint was on it.
Exactly.
As much as I don't respect James Gunn, I do not think he's a good writer. I do not think he's a great director on his own. He is still more competent than this. It is abundantly clear with this movie that the writer has no experience. Everything about this movie screams unprofessional writer, doesn't know what they're doing and isn't trying, but was given ridiculous opportunities that they didn't deserve to write Supergirl, Wonder Woman, and Teen Titans, which is just absurd to me. Clearly, they wanted to virtue signal around this film. And that's another thing, you guys. This movie is a virtue signal. One of the things that went through my head while I was watching it is it seems like no one actually wanted to make this movie. It doesn't seem like anyone was actually inspired to make it. It seems like it was mandated. Like, you have to do this movie because we have to have some sort of female superhero to check a box. And we can't do Wonder Woman and Batgirl, so better do Supergirl. And like that's what it feels like. It
Randy
doesn't feel like
Williams,
James Gunn wanted to
and you've
actually
seen
make
this
this. Doesn't
bitch
feel
on
like anyone
TikTok
behind the
saying
scenes
that
wanted to
Anna-
actually make this, but
Anna
they had
Fessenden
to.
is a
And
worse
yes,
person than
as we'll talk
Joker,
about,
and
they
people are
do
making
hammer
bitch
home
trashing the bitch.
blatant
What the
girl
fuck?
bossery and preaching
What the
in this
fuck?
film. So, with that in mind, what do?
even
You
know
can't have a bunch of men making a female superhero movie that's supposed to be for girls like James Gunn and Craig Gillespie. So, let's get a female writer, even if she has zero experience. And this is the result of that. Once again, completely unprofessional script. This is how the dialogue will go in this movie. In the second scene that we get of this movie, we get introduced to Ruthie, the supporting character who's kind of becomes Supergirl's sidekick of sorts, and her family is under attack by the brigand named Krem. And we hear the word brigand so much in this movie.
brigand.
If you were gonna do a drinking,
I forgot. That's what they call fucking oh my god, Krem's race brigands. Oh, I forgot to. Oh, did you see this, Bradley? Oh my god. People putting this meme of Sasha Calle laughing that gun trash and fucking Millie Sugarcock flopped. People putting this meme. Look at that. Look at this, Bradley. This is hilarious. Gun trash flop. Sasha Calle having the last laugh. James Gunn. Bitches James Dunn. Bradley when he said, "Damn, she's cute." Let me see. The Barroom Podcast. Yeah. People saying it now. They're like, Sasha Calle should have stayed. Sasha Calle supremacy. Flash movie supremacy. Let me see. Let me see. Nah. Michael was okay. Nah. Only great movie was Mo2. MK2 was good, but sorry. You could suck a dick on that. Masters of the Universe was better. You're blocked, retard. Mo2 was better. Fuck out of here. Masters of the Universe was the best movie of 2026. Toy Story 5 was trash. Mortal Kombat was decent, but it was not better than Mo2. What else? Supergirl was trash. So Mo2, the best movie of 2026.
Game, you would be drunk in the first 10 seconds every time if you took a drink, every time you heard the word brigand in this movie. But anyway, the brigand Krem comes to Ruthie's house while she's asleep, and her parents see him. And this is the first bit of dialogue that we get in the movie. Ruthie's father says, "He is here for my sword collection." And the mother says,
the lines,
"We will give it to him so he will leave us alone."
The dialogue is
This is the script, ladies and gentlemen. This is the script that James Gunn thought was so good to move up the film, that was so solid, and to give this specific writer 2 more movies.
No, I agree. I thought Michael, yeah. I liked Michael. I thought it was good, but I'm not, it's not the best movie of the year. Like I'm not. I thought it was a good movie, but I'm not into like biopics like that. But it was a good movie, but not the best. I think Mo2 was. Yeah.
after the fact. Yeah. This movie, once again, unprofessional and amateurish. Well, characters will just vomit dump exposition and just say it in the most unnatural ways. The acting in this movie is really terrible as well. Once again, everything that could possibly go wrong with this movie has gone wrong. You can tell it blatantly in this, blatantly in this scene. Yeah, they will vomit dump exposition. They will say things that are just obviously happening and re-explaining them to the audience. The dialogue is so unnatural and laughable. Like the Ruthie character, just every other time she's on screen being like, "I am Ruthie and I am here to stop the brigand who slew my innocent family."
Dude,
I'm sorry, we wouldn't know they were innocent unless you told us. She says that over and over and over again, and the actress for Ruthie.
That is so stupid. It's like she what did she say? The fucking oh my god, creme to the yellow hills. It killed my innocent family. What, were they a guilty family? She said that line three fucking times. Creme for they slaughtered my innocent family. Is your family supposed to be guilty? So is it better they slaughtered my innocent family? I'm like repeating the dialogue 3 and 4 times. That's so fucking corny. I'm sorry. I'm Ruthie. They slayed my innocent family.
Yeah, they will vomit dump exposition. They will say things that are just obviously happening and re-explaining them to the audience. The dialogue is so unnatural and laughable. Like the Ruthie character, just every other time she's on screen being like, "I am Ruthie and I am here to stop the brigand who slew my innocent family." I'm sorry, we wouldn't know they were innocent unless you told us. She says that over and over and over again, and the actress for Ruthie is just not doing a good job at all. To be fair, it is horrible material to work with, but she is such an annoying character. But yeah, like there's a moment later on in the film where Supergirl and this Ruthie character are on a bus and they get attacked by some more brigands. And they say brigand constantly in this film.
They do.
And how do we know who these characters are? Well, because Ruthie just turns to Supergirl and is like, "Who are these people?" And Supergirl just vomit dumps like their Pokemon card of who they are and what they will do and all of that. Like everything about this movie, from the dialogue and how it's presented, is just like, it screams, I've never written a script before in my life. I have no experience. I don't know what I'm doing, but I think this is what a script sounds like. Not to mention all of that, there is barely a plot in this movie. Crypto, who actually is barely in the movie, even though he was all over the advertisement, Crypto gets shot by an arrow, as you've seen, and so Supergirl has to go get the antidote from this Krem guy, and and that makes her unwittingly go along with Ruthie, who wants her to help her after Krem slew her innocent family, which she will not stop saying. And then that's the plot. They basically, after that, are just bar hopping from bar to bar to bar throughout the movie, and all the bars look exactly the same to try to find this Krem guy, and that's the plot of the movie. It is so bad. But let me tell you this. There is like barely any character development on Supergirl. She is completely one-dimensional. None of her motivations or her actions in this movie make any sense. She doesn't have an actual arc. And it just... Oh my goodness. Let me talk about the core issue here. The character of Supergirl, and why I think that this movie exemplifies why people stop loving superheroes. It doesn't know what a hero is. James Gunn does not know what a hero is.
Superman
Let's
is
talk about
garbage.
Supergirl again. Once again, I said this movie is horribly edited.
He doesn't,
Yeah, in the
James
beginning with the
Gunn's
Ruthie
Superman
scene,
is
there's like,
garbage, and an example, he doesn't
I
know
felt
what
like I was having
Superman
a
is.
seizure. It was like, cut here, cut a shot here, cut here, cut a shot here. All of that. It was just like, this movie is unprofessional on every level. Once again, it felt like no one wanted to make it. It felt like they gave up behind the scenes. But anyway, I digress. Let's talk about Supergirl. Once again, bad editing. What we first get in this film is a montage of Supergirl being drunk, partying, and literally wasting her life away. She lives in a trailer on some planet where she wears the same clothes every day.
Her
And she
trailer
has
park
nothing
trash.
more to do than get drunk, pee and barf up all that she got drunk on. Like, we literally see a picture of her like on the pot with her pants around her ankles, and she barfs so much throughout the entire film. So you can tell that this is just a disgusting film. It's embarrassing to me because they tried to make it sound like this was going to be a movie for girls and women. There is nothing in this movie that would appeal to girls or women, but I digress once again. So what we know about Kara from this opening montage is nothing good. She is selfish. She is gross. She willingly has no purpose. Somehow she's on a planet that has both a red sun and a yellow sun that she can power up at will or depower at will whenever she wants, which is a very forced plot device throughout the film so that Kara will have her powers at one point or not have her powers at another point, depending on when the movie wants her to. But anyway, we don't know anything about Supergirl to start with. If you are a person who has no idea who this character is or anything from the DC characters, you're going to be completely lost. You're going to be like, why are we following this degenerate who has no redeemable qualities? And we do not find anything about Kara's backstory out until the middle of the film. So, you know, as we meet Kara, we've seen no good qualities about her. She doesn't care about anyone. For some reason, when Ruthie shows up and a brigand or whoever it was takes her sword, for some reason, Kara goes and tries to talk him back and tries to get it back for her. And, you know, she kind of succeeds in her drunken stupor.
I'm like, what the fuck?
And I get that, you know, that is what's supposed to give Ruthie the motivation to follow Kara. But the next day, Kara is right back to, I don't care about anything and I don't want to be around anything and I don't care who gets hurt, as I am just, you know, completely turning off my abilities. So what I'm getting here is the core problem with Supergirl's writing. Not only do we not know anything about her at this point, but when she goes to help someone, it doesn't feel like she would. It doesn't feel like she has motivations or that it's organic with her character. Because as this movie is edited and what it presents us with explaining who she is, she's just a degenerate who doesn't care about anyone. She is just letting herself waste away. She is the most disgusting woman I have ever seen in my life with how she's living and how she's just completely turning off, you know, the communication from her dumb cousin Clark.
Yeah, I'm so
like there is nothing about this character that they tell us that she is a good person or that she would want to help anyone in any way. And she is willingly avoiding all of that. So when she goes to help Ruthie and get her sword, that does not feel consistent with who she is. Whenever she does anything, it, you know, later on when they get attacked on a bus, it feels like she does it because the script has obligated the character to do it, not because she would actually be motivated to do so. And you know, I will say this for all the you know, the backlash that Millie Alcock has been getting because of the red carpet, she is the only one who is pulling her weight as an actress in this movie. In this movie of horrible acting, I thought that Ruthie was the most egregious. You know, it is a horrible script, but that character and their dialogue was just so bad. Millie Alcock is doing her best, I think, with the script that she was given. And it's a horrible script. I know no actor could make it work, but she is really trying to, you know, bring life to a character that really is awful and hateable and has nothing to her. But yeah, that is the core problem with the film, that Supergirl seems like a character who isn't motivated by anything. She's already rejected, you know, her powers. She doesn't care about anything. She doesn't care about herself. She is just, you know, a disgusting piece of waste. When she starts doing something for another person to save the day or whatever, there is nothing that motivates her to do that. It is because the script is obligating her to do it. And that goes on. And I have said this a lot of the times with superhero movies that I have seen lately. They don't know what a hero is. They don't understand the motivation or the substance behind it. It oftentimes feels like superheroes do superheroic stuff because the script obligates them to do that. And because the people writing them know, well, that's what they're supposed to do. You know, heroes TM, punch bad guys TM. And there is no substance to the motivations behind them doing that. Like the Fantastic Four, it feels like they saved the day because it's their day job or anything. There is no depth behind it, but it gets worse throughout the film because finally, like halfway through the movie, we know nothing about Supergirl. She decides she doesn't care about anyone or anything. 1 minute when the script needs her to, and then she decides that she's actually going to help Ruthie and save the day the next minute. But then we find out her backstory, and we actually get some context all the way in the middle of the film of who this character even is. And it actually makes things worse. We find out that Supergirl, or Kara, lived on this little remnant city of like Argos that was split off while the rest of Krypton was destroyed. And that Supergirl actually lived a happy life on
they show a
Argos
flashback to when
until
she's
one
a
day
little
it
girl.
finally came time
They got
that
radiation
her
poisoning on the
parents,
chunk of
Zor-El,
Krypton.
admitted that they are all slowly dying and that they will not survive on this planet. But what it shows us is Kara growing up a normal life on Argos and being able to have some happiness until, it all starts to go really, really bad in the last days. And they don't even show us much of the tragedy that she sees. We just show a various montage of her carrying coffins off as presumably people she knows, including her mother, die. But guess what?
Oh, come on. Let me see.
What? Kara is saved from all of this by her father finally making the decision to send her after her cousin Clark. And Kara, once again, at this point, looks totally normal. She is a totally normal person. And we have not seen nearly as much destruction that she would have been exposed to on Argos. And her parents tell her on no uncertain terms, we want you to have the next life. And we want you to carry on for us. Her parents are sacrificing for her to be the one to survive. They could have put anyone else in that pod other than her, anyone else on this, a survivor's colony. They could have even put one of themselves in the pod to survive, but they chose her, and they tell her, and they make it very clear what they are doing for her and how they want her to carry on once she finds Kal-El and all of that. And her parents do all of that for her. And you don't see Kara experiencing nearly the destruction that you would expect as she is leaving Argos in the nick of time. So what does she do? She gets to planet Earth. And, she has a new life here with Clark, a person who instantly knows her and wants to support her and give her a new life. And she's in there later in a scene, we see her in an apartment in Metropolis. And she literally
still
chooses.
can't talk English.
Kara literally chooses to become this reclusive, drinking, disgusting creature, if you will, who just drinks all day and vomits all day and pees all day and wastes herself away and intentionally gets rid of her abilities and refuses to help anyone. She actively chooses to do that. We don't see her get pushed to the point like she keeps trying to save people, but she can't. And, people keep pushing her down. She feels like she will never be able to save people with her powers, so she wallows in despair. We never see her pushed to that point. Instead, we just see her choose to become that. And what's worse of all is it seems that the movie buys into that excuse. Once Kara is done telling her story, the Ruthie character looks sad and affirmative of how awful that all was for Kara when she tells her that she just, was sent off by her parents who wanted her to carry on and be good and all of that kind of stuff. It seems to affirm Kara in the wallowing, when I'm thinking Ruthie as a character should not be sad-faced and affirming Kara in her misery. She should be like, you piece of garbage. Your parents sacrificed everything for you. Once again, they could have put anyone else in that pod, including themselves, but they chose you. And they gave you instructions of how to carry on and to find your cousin and how to survive when you are one of the last Kryptonians alive. And what did you do? You were given a new chance on a new planet with a cousin who turned out to be a great guy. And what did you do? You actively chose to become a disgusting, drinking, degenerate imp. And we never get that in the movie. We never get that. In fact, as the movie carries on, once again, Kara is not really a character. Her character changes to whatever the script needs to be. One minute she's a degenerate with no redeeming qualities. The next minute she is saving the day, even though she is given no motivation to do that. The next minute she's Star-Lord. She is so Star-Lord in this movie. She literally wears his brown coat. She wears a Blondie t-shirt. She listens to retro tunes with old style plush headphones or whatever you call them. And with an old iPod where there is no reason for her to be doing any of those things. Star-Lord was given a motivation for those things. He doesn't want to return to Earth because it's where his mom died. But he holds on to pop culture references from the 80s because that's when he grew up, and the old songs from the 70s and 80s because that's what his mom loved to listen to, and that's what he shared with him. Star-Lord is given motivation for having old style headphones and constantly listening to old music. Supergirl is not. She hates Earth. So why do any of these traits make sense for her? But she was so Star-Lord at points in this movie where she all of a sudden, during the middle of the film, starts to act very arrogantly about her abilities and her powers, which is inconsistent with who she is earlier in the film as a person who is just drinking herself to death or whatever. All of a sudden, she's super arrogant about her abilities that she didn't care about earlier in the film, just so she can be more like Star-Lord, I guess. Once again, total inconsistency. But once again, is the movie going to give Supergirl her low point where she goes, yeah, I'm a total piece of crap. I didn't live up to what my parents wanted me to be. I've been letting everyone down. I'm a piece of garbage. I need to change. Well, what happens is Ruthie, the character, finally berates her later in the film for being an awful person. And then I guess this is supposed to be Kara's catharsis because after that, Kara literally chooses to fly off into the sun and get more power from the sun. And I guess that's supposed to be the change in Kara, that she's going to actually save the day. We don't actually see anything going on mentally for her to change. We don't see her come to terms with what a bad person she is. She just flips on a dime and decides that she's going to power up from the yellow sun and save the day. But it doesn't allow her to have that moment of admitting what a piece of garbage she is. Why? Because instead of Kara apologizing later in the film for how awful she is, Ruthie is the one who winds up apologizing to Kara about, I'm so sorry I said you were awful and an awful role model. You're a kind person. I'm like, Kara has shown no sign of being a kind person in this film. She has shown nothing other than being in a drunken stupor. None of her attempts to save Ruthie feel organic. Instead, throughout the entire film, she has been doing everything she can to ditch her and ditch her own responsibility because she doesn't want a part of any of this. And she has been a disgusting slob throughout the entire movie. Why is Ruthie the character who is apologizing to Kara for telling her the truth for once in the film so that Kara doesn't have to take any kind of accountability for it? So the movie goes on and we get all of these scenes where there is just needle drop after needle drop, Guardians of the Galaxy style, of Supergirl powering up, finally getting the suit and punching out the villains, all of them together. And it falls flat. You know, the way the slow motion comes and the needle drop happens, it's supposed to like be this big cathartic experience for the audience where Supergirl has finally become Supergirl. She's finally accepted the mantle of hero. But when in the film did we get the true catharsis from her to change, to understand what it means to be a hero, to understand what it means to be self-sacrificing, to find some level of hope again? We never see it. What motivates her to be a hero? Because she remembers that her family told her, hey, Kara, be good. Be good. What does be good even mean here? Like in James Gunn's world, what does be good mean? You should be good because it's good. That is the depth behind this movie and what it means to be a hero. Once again, it never has that low point for the character to truly come to terms with what the horrible person that she is and what she has done. And there was nothing in this movie that convinced me that Kara was ever a good person to begin with or ever had any spark of goodness in her. What frustrated me is you had a story arc, a clear-cut story arc, and an easy one right in front of your face, and they didn't do it at all. Supergirl goes on with no development. They don't want to have her climax where she truly changes. You could tell the story here of a character who has gone through immense tragedy and are now given so much more ability and so much more responsibility that they feel that they cannot handle and that they cannot save anyone, so that they despair and that they become a recluse. It's literally Charles Xavier's story from X-Men Days of the Future Past, where what happens? Charles Xavier is this character with so much hope, and he wants to coexist between mutants and humans, and he has so much optimism for the future. And then he's betrayed by his best friend, and people he tried to help die, and his students abandon him. And everything that he tries to do for a better future fails. Yet because of his powers that allow him to hear the thoughts of everyone, he constantly is hearing all of these people cry out to him for help. And he feels inadequate, that with all of this ability, he is still inadequate to help anyone or ever succeed at anything that he is doing. So what does he do? He shuts it off. He finds a way to cut off his power so he won't hear the people crying out to him anymore. And he becomes a recluse, and he's walking around his mansion barefoot, drinking all day long, similar to how they want us to believe Supergirl is behaving, and he just checks out of everything. But X-Men Days of the Future Past is his arc of coming away from that, of him finding a way to hope again, of him having the opportunity to talk to an older, wiser version of himself, where he is told the root of his problems is his own fear of failing everyone else again. And his older self is able to give him a chance to hope again.
You still believe? Just because someone stumbles, loses their way, it doesn't mean they're lost forever. Sometimes we all need a little help. Oh, I'm not the man I was. I open my mind, and it almost overwhelms me. It's the greatest gift we have, to bear their pain without breaking. And it's born from the most human part. Hope, please. Charles, we need you to hope again.
And you do that by having a moment in the film where the character goes through that transformation, where he's been one way, he's trying to maybe kind of get out of it throughout the film, and he can't really. Then he gets his big, moment of catharsis where he rediscovers hope again. That is what you needed for this Supergirl movie. You could have totally told a story, but you see, that is what writers do when they're actually competent, when they actually understand what it is to give a character an arc, when they understand what it means to have a character who has done something wrong in a film by checking out and deciding that this responsibility is too heavy, so I'm just going to give up. The writers of Days of the Future Past actually understood what Charles needed to do to change. With Supergirl, she is not this way, this, drinking, peeing degenerate, because the writers want to tell a story about, her finding redemption and coming back from that. No, she is this way because that is suitable to James Gunn's tastes. He wants another Star-Lord. He wants another arrogant 80s music listening, space traveling brigand that he can tell awful, disgusting jokes with, so we can spend his time there, because how else would you get him to be interested in producing these movies? And that, once again, is the key problem with the movie, and in a slew of all the other things that fall apart with this film. And it's the key problem of what happened to superhero films. Go watch a movie like X-Men Days of the Future Past, or Thor. Thor is a great example also. I will always go back to that film of how, what do you have? You have a character who's a piece of crap, Thor. He keeps making things worse for everyone else around him. Guess what happens? He has that moment, the moment where he is unable to lift the hammer, where he gets humiliated, where he realizes how he has let down his family, and he always realizes what a horrible person he is, and that brings him to a catharsis where he tries to change for the new people around him. That used to be all throughout superhero movies, but it is absent here in Supergirl. Instead, she just does what the script needs her to do in the moment. There is no deeper understanding of what a horrible person she is, her ever coming to terms with that, and her ever really having a catharsis. Instead, the movie makes the character apologize for telling her that she's an awful person. It makes it seem like she was just good all along. What good qualities does she have? I don't know. I don't even know why she saves anyone in this film. That's not who she is. I guess, once again, she's good because her parents said be good, and you should be good because it's good. That is the kind of cyclical understanding, I guess, that James Gunn has for any of this stuff. He doesn't know what it means to be a hero. He doesn't know what it means to self-sacrifice. He doesn't know what it means to come to terms with you being an awful person and really making a change because, you know, he's an arrogant guy himself. He's an arrogant guy himself who loves to argue with people online and humiliate people online. And once again, he has chosen this direction for Supergirl, not because he wants to tell a redemption story, but because he wants to wallow in all of the bars and the barfing and all of the grossness and all of the Guardians of the Galaxy reject outfits he can in this movie. And that is why no one wants to watch superhero movies anymore. There is no heroism. You can find it all throughout the older films, even the ones that weren't necessarily great, but you can't find it in most of the modern films. You just get slop like this, where where superhero means that the hero in the colorful costume TM punches the one-dimensional villain TM while a needle drops another song. Like, that's what this movie thinks superheroing is, I guess. Made me sad because it made me miss, as I was thinking about these other movies that did it so much better, why I loved this genre in the first place and why I don't enjoy it anymore, because the people behind the scenes just have no understanding. So yeah, Supergirl is a shallow and wholly hateable character despite Millie Alcock's best efforts, but there's so much more wrong with the film, and I'll be here for hours if I talk about everything. But once again, Ruthie is a totally annoying character who speaks in these constant declarations of who she is, who her family is, and what her mission is. Not good acting, but guess what? Who's an awful, horrible character in this movie? Lobo. Lobo is in the movie for like 2 minutes total screen time, but he is a total deus ex machina. Anytime that the girls are in trouble and the writer has written herself into a corner where she doesn't know how they're going to get out of it, Lobo will just randomly show up and beat everyone up and get them out of the jam. Why? I don't know why. The movie establishes Lobo that he is nothing but a loathsome human being who killed off his own people and is only in it for the money. Why does he ever save Ruthie and Supergirl, which he does so 2 or 3 times in the film? Once again, all the times are when they had literally no way out of the writing, so they just had Lobo randomly pop in out of nowhere to save everyone. I thought that they were going to do something. Like, I know that he has a daughter crush in the comics. I have no idea what their relationship is. Maybe they hate each other for all I know. But I'm just saying, for the sake of this movie, since it's changing everything from the comics anyway, and Supergirl is nothing like she is in the comics, just for the sake of this movie, I thought they were going to do something like maybe Lobo's daughter is also kidnapped by these brigands because they do the whole thing.
Because he was after the brigands.
Maybe that's why he's motivated to help Ruthie and Supergirl so they can help him rescue her or something. I don't even know if that is accurate to who these characters are supposed to be in the comics, because I don't know as much about Lobo and Crush. I'm just saying I was wanting some sort of explanation for why he is doing any of this, because otherwise, he's just a random character who's slapped in the film and keeps appearing in the most random places to save the characters with no explanation. And yeah, Jason Momoa, he does look like a guy in a Halloween costume. It does not work in this film. But yeah, there is a lot of girl bossery in this film. The character Ruthie, hey guys, did you think she was just a 13-year-old girl with a sword? No, it turns out later in the film when she's captured, she actually has Black Widow abilities where all of 13 years old, she can dance around enemies and just beat them up, you know, who are 7 feet taller than her and wrestle them to the ground while Lobo cheers her on somehow. There is girl bossery throughout this entire film. And yeah, they do this plot about how actually the brigand is dealing in trafficking girls. And now, is there anything wrong with doing a story where they have to rescue girls from being trafficked? No. But the way they do it is just so ham-fisted, and you can tell that they're trying to be preachy about it. When they first introduced the idea, Supergirl asks the one lady for information, what are they trafficking in? And she's like, people. What people? And then there's like a hush, and then she's like, girls. And you know, it's stuff like that where it feels like it's trying to be ham-fisted. Stuff like that, stuff like making this random Black Widow girl boss in the middle of the movie. But it's just so in your face that them trying to do this. And it's like, but there is nothing about this movie that would appeal to a little girl. Supergirl is a horrible role model. They do not adequately deal with the bad things that she has done and adequately give her an arc. In fact, they seem like they're trying to make excuses for it. It's not a movie that I would ever show to a young girl, and it's also not a movie that I think any woman would enjoy. Once again, it's disgusting and it's gross. The characters are hateable. It's grungy, and there's just nothing in it that would appeal to a woman whatsoever. What woman wants to watch Supergirl, with her pants around her ankles while she's peeing in the bathroom in her trailer that she has dirty clothes and stains and empty bottles all over and lives like a junkie? What woman is going to enjoy that? It is so embarrassing. It's like they said, hey, James, you got to make a one for the ladies. And then this is what he comes up with because he can't make anything out of his own tastes. But yeah, it does get forced and preachy in this film with the whole girl boss thing. And there's even a scene at the end of the film when they've rescued the little girls from the brigands or whatever, and they literally zoom in on one of the little girls like dealing the final blow to one of the brigands, and it's all multicultural and diverse and all of that, and it's just so blatantly in your face. But this is like the third time that James Gunn has done a story about rescuing kids from trafficking. He brought it up in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 with Star-Lord's dad and Yondu and all that. He did it in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which there's an identical scene of, saving the alien kids in this movie to that one. And it's like, it's kind of ironic to keep doing this over and over again from a guy who the reason why he was canceled was because he was making PDF-philic jokes about kids online. And it's like, are you trying to compensate for something, James Gunn? Is that what you're doing here? Is that why you keep doing it? But yeah, and speaking of, scenes that are just reused from other films, there's that scene of them rescuing the kids, which is ripped right out of Guardians 3. There's the scene of Supergirl, like she gets shot into space and she's initially suffocating before she gets the red sun. And it's exactly ripped right out of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, and how they appear, with ice on their face when they're about to suffocate. The same effect, Supergirl kind of recreates the Star-Lord middle finger thing from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. It's like stuff that is directly plucked from other of James Gunn's films. But I mean, he was already doing that in the Superman movie, so why should I be surprised? Oh yeah, in addition to bad editing and everything else, this movie is shot terribly. In this movie, they made Supergirl Kara look so bad. Like, just compare from this movie to like Superman, where they actually let her wear makeup. She is totally makeupless throughout this film.
Totally.
But guess what? Part of how an actress looks is how they're shot and how they're lit. And by the end of the film, like, there's certain shots, there's certain angles that you can shoot an actress that are just unflattering. Like this shot, that is a completely unflattering angle for any actress, but they went there. But once again, she's so badly shot and so badly lit by the end of the film. It is so unflattering and unprofessional. And at the end of the film, once again, the CGI looks so awful. It looks like it was made from the 2000s, or they just gave up and stopped working on it in the middle of it. And the lighting looks so unprofessional, and the color grading looks like they just threw their hands up in the air and gave up. It is one of the worst. It is possibly the worst sequence in any superhero movie I have ever seen. After we've gotten so much bad special effects, it just looks so bad and so depressing. Oh yeah, we're not done with. I've been recording for 40 minutes at this point, and we're still not done. And in addition to this movie's feminism, there's also a knock at the very name Supergirl, where Ruthie asks, okay, so why is there a Superman, but then you're a Supergirl?
So she'd be Superwoman,
younger. And then Ruthie makes like a snide comment about it actually being a sexist thing. Like, he gets the title man because he's a man, and you get girl, like a younger thing, because you're a girl, even though you're an adult. Guess what? This is also, just shows the unprofessional, inexperienced writer. This is something that people who don't know superhero characters keep going on about, that there's some sort of sexism involved in there being a prominent character known as Supergirl and a prominent character.
They always have to bring
known as Superman, prominent character known as Batman.
Yeah, they always say
that. Batgirl, like, you're trying to demote the girls to be girls. You're degrading them. No, it's not, you idiot. And this is just as bad as Christina Hodson
Oh, come on.
Trying to make, have Batman get a hold of the lasso of truth in The Flash, where he says, why don't I just use all of my money to stop crime? Not knowing that Bruce Wayne does, in fact, do a ton of philanthropy and use his money to help Gotham. But sometimes money...
Come on.
He can't solve everything. It's another one of those things. Guess what? There is a Superwoman. Lois Lane becomes Superwoman. There is a Batwoman.
Okay.
There was actually a Batwoman in comics before a Batgirl because they wanted...
Let's see.
To give Batman a love interest because they didn't want people to think he was gay for Robin or something like that. And then there was a Batgirl to give
Come on. What is...
Robin a love interest. Yeah, it is an age thing. There is a Superwoman in comics. There is a Batman and a Batgirl and a Supergirl and a Batwoman and all of that. There's a current Batwoman in comics. There's not a Batboy because that just sounds dumb. The reason why Supergirl and Batgirl have these names is they do represent somewhat younger versions of these heroes. And also the names sound good. There is not a sexism within these names. That is in your own imagination. And it's so stupid. Why are you writing the character of Supergirl if you think the name Supergirl is somehow degrading? I'm losing my voice. I have one more thing to say in terms of this movie. This movie craps on the character of Superman.
Yep.
When they portray Superman as a character who's trying to call Kara, I was desperate for the real Superman to show up. The real Superman would not tolerate Kara acting this way.
Exactly. He's a bitch.
The only other survivor of Krypton wasting herself away, intentionally making herself vulnerable for attack.
But
and
he
drinking
made Superman
herself
a
to
bitch
death
in 2025
when they have
too, but you have fucking retards on
he would
TikTok
not
saying that's
allow her to be out,
definitive.
traversing the galaxy like that.
Definitive
But the
bitch
James
version.
Gunn version of Superman with David Cornsweet
Definitive.
is portrayed as so stupid
Yup.
and childish. She
Yup.
just gets on the call with Kara and is like, "Hey, I wanted to just see
oh,
how you're doing."
I don't
and
know
I
how
was
to
going,
talk.
wondering if
Super-
it might not be
what?
so
I
great
can't
to do
talk
this or anything.
Kryptonian.
He sounds like Zachary Levi's Shazam.
Shazam,
That's how
yeah.
childish and stupid and unhelpful he is.
Yeah.
And that's not me bashing the character of Superman. That is me bashing how James Gunn keeps choosing to have the character portrayed.
Yep.
Superman has no authority here or any wisdom. He's just childish and stupid. And Supergirl does not heed what he says and does not care about him because he literally commands no authority.
Yep.
And that's how he is throughout the movie when we see him, even though they did add more scenes of him to try to bait people into seeing this movie.
And that's why you
But
have
there's a literal
TikTok
knock
retard
against him.
bitches
When,
like
we see Krypton being
Happy's Comic
destroyed,
Exo Starlight.
a character name
They
drops
probably like guys that they want to
something about
cuck.
Kal-El
They
leaving
like
Earth, and
that
he's
gun
the
made
person
Superman a fucking
that
cuck.
Jor-El
And
has said to
Madison
conquer
Batman
the
is a
Earth
cuck
that
ass
Jor-El
bitch.
has declared war on. And the way it is just dropped in there in the middle of, Krypton collapsing, it felt like a joke. It felt like they chose that moment to have a joke. It feels like they think the very idea, the
I
fact
bet you
that
all the
now
fucking
this version
gay,
Jor-El is
gay
evil.
Fruit
He's
Loop
been
weirdos
character
and lesbian
assassinated,
weirdos.
and
They
Superman was
all
supposed to
probably
conquer
love
Earth
Corn
and
Sweat
start a
Superman because
harem. They kept hammering home that joke in the
bitch
first
like
movie, and
them.
in
He's
this
a
one,
fruity,
they hammered
fruity
home again.
Moonlight
And the
Warrior
way they
bitch.
present it is that they
All
think
of
it's
them love
funny.
that
They
cornhole
think that
sweat
it's
shit.
funny to keep bringing up that Superman actually was supposed to be a conqueror of Earth or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, James Gunn hates Superman.
Yep.
The people working on these movies hate Superman. All of this stuff about, them presenting a good guy and kindness is the new punk rock or
Bullshit.
whatever, it's all a facade. They hate this character. They do not understand the purity of this character's heart and what he's supposed to represent. So what do? They turn him into a stupid idiot who's just a joke.
Yep.
That's the best that they can do. And it makes me upset to think of all the Superman fans that blasted me for not liking the first movie when it's like, these movies are making fun of the very character that you guys love
When you have
so much.
Superman in a
James Gunn has
costume
no
acting like a
respect for him.
goofball,
He hates the character of Superman.
Are
He
you
hates
saying
that he
that's
has to work
definitive
on him
Superman?
for
Gun
his
dick
job
clickers,
that
you're
he
fucking
took,
retarded.
to be
Alex
the
Reloaded, you're
CEO.
fucking
And so
retarded.
that's why they're constantly making fun of him
The
and
first image
belittling
of
him
this
and
Superman
demeaning
movie
him
is getting
away
his
from what he
ass
should
beat.
be. He should
And you
be
call
the
that a
authority
good
figure
Superman movie,
in
you
Kara's
fucking
life. But no,
retards?
he's the pushover and an idiot
Yup.
that she just ignores, who
Yup.
couldn't do anything to bring her back from the brink like this and just let her waste herself away. And by the way, he was supposed to be a conqueror of Earth. Tee hee ha ha. I think I've gone long enough. I'm out of breath.
Superman
I've said
should have
so
stopped her
much.
from
There is
killing
so much more to
pussy-ass
be said
Superman.
about this awful film.
Exactly.
But here's just what I want to say in
Pussy-ass
closing. Once again, main thing wrong. Oh my goodness. I even forgot to talk about how all the aliens in this movie look like they were from like Guardians of the Galaxy 3
Yeah,
or rejected
they did.
costumes from Star Wars. Like Industrial Light and Magic did work on this film. There's a scene where they're in a bar and all the bars look the same, where a character is singing like she's in the cantina and like or in Jabba's palace or something, and she just randomly starts singing during a fight. Oh my goodness, it is just so ham-fisted. There is so much wrong with this movie. It would take me hours to cover it all. But yeah, 0 out of 10 for Supergirl. It really is that bad. But once again, I just want to hammer home the lack of heroism. James Gunn, his soul is rotten, and that's what I got from this film, and just how gross and depressing it was. He does not know what it means to be a hero. He does not understand that depth of sacrifice. He does not understand what it means to do a story where a character is a piece of garbage, a character that he is likely self-inserting himself as, again, a character who exemplifies all the things he wants to see, from the grossness and the jokes and the pop culture references. He does not know what it would mean to do a story about that character admitting they are a piece of garbage human being, they let everyone down, and that they need to change into something else. There is no arc here. Instead, there's just arbitrary decisions that the character makes that are not properly motivated by the script. And that is the problem. That is why the superhero genre that used to be the most popular genre coming off of Hollywood, generating billions of dollars, that's why it can't survive anymore, apart from a couple handful of films from people who hopefully haven't forgotten what it means for a character to be a hero. It's because the people behind the scenes running this movie, like James Gunn, or the woman who wrote this script, who's, you know, doesn't know how to write a script to save her life, they don't know what it actually means to be a superhero and to actually admit that you are an awful trash human being and an awful person, and to actually be confronted with that and make that change. They don't know it. And the worst part of it is, as bad as this movie is being trashed, and as bad as it's going to do, and as bad as I think that they're going to understand that the script and everything fell apart with this film, I don't think anyone in Hollywood is going to understand that core reason why these superhero movies keep falling apart. They're not superhero movies anymore. They do not understand heroism, and the people behind the scenes do not understand what that looks like, even though it seems that writers of the past did. And before they can admit that, and I don't think that they can even acknowledge that or understand that that's the problem, they will never get this genre back on track. And so it is going to die from the complete misunderstanding of why it was successful in the first place. I will have more videos on Supergirl because there's just too much to cover with this movie. But thank you all for watching this one and being patient with me, getting my review out. And I will see you guys next time.
Let me see that. Let me see. Oh.
Oh, no.
Yeah, let me see this one. Let's see. What the fuck is it? Where's that? I want to. Yeah, look. This is like, look at this, man, because the freaking Superman, Gunn Superman is a fucking idiot. Even in Superman 4, like in this Supergirl movie, the motherfucker can't even speak Kryptonian. But again, Superman has super intelligence. He could speak many languages. But in here, he's a moron. I don't know how to speak. I don't. And Christopher Reeve in Superman 4, he spoke Russian and fucking Italian. Look at this. But Gunn's super simp beta man, even in Batman Superman Apocalypse, the comics and the anime movie, Superman know how to speak Kryptonian. Cornball Sweat can't even talk Kryptonian, but Christopher Reeve in Superman 4, he spoke Italian and Russian. Right? He spoke Italian and fucking Russian in Superman 4.
Вам здесь будет безопаснее, товарищ. До свидания. Счастливого полета.
But David Cornball Sweat is so dumb. He doesn't even know how to talk Kryptonian. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? There's another. Where is it? Damn, there was other clips too, and I can't find them. Oh yeah. Let me see. Let me see this one. Is it Richard keep kicking ass? Not to mention, in Superman 3, he knew the black handshake for the brothers. Let's see. Let me see something. Let me see something. Let me see something. Look at this right here. And I'm not even a fan of Tyler Hoechlin, but even in Superman Lois, he went to Mexico and he talked Spanish to the Mexicans. But fucking David Cornball Sweat is a fucking moron, can't even talk Kryptonian. Look at this part.
¿Usted se encarga? ¿Estás bien? Estaré bien. Gracias.
But this Gunn Superman is a fucking moron. Superman, I'll say it again. Gunn is not comic accurate because in the comics, Superman has super intelligence. The motherfucker knew how to speak languages since a kid because he could speed read. He could speed read things in like fucking 20 seconds and have all the knowledge. He knows all languages. He made Superman a fucking moron. He made Superman, Gunn made Superman a self fucking insert. That's what's embarrassing. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see something. Yeah, Henry Superman saved that girl in Mexico. Yep. Let me see. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention, yeah, I agree. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I wanted to play this. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Did I? This bitch Jana Sucker Dick Roca gets triggered because of the fail at the box office of Supergirl. John Roca is an SJW typical bitch. So he defends all things soy and Fruit Loop. Yeah, yeah. Ranger Blacks. I hope Paramount kicks trash out. I mean, how Paramount kicks gun trash out. Yeah, I agree. I hope so too. John Roca, get ready for John Roca to get triggered and cry like a bitch that people are trashing Supergirl and it's flopping. Roca, get ready for the crying.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to a brand
Get ready
new
for the
episode
crying
of
and
Hotline
breakdown
here on the John Roca channel. I am John Roca, joined as always by the Insider himself, Jeff Snyder. How are you, Snyder?
Hello, Johnny boy.
How's it going there on the East Coast? What's going on? What's the situation? Any drama?
It's good to be back with the fam.
Yeah.
Some good home cooked meals again. Getting some good snuggles in with the nieces. I like my nieces' pieces.
Have you helped pack Jaylen Brown's suitcases yet? What's the situation there? What's the deal?
I like these rumors. Listen, we didn't get Giannis. We did what we had to do. It's time to go back to work. It's time to be a professional. Nothing else the NBA can offer us is going to be worth Jaylen Brown. So why are we getting rid of this guy? Because he's disgruntled? Tell him to suck it up.
Okay. Oh, because we know if they tried to trade Jeff Snyder, he'd be like, "Oh, sure, I'll come on back, no problem."
$7 million, okay, 57 million reasons to be a goddamn professional.
That's true. Hey, I'm not going to argue that. So
Giannis and Durant, okay, so relax, compliment.
I don't know if you guys would have necessarily been better with Giannis and his knee. So I think you guys might have dodged something. We'll see what happens in Miami. But
so let's hang on instead of selling him for fucking Jalen Duren, who disappeared in the NBA Finals, for Trey Murphy. Like, give me a break. He's white.
True. That's fair point. But anyway, we're here to talk about entertainment, get into the stuff going on in the world of entertainment. There's a lot for us to talk about in this show. Usually, I like to ramp up into.
I thought Trey Murphy was a white guy.
Oh, no. So we're going to get into some things and talk about it and get into the world of entertainment. Please remember to send your Streamlabs Super Chats as we go along. Already a really big Super Chat right off the bat. Thank you, Joseph. We'll read that in just a little bit. So, yeah, let that be maybe a lesson for you guys or an indicator of where we want to be today.
Let it guide you.
Let it guide you. Yeah, let it guide you. Let it guide you exactly on what to donate. But Jeff, we got so much to get into. There's no time to waste. So we're just going to jump into it, man. Supergirl, here it is. She has been dominating the discourse here over the last few weeks, and certainly now that the film is coming out tonight in a lot of markets. Came out yesterday in a fan event screening last night, and the numbers overall here have not been great for Supergirl on the critic side of things. Even on the audience score side of things, it hasn't been that strong. And looking at the box office now, it seems like the roof is about to fall in on DC over this film. So, what are your thoughts on this? And then we've got Owen Gleiberman putting out like angry, slightly misogynistic reviews. Even the old critics are getting upset about this movie. This is madness to see so many people going insane about this. What are your thoughts about it, Jeff? And it's looking like a $39 million opening, which is about 10 million to 15 million below projections.
Yeah, not good. Not a good opening. And it's because you're not getting the casuals. I mean, I have no plans to see it.
Your nieces aren't interested?
No, not at all. They haven't done it once. And that's the problem, is that I feel like they did it. It sounds to me like the story skews too old, right? It's very violent. There's
it is
sexual slavery stuff going on. It's not really a movie for little girls.
Supergirl.
True.
So I think that's sort of a miscalculation. It's who is this for? It's for a kind of very specific,
Roca Snyder belong in the dumpster.
12 to 17-year-old woman or something.
Yeah. Probably 12 to, sounds about right. Yeah.
And grossed 120 million. I always figured Supergirl was going to be about half that and 60. The fact that it's struggling to even get to 40, that's a big fail. Considering the amount of marketing and everything.
A big fail of James Gunn.
Not good for DC.
But isn't this a weird little situation, isn't it, Jeff? Because like, look, you've got some critics, quote unquote critics, who are using this to like, work out their misogynism or work out their anger at women leading stuff. And I get that. You're always going to have that. But there are quite a few legitimate critics who have come in and weighed in and said that they like the movie, but it's not that great, that it's not that amazing.
I even say you like the movie, but it's not that great as shit.
This idea that James Gunn, who's been out there on every microphone you can get on to talk about how we're not going to go into production unless the script is perfect, and the biggest flaw that people are citing in the reviews where not liking the movie is that the script was a massive issue, and this is Anna Kura, who's on the Wonder Woman. So what do you think?
I mean, we've forgotten how to write screenplays in this country. This used to be a nation of amazing writers, and now we kind of praise mediocrity.
Because Robert Pattinson, Batman,
good writing.
James Gunn, simple bitch.
So we all decide as a society to let good writing just fall by the wayside. It's still out there. Don't get me wrong.
Ready to get the cornball sweat. The hype.
I mean,
the goofy Superman is a turn off. Exactly
Gunn.
for the majority of audiences.
He didn't
Exactly.
direct this movie.
But he approved it. He EP'd it. So there is
with him. Ultimately it's his responsibility.
Right.
And I think that the takeaway from this is that, I don't know, they're going to have to stick to like the big three characters. They're going to have to stick to Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman.
What Batman? Right. They don't have Pattinson.
You can't just start doing secondary characters like this until people really care about the universe. So I think that was one of the miscalculations that, this probably shouldn't have been the next movie.
What do you anticipate will be the reaction within DC? Like with Mandalorian and Grogu, I think Star Wars knew this might be a bomb. We're focusing on Starfighter. This is not the same situation here. I don't think DC was like, oh yeah, we're going to put out some. Oh well, you know what? That's going to be a bomb. We're focusing on Man of Tomorrow. This is still within the canon of this current regime, and it is connective. And Safran and Gunn were out here talking about we're going to go with the super family. We want the super family. This thing crashes and burns.
To go back to the script thing, it's like that's why you don't say comments like that.
Yeah.
Because then
100%.
people in your face,
right?
So that's for starters.
Exactly. You don't say comments like,
I don't know what the point.
We only approve the best scripts, then approve this garbage script.
What was it exactly? I had a point.
Oh, just saying that what is the future for DC now? Like this isn't like Mandalorian and Grogu with Star Wars was like, well, we know that's from the past regime. We're focusing on Starfighter. This is supposed to be the next step in this creation of the Gods and Monsters Part 1.
Yeah, no, I mean that's all like the 10-year plans. Like, dude, you're just trying to like get through the merger and survive and hang on to your job, right?
Right.
I think the problem is you have to approach each movie as its own thing. This stuff, it worked with Kevin Feige, and it's a miracle that it did because it probably shouldn't have.
Right.
I need another movie being like, isn't it so cool to be punk rock?
Yeah, I'm so stupid. Punk rock shit.
Can I remind you, punk rockers are the alternative. They're the kids who at the weird table in the corner of the cafeteria.
Superman is not punk rock.
Nothing against punk rock music or anything like that.
Supergirl isn't fucking punk rock.
Those are alternative people. And maybe that's how James Gunn always felt. I mean,
that's not
how
Superman.
I assume he did. Like, James Gunn used to just pal around with porn stars, right?
Right.
Like,
exactly, great cornball sweat. David killed the hype for the goofy Superman.
Alternative dude
is a turn off for majority.
Sensibility is quirky and unique, and that worked for Guardians of the Galaxy. The idea that it can just work for like a gigantic commercial
Like
universe, and every movie, with his is going to have his sensibility. I don't think that's the way to do it.
Yeah. I wonder what the next step is, though.
Ranger Black said Gun and Dark
they're
Universe
halfway
is
through
dead.
Man tomorrow, according to the reports today. What do you do with Supergirl if this thing tanks, man? Do you like hide her? Do you only give her less, like 2 scenes in the movie? Because as I said just a few minutes ago,
punk rock.
They've been out here on this promotional tour saying the super family, the super family, the super family. If one member of the super family is crashing and burning at the box office, what do you do then? And does this put more pressure on Gunn for Man of Tomorrow? Because if Man of Tomorrow comes out and is a little mixed, now he's really in trouble. Are we accelerating? And does Anna Nagura get moved off Wonder Woman, Jeff? Like, what is the fallout?
What the script is, right? It's not it's not an X equals Y sort of thing, right?
Okay.
You write a movie that has maybe a not so great script, even though James Gunn seemed to really like the script. People aren't responding to the script. that doesn't mean her Wonder Woman script couldn't be incredible. Like,
Yeah,
they really don't have anything to do with one another, other than maybe they lose confidence in her or something like that.
Right.
I don't think you do anything. Like when you're like, what are they going to do on Man of Tomorrow? They're halfway filming. What do you think they should do? Start cutting her scenes because the public didn't respond to her, John? No,
I'm not saying.
The worst reactionary thing that you could do. Tell the story that you wrote down. Don't start making changes because of the box office.
Yeah, but I don't know if that works anymore, Jeff. I mean, you've got multi-million-dollar, $100 million investment in these movies. If you have a fan base that's already ready to turn on one of the characters in these movies, that's a recipe for danger. You can sit and bang your artistic drum all day, but if no one shows up to listen to you, or less people show up to listen to you because you insist on playing this song, it messes you up in the end. This is big business. You know,
the idea that James Gunn is going to do anything different on Man of Tomorrow because of this weekend's performance is not happening.
Okay,
it's probably going to flop.
I mean, you know, what would change, John, is the marketing. Maybe they don't show
her.
Yes, show Supergirl in the marketing a ton of Superman.
Right.
You know, maybe she has a quick line in the trailer and that's it. But yeah, they're not going to change the script right now. Yeah, it does seem like people are responding to Millie, that they like Millie as Supergirl.
100%. They like her.
That's
So
bullshit.
maybe do you think
We
she
like
survives
Millie's
this
performance, but the
because
movie
the
shit. No,
overall
she's
feeling is
in
she's
it.
great in the movie, but the movie itself is not great. So
she's
is it more a thing on Craig Gillespie and Anna Nagura and less on Millie Alcock because people really enjoy her performance? So will she come out as unscathed to a degree?
I don't know that unscathed is the word, because I think all sort of box office flops, you know, reflect somewhat on the star.
Right.
But I don't think it's going to like tank her career or anything like that. No, I think she'll be fine.
Okay. So what are the lessons to learn here at this point? Or do you want to wait a couple more weeks to see what the final box office results or how this thing goes on? Is there anything to be learned with how all this
Lessons
went
are
down?
that if you're going to do movies with secondary characters, they have to have secondary budgets. I mean, what's the budget of this movie? It's rumored to be 175 million, right?
Yes, very big
That's
budget.
probably definitely lower than Superman, which was probably
Yeah.
250, 300 or whatever the fuck it was. But is this a character that you bank 120 million on? This isn't Wonder Woman,
right?
Or 175 million on. Sorry. This isn't Wonder Woman.
No, but it's not even that though.
I think you can take a shot when it's
They miscast an actress. They picked the garbage source material. Then they're gonna blame it. Why people didn't cut? First of all,
but at
Glenn
40
is an
million, you can
asshole.
gamble because you've got the
If you
DC
take
brand behind
mid-source
you.
material,
I think, first of all, I've heard Clayface is really good. I love this.
You miscast an actress that
I think
nobody
it's
gave
gonna
a
be
fuck
huge hit
about.
this fall. So
And you put it in
we're
the
going to be
movie
singing a
theaters.
different
You
tune.
expecting money?
2, 3, 4 months from
The
now.
source material that they taking it from was good shit.
But yeah, you gotta just kind of take your lumps. I never thought this was going to be a huge hit.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to wonder, do you think the 25 minutes they cut had anything to do with the over? I mean, Dan Abrams chimed in on Twitter saying he saw the original cut, and or is it Dan Marcus, whatever his name is, it chimed in and said, I saw the original cut. There's not much difference here. Do you think the 25 minutes legitimately were cut from this thing?
I think the movie was cut shreds. I think it was absolutely chopped up in editing. I don't really know why, if that's just to make it, feel more fun because it's moving faster and, more energy or whatever. But
right.
I think that the script probably feels bad because there are huge portions of it that have just been hacked out. There's a lot missing, and I think that makes the story and the narrative feels like all over the place and discombobulated.
Damn.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick plug for it. My review is up. If you guys want to watch it, my non-spoiler review, 9 minutes talking about it, going into some of the story issues, some of the things I liked, because I think this film is getting also some really negative reviews that are way past the line. It's a little.
Talk to me about the misogyny thing. What's so misogynistic about Owen not liking this movie?
Well, some people have called it that. I wasn't saying his, because if you saw my tweet, I didn't say anything about misogyny. Some people have called his review misogynistic, but we have seen
don't know
people.
what these words mean anymore, John. Okay, if you can criticize a woman, or else you're.
Of course you can. No, you can. Yeah, you have to be able to criticize all human beings. That's part of the job of being a critic. I think what I pointed out about it was that I think he was being a little hysterical for a man of his age to be saying it's the worst superhero script I've ever read or whatever he said there, which I thought was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I pointed out 10 other terrible superhero films that have come out just in the last few years that I would say have way worse scripts than Supergirl. So
And
it's just
something-
kind of
something like that, though, John. People don't really take it like the way it's intended. Do you think Owen Gleiberman has seen all the comic book movies that have come out, John?
Oh, what?
My new evil phone company will have the most confusing pricing and plans of all time.
Who would join that? With Verizon, you can get the new Simplicity plan for only $30 a line.
Zip it!
Introducing Simplicity, just $30 a line.
Oh, come on.
Here's what I'll tell you. Yeah, I certainly hope so. It's kind of his fucking job. He's a movie critic.
But he's the chief movie critic, right?
Right.
So he can say, I'm going to see this major release on Friday. There's 3 other movies opening. You other critics at Variety, check those out. Maybe he catches up with those titles, but I think that there's actually more titles that he doesn't see.
Okay, tell you what, I'll grant you that. Then don't fucking say this is the worst superhero movie script I've ever seen. Like, that doesn't make any sense when you're not that seasoned or experienced in the superhero movie watching game. If you haven't seen all of these films or most of these films, then what the fuck are you talking about?
You have an opinion.
I'm not gonna let writers, and you especially, I'm not gonna get writers to get away with. Well, I will pick. You're gonna be nitpicky about this, but not nitpicky about that. You're a fucking writer. You know exactly what you're fucking writing. You know exactly what you're fucking saying. And if you're gonna put that out there, you get exactly criticized for it. It's fair.
It's like when I give an example of something, and then you're like, "But what about this?" And this is.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, "Okay, that you can't just paint the word with a brush like that."
That's right. You can't generalize with a brush like that. Exactly. That's what I'm telling you.
You say that goes both ways.
Exactly. That's my point. But anyway, we'll see what happens with this whole situation. I feel bad for Millie because I think she's damn good in the movie. But yeah, the movie itself, not that great. But I'm liking that people are enjoying it. But I think what you said at the beginning of our discussion, Jeff, speaks volumes that the casuals weren't interested in this one. And that's what's ending up kind of tanking the box office.
And like, how does it move the DCU forward? Right?
There's not really much in here. Yeah, no, not exactly. Other than having her land from Krypton, there's connections with Quark stuff, but not really much else. Yeah.
You have zero.
And Lobo, and introducing Lobo, which I think will have some stuff. Yeah. What's that?
I have zero desire to see this.
Yeah, I know you do. Well, I'll tell you this. Let's move on to this because some of the people who were involved in trying to get this movie out there were influencers, and you saw their post saying it was the greatest superhero movie ever made. Their page shills talking their bullshit. And now we've got Christopher Nolan, who has come out and said that he will not be having influencer-only screenings, social media influencer-only screenings for the Odyssey. It will only be critics screenings. That is what Universal Pictures is going to do. Universal will not host influencer screenings for Christopher Nolan's Odyssey, and this has caused a lot of tongues to be wagging. Yet again, I am ahead of the curve. I talked about this weeks ago that this needs to stop.
Good,
Since
fuck the
CinemaCon, I've been
influencers.
banging that drum that needs to stop. And now this may be the first shot across the bow.
Fuck the Mad Soups Ramos and the Blue Gay Angel
we have a special
retards.
guest who's joining us for this discussion. You think you can bring in people? I can bring in people. That's Christian Harlow.
Oh, Christian
to be part of this
Fucklow?
discussion. So, Jeff, what are your thoughts?
Schneider.
Schneider. Look at this Look at this beefy motherfucker. Did you look at the car outside? Look at him.
I know. Sorry, I went to my kid's graduation. So I had a shirt on. I was like, I can't show up too classy. You got it.
All right, so let's hear from Jeff, and then Christian, I want your thoughts on this as well. So, Jeff, what are your thoughts on Christopher Nolan, Universal Pictures saying there will be no influencer-only screenings, only critic screenings?
Good for Universal and Christopher Nolan. They knew what they were doing when they did this. Yeah, I'm sick of the influencers. They have no idea how to behave in screenings. They don't care
Agreed.
about movies. They just care about taking a photo of the screen and sharing it with their followers for clout. They're super annoying parasites who are sucking on the teat of the industry. They are, and yeah, I'm glad that they got the boot for this one.
There you go. All right,
of a critic, John.
Hey, Mr. Harloff, yeah, the floor is yours.
There seems to be some kind of there's a war going on, right?
Yes,
I mean there really is. When Scott Mance is going, God, they don't need him. We don't need him here. Then he's the nicest guy in the world. my thing is this. John, you and I have talked about this many times on this show.
We
is
have.
that
Yes.
I see them a lot differently, I think, than you guys do, right? Jeff, I understand. Jeff comes, I mean, the definition of someone who's been in the print,
exactly.
critics, he's in the muck. So I understand.
Like you said, those guys are cancer.
My thing
to
is,
the
I
comic
look at
book
these
fandom.
people
Exactly. The
also as
influencers are
marketing
retarded. They're a
more
bunch
so
of
than
fucking
anything else what the
larpers.
studios do. They're not, and it is on the audience if they are going to these particular people for movie opinions. That's another conversation. I don't think that that's the intent of what the studio was doing. I think what the studio did incorrectly was essentially make them like they put them first and foremost in front of everyone else and said,
yes,
and what it did, and I think what it backfired is it made critics and everyone else feel like they were pushed on the back burner. They've been doing things for so long. They went to film school. They did all these things, and here are these people. Jeff, it's not different than how you and I first met.
Oh yeah.
Where when Schmoes Node was doing articles and Jeff had no clue who we were, and we had like this website, and he thought we were just a bunch of people and sitting in the basement writing the articles, and we broke a couple scoops and did it in a way that was not traditional. And Jeff got pissed off, rightfully so. And we had conversations about it, and he's like, "Who the hell are these guys just throwing their words out there and not doing it the right way?" And I think that that's what the studio did with the influencers. And I think that they did it incorrectly. I think that there is a place for marketing, but I think you have to be a little bit more upfront with it too, and say when the first reactions come out, not say first reactions are out, and it blends in with the like Jermaine Lucier's of the world who are legit.
Yes.
And and when you blend in that first screening, because it's not trick. I mean, it's tricky, but you're not fooling anyone. Where it's like, well, there's actually you got Simon Thompson who's legit. And then you've got somebody who asks about what's your favorite kind of banana when you're interviewing them for stupid clicks or making some mumbles or shit like that. And so
sorry, go ahead, finish your points, Christian. I want to jump in.
So I just think it's like, for me, the studio misfired in how they marketed these things. Just should be like, here's what the influencers are saying, influencer screening, and make it. But you shouldn't do it. They shouldn't be the first ones. You should do it at the same time. There should be critics. There should be influencers. And I do think that there's a place for them. I do think marketing is marketing, but they should be looked at as marketing tools and not reviewers.
And
that's okay. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Like, I'm with you that it's not on these people. They're just doing what they love. They're seeing movies and going online and talking about their opinions, and then they built a readership. That's not their fault.
Right.
It's the audience, right? It's the audience that needs to know the difference, right? And there's no audience education. There's no media literacy, basically. In such. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, that's what the studio wants, by the way. And I want this to be
Exactly.
clear. This is where my position is, because I see this as much more insidious. I think the studios a few years ago decided to start exploring this idea of influencers, and slowly, because it wasn't like influencers all of a sudden got the access. They were piecemeal over the last few years.
Oh, do you see that? This is hilarious. Somebody put this James Gunn and his loyal fans after seeing Supergirl Rotten Tomatoes score. That's to show you how phony they'll suck dick, but as soon as they see a Rotten Tomatoes score, they disappear. Look at it. James Gunn and his loyal fans, once they see the Rotten Tomatoes score, disappearing. James Gunn fans disappear once they see the Rotten Tomatoes scores. Let me see.
Looks like it's my lucky day, Batman. Not only do I fulfill my contract, but I defeat the Justice League.
And any episode of Justice League Action is superior to Robert Pattinson Bitchman. Awesome, because Kevin Conroy still did Justice League Action, and Christian Slater was Deadshot.
Looks like it's my lucky day, Batman. Not only do I fulfill my contract, but I defeat the Justice League as well. Best of all, I finally get rid of you. Bang! How's that for commitment to a role, Batman? Pretty good, huh?
I have to admit, you were fairly effective tonight.
So, we can work together again?
If I need a shape changer and the Martian's busy.
Did you hear that? Man, Batman, we're like this.
I gotta ask, Plaz, when you change, your clothes change too. So what is it? Some unstable atoms?
What's what?
Your uniform.
A what uniform?
So you're saying you're not wearing any?
Awesome. You noticed too, the new Motu game coming for Xbox, Masters of the Universe, and the Legend of the Dragon Pearl side scroller. The new Motu game. New Motu game coming for Xbox and PS5. Awesome. You got She-Ra, He-Man. Masters of the Universe game. Awesome. Awesome new Motu game. Yep, He-Man, Masters of the Universe, Dragon Pearl of Destruction, PS5, Xbox. Awesome. Let's see.
Few years you were seeing certain people with big YouTube channels, kind of like Christian initially with him and Ellis, but then you saw little step by step more people who were newer to the game, had these connections, showing up and seeing these films and talking about it. Now they went in, and what they were doing there was essentially poisoning the well of critics.
I agree.
Studios don't want, if they have a bad movie, the
general.
last thing they want is a bunch of critics coming out shit on it because they're not going to make any money. So they've used the influencers to, in essence, poison the well and get their positive responses on a film they know might be shit so they can make as much money as possible in opening weekend. So by mixing influencers up with critics, as you said so well, Kristen, in the first reactions, you're essentially messing with the expectations of the audience and trying to trick them into the theater. And I think that's what studios are doing. And I get you. You're right, Kristen. This is marketing. It should be marketing. It should be treated as marketing. They should reveal we've paid these people to say these things. Yeah, these are shills because we are now getting called shills because of the influencer. That's the
if you can say, John,
that's indirect things that we're suffering.
1,000%. And that's and it's not similar to Jeff. You go back in time, even like 10, 12 years ago. The critics, and I do think to be fair to the influencers as well too, and this is a thing where the critics' egos have been hurt a bit too, because 10, 12 years ago, they're flying out critics and they're flying out people who are writing articles and they're sending them to set visits and they're sending them to these things. They used to send people all the time to these things. And I think that, when it's shifted because of what John said, you're not going to get a guarantee, even though contrary to popular belief, that a lot of those critics would have wrote shitty things about the movie.
Yeah.
This is not the case with the influencer because the influencer's job, they didn't build their brands off of reviewing stuff. They built their brands of going, oh wow, look at that!
Yeah,
that's what they built their brand off of. So they go, hey,
Blue
can you
Flag
say
Angel.
how, hey,
oh my God,
you say
let's
that
go.
at our thing, and that's what they bring them.
Garbage,
Hey, whoa, there's a red carpet in the background, and that guy has shoes on.
And Matt
It's
Reed, Dick,
that gets
you're
people excited.
cornball. Blue Flag Angel, you're a
That's what
retard.
they want them to do.
Those
They don't have to
retards.
take the critics who go, yeah, well, the guy had shoes on with the movie. It's still a hack director. Shit, why'd we fly that guy out in the first place?
Well, then the question becomes, Jeff, and Chris and Jeff, you first, like, what as Christian said, the studios might have made a mistake here, might have overplayed their hand, because there has been a pushback, not just from the critics, by the way. Now the fans have chimed in and started to push back on these influencers as well. So
The fans are tired of going to shitty movies that the influencers told them was great.
yeah, they've tricked them into. So
Who's listening to them though?
a lot of young people. A lot of young people. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. The young people didn't show up to He-Man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're listening, but I think they're turning on them now. I think that's what you're seeing in these last few movies. Is they're like with Disclosure Day, with Masters of the Universe, with Mandalorian and Grogu, and now with I think Supergirl is where it hit the peak, which is why you're seeing these reactions now on social media. Critics who have had these issues are now going much more vocally on social media. Mance has never really chimed in on influencers that hard. Even Tessa Smith, who you could argue at times has kind of walked that line between the two, even though she's legitimately a critic, she's chiming in on this as well. So you've got more people chiming in against this thing, using their platforms to do so. So I think that's, in the end, I think that's what's going to push this back a little bit.
There's no line about anything anymore. What is Sean Fennessy? Is Sean Fennessy a critic?
I think he's a critic, but he's on The Ringer and he hosts other shows. So what do you think he's an influencer?
He's a cultural commentator in a way. I mean, he doesn't write criticism necessarily.
Couldn't the same be said about, but Jeff, couldn't the same be said about me?
Sure.
Right.
Would Sean have given Disclosure Day a bad review after talking to Steven Spielberg? You can't tell me there's a chance.
That's the question.
That he would have.
Right.
There's not a chance.
Yeah.
So to me, everything is compromised, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
the shills.
FIFA World Cup 26, bring it on. This calls for Casamigos Margs.
Genius, I need a financial plan.
I have your new budget and financial plan ready.
I just moved.
I don't know. I just find that the whole thing to be ridiculous, which is why I've completely stepped out of it. I'm not participating in Rotten Tomatoes. I don't participate in Letterboxd. I do my own thing.
It's true. It's true. You have your newsletter, which people can subscribe to at theinsider.com. That's for sure, to hear your thoughts about it. But I mean, Christian, what separates you, though, is you're doing reviews separately. So Fantasy's not really doing that many reviews separately. I think that's where the line comes between the two of you.
Yeah, but I mean, I get it. I understand all the points here, too, because it has been blurred. Even, look, I've made this point many times over. When Mark and I were doing reviews, we were the first YouTube reviewers ever certified on Rotten Tomatoes.
This clown was saying that he hates the Snyderverse, but after seeing this, he wants the Snyderverse back. This Marvin Montero dude, he said he hates the Snyderverse, but after seeing this movie, he wants the Snyderverse back.
You know my feelings on Zack Snyder. They're pretty well documented. You know that I have constantly said that I hate Zack Snyder and I hate the Snyderverse with a fiery passion. I would rather have the Snyderverse back at this point if it meant getting rid of James Gunn. You're under arrest.
Like I said, now all the guntards flipping. Now they're flipping. Now all the motherfuckers flipping now.
Bro, you know my feelings on Zack Snyder. They're pretty well documented. You know that I have constantly said that I hate Zack Snyder and I hate the Snyderverse with a fiery passion. I would rather have the Snyderverse back at this point if it meant getting rid of James Gunn.
Damn! All the mighty have fallen.
Supergirl will be a historic flop. I already know the comments are going to be crazy, but yes, Snyder, why are you hating Sleejack? Come on, Sleejack. The
reality is I'm not hating, I'm truth-telling. I love the DC franchise and the characters, and seeing this company in the state that it's in is infuriating. The DCU is so dead that Supergirl is slated to make money on par with the Marvels. I said the Marvels. And I don't want any excuses, because last year in the summer, literally last summer, everyone was saying Superman restored the hype in the DC fan base. It restored the audience. It restored the hope in DC. It was Hope Corps. It saved everything. Well, why is Superman in the majority of the marketing for this movie, and he's actually in the movie itself, and this film is still going to bomb miserably? It just shows you that Superman in this current DCU has zero motion whatsoever. The reality is DC has lost all mainstream intrigue, and it's not just
Yeah, I'll tell you another thing. Another reason that Gunn's trash Superman has no impact is because the reason James Dunn's Guardians garbage even was a success and with his obscure characters is because it's following after Avengers. This Supergirl garbage is following after Superman, which fucking flopped. If Superman was such a success, you fucking gun fags, then wouldn't that help this Supergirl movie be a success with the so-called goodwill, Hope Corps bullshit you guys spew, Hope Corps garbage nonsense, that stupid ass retards like Exo Starlight, Cuntface, and Dappies? Because you're in the minority. The majority of DC fans don't agree with your stupid ass. Nobody liked the Superman 2025 film, and it's not giving any momentum to the Supergirl film. If it was a good movie and if it was accurate Superman, it would help propel the Supergirl film. But it's not going to help propel the Supergirl film because the Superman you made, Gunn, was shit. Bastardization, characterization, not Superman. I don't give a fuck how many stupid ass cunt face, emo, Fruit Loop, Rainbow Mafia, gay TikTokers say that. That shit was not accurate Superman. Hope Corps, soy bitch Superman is not. Superman is stoic, not a fucking cornball ass bitch. David Cornball sweat. That is not Superman. Fuck you, Grace Randolph. You're a dumb cunt. No one should ever listen to your stupid ass. Patterson is the worst Batman, and James Gunn's Superman is the worst Superman. You're a dumb bitch. Grace Randolph, you're a schizo retard.
They weren't doing that. When we got to first critic thing we ever got even invited to was True Grit. And I remember I remember us sitting there at the Grove looking over and seeing Leonard Maltin, and we looked and we said, what the hell are we doing here? Right? We didn't know what we're, and then people didn't understand the video aspect of it. The print critics didn't want, and the YouTube reviewers and everything else too. Whoever, people that you guys will now say, and Jeff and John say are legitimate critics. We were also looked upon at people, anyone on YouTube or making videos. Oh my God, videos! You're doing videos on the internet. You're not real. It was similar, different but similar in how people are. You know, there was like this kind of, not to the extent of it is now, because the difference to me is the dishonesty isn't there from the studios back then. We're like, no, they're still reviewing the movies. It was this is more of like, we know that they're there to promote your movie. They're not there to actually legitimately criticize the film.
I mean, we're never honest. They invented that fucking critic in the 2000s who was reviewing A Knight's
Tale. Oh, that's right.
That's a fake person. So it's like they've always wanted the role of the influencer. They just didn't exist. So they just created their own.
Right.
And all of us who've watched, you know, growing up, listening or watching film criticism, we could pick out the critics who liked everything, right? Like, what are the guys in from Mark Andrews from WMATV? Like, you just would go, oh yeah, he likes everything. I don't listen to him. But it's Siskel and Ebert or these other critics. Those are the people I read. Tom Shales, what have you. So there was always a delineation, right? But I think now the situation, but I think this is happening everywhere. This idea of like any criticism against anything we're doing, there's too much money involved now. And with these large corporations, as Hollywood gets more and more kind of swallowed up, gobbled up by these large corporations, I think you're going to see more of this shit, not less of this shit.
Well, short form also changed the game and hurt the game. Because people are sitting on their toilets looking at things, and something pops up, and it's some person at a premiere going, "You gotta see this movie! It's amazing! They had nachos! You should see it!" And then it's like and then you flip to the next one, and it stays in your brain. and you're not looking at a 2-minute, 3-minute, 5-minute reading an entire piece because now you scrolled past and you've seen what you needed to see.
I don't think these people even love movies. That's my problem with influencers. Anything, right? If it was a shoe company saying, "Hey, be a shoe influencer and use your 100,000 followers to do that," that's what they would do, right?
Right. No,
So-
totally. They're paid. Yes.
Right. It's just that the movie studios cater to these people, so they become movie influencers, and that is the difference. Christian, is that meeting you, it was clear you love movies,
right?
And a lot of these people, I just don't get that. I don't see a curiosity about movies from the past.
Yeah, I think it's unfair. I think you might be right about some. I think it's unfair to loop them all in because, like, for example, like Juju from Straw Hat Goofy, he loves movies.
Straw Hat does. Sure,
loves movies, and there are people that legitimately built their short form content, their TikToks, and because of their love for movies. But I won't dispute that there are people who said, you know what, I can actually get a lot of views on if I start talking about movies. And I don't really like them as much, but now let's talk about movies, sure. And I can make it, and they're smart with editing and they know how to cut stuff. And then they start getting invited to stuff and like, yeah, I love movies. I'm not telling you that doesn't happen. Of course it does.
Love movies. You have to hate movies. Okay.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
I can't name a movie that Juju does not like. I can't name one.
Well, that's where it becomes the
tricky stuff.
How can I say? Yes, right. It's Christian because like I like Straw Hat Goofy. He was very kind when we met a few years ago at Comic-Con. He's a good dude. But how many of these guys or these girls are compromised because they like the access to these studios? They know that their brand is what their brand is. They have figured out the trick, and they've become massive. But they don't say anything negative about any of the movies or anything negative about any of the studios.
I think it plays into the conversation that we're having, right? Because you can also look at Chris Stuckman. Chris Stuckman for a long time built his brand on being a critic, reviewing, and then because he was making movies and doing everything, he had and publicly said, "I don't want to be negative on films anymore." Right? And people give him a lot of shit for doing so. But that was the route that he went, and he made it clear that he's really no longer just a critic. He's a filmmaker. And he says, Juju has never really gone out and said, I'm a critic. He's a guy who loves movies. So his thing is positivity and all that. Now it's on everybody else, whether or not you want to listen to everything he says, because you can take Jeff's point to be completely legitimate. And say, he loves everything. Right. But you got to know his brand. I know that about Juju. He's just positivity, he's smiling, he's loving, he loves the experience of it all. But I'm not, if I'm going to look at someone's review, I'm going to look at you guys and go, like, I know Jeff hates a lot of shit. I've been sitting next to him for 90% of it. but I also know that he's going to give a legit film criticism of why, and I can combat my thoughts with him. And like Jeremy Johns to me is a guy that still does it like right. Like I usually share the same opinions that he does. We're on the same, like he to me is the guy who is, you can look at him and someone can say he's an influencer because he's the definition. And the reason before I get a phone call, what the fuck are you saying I'm an influencer for? The reason to me he's legitimately an influencer is because he influences people's thoughts on whether or not they should see the movie. Jeremy Johns is a critic and an influencer. He's a real influencer because he is a guy who is a critic and an influencer. You want to see it because he's funny, he's entertaining, and he's going to review the movie correctly.
Right. Well, I see this comment here, but Owen says, but you're not obligated to believe a review, are you? It's also up to the viewer who to believe. You can check other reviews and manner of speak. Sure. But that requires you to make those extra efforts. And we know that nowadays people don't make those extra efforts and they go with whatever's being pumped into their eyeballs. YouTube has increased viewership by leaps and bounds, that they're threatening the pay TV, the free TV. They're threatening everything now with views. So that's what people are seeing, and they're defaulting to these things. That's where the idea of criticism now starts to become almost an endangered species with how this is all being put out, because you can go up, like Chris said, you go 3 minutes, I get an idea of what it is, whether I like it or not. I trust this guy or girl, and I'm going to go see it. And
the
it's
algorithm
like,
only shows you extremes too. It shows you people who love it, and then the critical drinkers who hate it and want to poke holes in it or whatever. There's no middle ground anymore, and that, I think that's a dangerous place to be.
There is a middle ground, but to your point, they're not the ones that are being pushed.
Right, the algorithm. You're right. There's a middle ground, but we don't see it because the algorithm doesn't push it.
Right. It's like all the films is when people say there's no original content out there. There's tons of original content. You just got to look on the streaming services to find them.
Exactly. The question becomes: do these influencers have any responsibility now with the situation? Are there any of them that are going to like? Because that's the thing that to me is like, well, what is your line with all of this? Because I think you should be able to make your living, talk about movies, make money. If you figured it out, you're on TikTok, you're a young person, and you figured all this out. Knock yourself out, be great. There's no problem to it. But if you're taking money from the studios and you're willingly giving a dishonest opinion on a film you know you didn't like because you're getting paid to say so, that's where it becomes a question of ethics. And I think that's where a lot of these influencers need to be called out, and these studios need to reveal their budgets of who they're paying. That's what I think. You know me, I'm all about transparency. Tell the truth.
Are they actually giving? Like the thing is too, it's tricky too, because the question of like cash, I can say there's probably a high doubt that they're paying people to come to the premieres, like a high doubt. Now,
for critics, I don't think I have any doubt for influencers.
No, for critics definitely, but for influencers. And hear me out before it. Influencers, if they're getting paid for certain things, are probably one of two things. It's either they're not going to get paid to go to the event. Now they might get paid to say, hey, if you do like a 30-60 second post for the movie itself and show that your experience there, we'll pay you for the post, right? But they're not paying them to come to the thing. They're like, it's like, the 30 to 60
accommodations like airfare and hotel.
Well, that's what I'm saying. CinemaCon,
100%. That would probably, hey, so and so in Texas, we're gonna fly out and put you up 100%. Because Jeff, that's the same shit that used to happen though when they'd fly people out to the set visits and stuff.
Right. What you guys don't understand, and this is where the disconnect is. No professional critic would take that trip. Okay, all the people that you named. When I went to Spider-Man, that first movie, I'm the only one who paid his own way to be a Mashable, because that's Josh Dickey. Everybody else on that trip, Faraci, Jermaine, whoever, Collider, whatever it is, they all take the money from the studio, because I get it. You can't just afford to be sending reporters out on $2,000, $3,000 trips every week.
Right.
That is that's the difference between professional and amateur. I'm not saying to toot my own horn. I'm tooting Dickey's horn, if anything, but that is the difference.
Yeah, I mean, when I went on a set visit, twice for Collider, that was my job, right? I didn't go there officially as a critic for the set visit. It was my job. But it's different when you're, fully established as a critic and you're taking there is questions to be asked. Are you being honest with your opinion? I think that's fair. Some people came at me for the stuff with
what? How can people be honest if
it's tough.
If the studio is paying for the $1,000 flight and the week in the hotel, the nice hotel, which is $2,000? How could people be honest? If they were honest and they didn't like something, then they're not going to be invited back on the next trip.
Totally, and it's like it's the same thing of like when we used to talk about that smell of the premiere thing, right? It's like, they lure you to the critics, like they lure the critics to the premiere. Come to the premiere to watch the movie, because and then guess what? You're in the section. You're sitting next to Rose Byrne is right next to me, and this and that. And they do that, and that's why. First of all, I hated premiere. Like I went for a couple of Star Wars and stuff was fun and everything, exciting to be around and be in the energy of it. But like driving that far, I was an old crouchy man. I was like, no, but also because the energy. I remember walking out of Love and Thunder, going, that was horrible, and people thought I was crazy. Like you thought that was bad. That was so good, and I'm like you were taken in by the screaming and the yelling of the people who made the movie.
Right.
That happens, and that's what they do, because it's like they not once, never did the studio say, "Hey, give us a good review," but they invite you to these things to up the atmosphere.
Right, and we need to be fair. There are some critics who act like influencers, and that's where I get frustrated by it, where critics they know they're accepting these payments, they're accepting these trips, they're accepting these set visits, but still want you to authentically believe that they're being objective in their criticism. That's where also there's issues there, where this idea of like the influencer has kind of corrupted the critic a little bit, some of these critics, and you see that happening in our space as well. So it's not just influencers bad, critics are always good. There have to also be, which is what I said in my tweet, there also have to be some of these critics called out for having taken money from the studio or access from the studio in exchange for essentially massaging their points of views. That kind of can be dangerous as well. That's what frustrates me more than anything. An influencer I can disregard. But a critic trying to claim that they are objective while they're receiving all this access and all this stuff, like, you know what I'm saying? This is what frustrates. Like, I never go to Horowitz for a film opinion, but I go to Horowitz for great interviews because he delivers great interviews and he has fun time. But I would never go to him for an opinion on a movie, right? But someone else, because he might be compromised. But everyone else, I
but
try to look at it case by case.
Josh has never, presented.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
He's very clear that he knows. He's brilliant, right? So he knows that when he's going to talk to, he has great relationships with people. So he also knows it wouldn't make sense for him to go out and he's certainly. I've talked to him about opinions on movies, very strong opinions and very well crafted thoughts on it. But that's not his job,
right?
Like, and so that's the thing, though. Like, if Josh Horowitz is out there giving his opinion on stuff, if you're a fan of him in his interviews, you can choose to listen to him, if you know for sure. But you're real, like you said, John. You're going to him for his interviews, and he knows that. He's aware of that.
Yeah.
It's
there are critics.
Yeah,
sorry. There are critics who do these junkets, though, and that's what you have to. And you know, some of them are friends.
I got the video, Brady, that you played. Yeah, play about the original Batman comics which a lot of the stupid larpers. They're delusional. They're retarded. Exo Starlight fuckface. The other bitch. Dappy's comics, Batman killed and constantly used guns, but they're stupid. Again, Bob Kane and Bill Finger both created Batman. You stupid morons. I know you go by that book, Boy Me, but literally, Bob Kane is the one who hired Bill Finger. They both collaborated. So there's a lot of bullshit like, oh, Bill Finger. You know, Bob Kane is the one that actually hired Bill Finger. Bob Kane was the one that was chosen by DC to create the Batman. And he had to create a crew. So this shit about that Bill Finger created Batman by himself is such nonsense because Bill Finger wouldn't even be if it was a work for hire. If Bob Kane never even made him part of his crew and hired him. So it's both of them created Batman. People are such a bunch of fucking idiots. Yeah, but Bob Kane and Bill Finger, the original Batman. And like I said, even in the 80s, Batman had guns and killed. People are stupid. Superman killed. But again, people are willfully ignorant, willfully stupid. But yeah, Bradley, thanks for the video you sent me. I'll play this right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, racing on the newsstands this very month comes the latest issue of Detective Comics. Inside you'll find thrilling mysteries, daring adventures, and a brand new sensation
was never a bitch like Robert Pattinson.
A strange figure stalks the night. Criminals fear him. No lawbreaker can escape his wrath. Who is this mysterious Batman? Well, pick up Detective Comics number 27 today and discover the hero everyone's talking about.
Hey, welcome back to the stash. Batman is simply one of those characters that are genuinely timeless. Whether your Dark Knight is the version from the comics, the animated series, the Arkham games, or the movies, it can be easy to forget that at one point, none of that existed. There was no Bat family, no Joker, no Alfred as we know him, and no decades of lore built around Gotham City. There was...
Oh, these stupid ads, man.
Hello.
Do you want to play with me?
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries? This journey with childhood cancer.
There was instead Detective Comics issue 27, a backup feature inside a detective anthology that introduced a mysterious vigilante dressed like a bat. And so for today, I wanted to dive into issue 27 all the way through to issue 38 of the series, because not only are these the first Batman stories ever published, but they're also a front row seat of the creation of one of fiction's greatest characters. And when you actually sit down and read these classics, the amount of fun you can have is insane. I know for me personally, I had a blast reading Batman take shape month by month, and sure, while some ideas arrive immediately, others are still clearly being figured out, yet somehow, despite being nearly 90 years old, these stories from the Golden Age remain surprisingly entertaining. Don't get me wrong though, there are definitely adventures that aren't particularly memorable, as well as moments where the age of the material becomes impossible to ignore, but more often than not, I found myself having a real good time going through these issues. The stories are simple, the atmosphere is fantastic, Batman himself is incredibly fun to read, and perhaps most importantly, you can feel the foundation of the entire mythology being laid with every issue. So today I want to talk about Detective Comics issue 27 through to 38, from Batman's first appearance to the debut of Robin, and why I think this era remains one of the most important runs in the history of comic books. But hey, real quick, here at The Stash, we're swinging for 30,000 subscribers, and you know what they say, with great power comes great responsibility. So if you're in a Batman and comic book deep dives, feel free to hit subscribe. Seriously, any support means the world to me. But with that all said, let's get right back into the video.
The birth of the
Now, one of the things that surprised me most while reading these comics was just how complete Batman feels right from the beginning. Like, I feel like a lot of Golden Age heroes can take their time to find their identity, with creators often experimenting as they try to figure out what works and what doesn't. Batman right from the start is super captivating to read, though even then he still certainly evolves throughout these issues. But from the moment he appears in Detective Comics issue 27, there's already something special about him. He's mysterious, intimidating, and unlike anyone else around him. Even if you've never read these comics before, you can immediately understand why readers of the time connected with the character. What makes these stories particularly interesting for me is how different
Batman
this
with the
version of
guns
Batman
right there.
can be compared to the one most people know
It's funny
today.
how these
Like,
fucking
this is a
larpers
much tougher and downright brutal
the initial
Batman who isn't
comics
afraid to kill
that
his
created the
foes.
character
It's a
don't
Batman
count,
who
you
feels
retards?
heavily inspired by the pulp
Fuck are you
heroes that
talking
came
about?
before him, and to be honest, I kind of love that. It left reading these stories to feel like discovering a completely different side of the character. There are elements where you can clearly see the DNA of Batman we know today, but there are also moments where he feels almost unrecognizable compared to modern interpretations. That contrast for me made the run incredibly engaging, because you're not simply reading Batman adventures, you're watching Batman become Batman. The stories themselves are also a lot of fun. Most of them are straightforward mysteries, criminal investigations, and adventures involving gangsters, thieves, corrupt businessmen, and strange villains. The simplicity, though, works in the run's favor. These comics don't need to be anything too complicated, especially since he only had 7 to 12 pages to work with for this stretch of comics. So what we normally get is Batman's given a problem, he investigates, he tracks down the culprit, he solves the mystery. There's something incredibly inviting, though, about that approach. The pacing rarely drags because the stories know exactly what they want to accomplish. They're quick, focused, and heavily entertaining. But also a huge part of that enjoyment comes from the artwork. You know, Bill Finger and Bob Kane's work throughout this era deserves a tremendous amount of credit. The visuals immediately establish an atmosphere that separates Batman from many other heroes of the time. Plus, I just love their actual look for the Dark Knight, be it the original design or even the 2.0 suit. But the dark streets, the shadows, the eerie environments, even when the stories themselves are relatively simple, the artwork creates a mood that keeps you invested. You can only see the beginnings of the gothic atmosphere that would eventually become synonymous with Batman. And for me, that's one of the biggest strengths of the run as a whole. Even when an individual story isn't necessarily memorable, the atmosphere and look of the comic often carries it. Though, of course, you know, while Bob Kane does get a lot of the credit, in history, it's impossible to discuss this era without giving a lot of that also to the legendary Bill Finger. Bill Finger's contributions to the character and his world are insane. Like, without him, we could have had a very different character on our hands. One of the most interesting aspects of reading these issues, though, is seeing just how many defining concepts begin appearing during this period thanks to him. Every few issues, it feels like another piece of Batman's mythology is being added to the foundation of the character. And one of the early examples of this can be seen with Dr. Death. Today, I think it's safe to say that Dr. Death isn't usually mentioned alongside Batman's most iconic villains, but his appearance is historically significant, mostly because he was the Cape Crusaders' first reoccurring antagonist. And characters like Dr. Death also showed Batman gradually moving away from, the more realistic crime stories and towards the stranger, more imaginative territory that would become such an important part of his lore. But then we arrive at what is arguably the most important issue in the entire era outside of Batman's debut, Detective Comics issue 33. Today, Batman's origin is one of the most famous stories in comics. I mean, come on, everyone knows it. A young Bruce Wayne watches his parents murdered in front of him, with the tragedy shaping the rest of his life. But in these early stories, readers didn't initially have that context. Hell, even the identity of the Batman
Bruce Wayne
wasn't
from the
even
beginning
revealed
looked like
until the
that
very
fleck,
end
not
of the
Patterson
first
Beta
issue.
bitch.
Batman, up until the origin, though, was simply this mysterious Cape Crusader. But Detective Comics issue 33 then changes everything. Suddenly, Batman goes from this interesting and fun vigilante to a painfully tragic character, one driven by loss and motivated by something deeply personal. Looking back now, it's basically impossible to imagine Batman without that origin. It's such an essential part of the character. You don't have Batman if you don't have that origin. Yet reading these issues and seeing that piece of mythology introduced is so genuinely cool to witness.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't look like Patterson Beta bitch right there.
Everything that comes afterward. It does this by actually transforming the way you view the character, and that's really what this entire run does. Issue after issue, Batman becomes more defined, more recognizable, and more complete. So by the end of this section of Detective Comics, many of the core ingredients that would sustain the character for decades are already present. I mean, sure, not all the stories are equally strong, but Batman himself remains consistently compelling. And when the series
It's odd. If something's free, people just can't resist it. More baffling is that people turn down free money by not switching to Geico. Customers can save.
And when the series hits its highest points, it's easy to understand why the readers of the Golden Age fell in love with the character. Now what makes Detective Comics issue 27 through to 38 so important isn't simply that Batman appears in them, it's that you can actively watch his lore being built. Every issue feels like another brick being added to the foundation that would eventually support decades of stories. And reading these comics today almost feels surreal because of how much history you know is coming. You know, Gotham will grow, you know, Batman's supporting cast will expand, you know, the Rogues Gallery will become legendary. Yet here, everything is still taking shape, and that's part of the fun. You know, like these stories have an energy to them that just comes from Bill Finger and Bob Kane's experimentations. Nobody knew exactly what Batman would become, but the raw sense of creativity practically oozes off the pages. Another thing I really appreciated was how approachable these stories remain. Golden Age comics can sometimes be intimidating because people assume they'll feel outdated or difficult to enjoy, and while there are definitely moments that show their age, I personally found these issues remarkably easy to read. The stories move quickly, the concepts are easy to understand, the adventures are entertaining, and the focus remains on delivering a fun Batman story. Sometimes that's all a comic really needs to do. Modern comics often receive praise for complexity, and rightly so. But there is something refreshing about a story that simply wants to entertain its reader. That's one of the biggest reasons I enjoyed this run. Another major strength is the consistency of Batman himself. Even as the surrounding mythology evolves, Batman remains the anchor that holds everything together. With the core appeal of the character being already present, it's literally so easy to understand why readers wanted more. Plus, the artwork, like mentioned before, also continues to play a massive role here. But of course, no discussion of the golden age of Detective Comics would be complete without talking about Robin. Robin's debut in Detective Comics issue 38 represents one of the most important moments in Batman's history. It's difficult to overstate just how significant this edition was. Up until this point, Batman largely operates alone. He's a solitary figure, a mysterious presence moving through the shadows, but Robin the Boy Wonder changes that dynamic completely. Suddenly, Batman has someone to talk to, someone to mentor, who brings a different energy to the story.
Robin with Batman is very essential to the character.
Natural the addition of Robin feels when reading this run. Modern audiences sometimes associate Batman almost exclusively with darkness and isolation, yet Robin became an essential part of the mythology for a reason this early on. He added something valuable and introduced a new perspective, along with opportunities for storytelling that simply didn't exist before. More importantly though, Robin's arrival signals the end of an era and the beginning of a brand new one. Detective Comics issue 27 through to 38 can almost be viewed as the Batman alone years, the foundational period, the stage where the character was being established. And so once Robin arrives, the mythology then begins entering a new phase, one where the world starts expanding in ways that would define Batman for generations. That's why ending this video with Detective Comics 38 feels so fitting. Robin's debut is the clear turning point, moment where Batman's future begins taking shape in a completely different way, and looking back at this entire run, that's what stands out the most to me. Every issue contributes something, every issue pushes the character forward and helps build the foundation of one of comics' greatest 1940. Icons. But overall, I found the
Oh,
beginning
man,
of Detective Comics
I
to be
gotta
a
say
thoroughly
happy birthday
enjoyable
to
experience.
Mel
And I'm sure a
Brooks.
few
Mel
adventures
Brooks
are weaker than others, but the
turns
strengths far
100
outweigh
years
the
old
weaknesses,
today.
with the Dark Knight himself being
Damn,
a
that's
clear
crazy. I
standout.
forgot.
Batman
Happy
is
birthday, Mel
incredibly
Brooks is
entertaining throughout
100
the run.
today.
The
Damn.
artwork remains atmospheric and memorable. The stories are consistently enjoyable, and the historical importance of these comics simply cannot be overstated. Hell, reading these issues even feels like opening a time capsule. You're witnessing the birth of the Dark Knight, and you're watching creators like Bill Finger and Bob Kane establish ideas that would influence generations of
Yeah, that's
writers,
awesomeness.
artists, filmmakers, and readers. Nearly everything Batman would eventually become starts here. The tragic origin, the detective elements, even Robin arrives before this era comes to a close. But at the end of the day, these are simply fun comics, and nearly 90 years later, they're still capable of reminding readers why Batman became one of the most beloved characters ever created.
Exactly. Again, shout out to all the true DC fans: Bradley, Slade, Ranger, Metalhead Mike, Leroy, Vision, Zan, Ray, Captain, DT70, all the true DC fans: Bloom, Driver, Mr. D. Again, Supergirl was crap, but who would be shocked because Superman 2025 was crap and Gunn didn't get Superman. Anyone who says that Gunn got Superman, you're retarded. TikTok, Zoe Beta bitch that doesn't know the character, and you're a fucking larper. Again, true DC for life.
Get your whitest
Gunn needs
smile
to go.
for 12
His
months
Superman was
with
trash.
just one kit
His
of
Supergirl
Crest
is
3D
trash.
white strips.
Want
Smile for
Batfleck,
a
Cavill,
year?
and Godot
Yes,
back.
this smile for a
The
whole
true
year.
Superman, Batman, and
Get your
Batfleck.
whitest smile
And the
with
Flash
Crest
was
3D
awesome.
white strips.
Sasha Calle was awesome. Melissa Benoist was better. True DC for life, bros. You guys are the best. Supergirl sucked.